says that wearing a condom doesn't really change how sex feels for a man. I want my son to know that men want women to have the right to choose what happens with their bodies. I want my son to choose wisely. Our modern contraceptive methods have given us freedom of choice, but technology doesn't necessarily change values and the larger cultural in which our relationships are formed. That's a far more complicated process, fraught with pain as well as gain for all concerned. There are advantages to being a jelly woman, after all. You don't have to take responsibility for your actions since they were merely reactions. Life can be less complicated when someone else is making choices for you. And maybe you think you've found a handsome prince who's more than a fairy tale, and you want to believe he'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Or maybe your handsome prince has convinced you to work outside the home when you want to be home with the kids, or vice versa. Does today's jelly woman want a man to take care of her material needs, maybe a backlash against feminism, or out of the fear of the responsibilities that freedom brings? My personal journey from Jelly Woman to Handsome Princess and Butterfly Days by Gloria Felt. I remember well the moment I decided that I am the handsome princess and I can and should take care of myself. My then husband earned a stable salary, often worked 2 jobs to support the family's basic needs. After all, men who become fathers while in their teens don't have it so easy either. After our 3rd child was born, a few days after my 20th birthday, a light bulb went off in my head. I realized that if I had to support those 3 children, I would be up a creek because I had no employable skills. I had a local community college. I called my father and asked for the $100 I needed for my first classes, and he happily obliged. After that, I was able to get small scholarships to pay for my tuition. It took me 12 years to finish my bachelor's degree, partly for lack of funds, partly because I made sure to minimize the time I spent away from the children, and partly because I worked part of the time to supplement the family income. As the children grew, their needs grew with them. I wanted them to have music lessons and such, and the simple demands of things like Pop Warner football and band camp were multiplied by 3. Surprise! I liked having money that I had earned, and I liked adding to the family income. I liked the sense of accomplishment for work well done. I aspired to getting my teaching credentials so I could earn more than I was making at Head Start, where I had begun to work part-time. That alone was a huge step. I was still a traditional wife and super mom, in addition to holding up a job and going to school. After 11 years of plugging away, I found that a group of beige trailer houses set on a dusty field of newly seeded Bermuda grass east of town were my salvation. The new University of Texas Permian Basin opened in the fall of 1973 as an upper division undergraduate and graduate school. Hot dog! I could finish my degree without commuting to Sul Ross State Teachers College 3 hours away in a town with an unlikely name of Alpine, or leaving town for stretches unacceptable for a mother of young children. I eagerly called for a course catalog and went to register for the fall semester. I signed up for 24 credit hours. Shortly, the dean called me to his office to tell me this was impossible. Nobody promised to drop a course early in the semester if it seemed that the load was too heavy. This man obviously didn't understand how driven I was, how hungry to learn, and how motivated to get a paper that would confirm I had learned. I was a woman on a mission, and I knew that after my job at Head Start, school would be so easy. Well, it wasn't all that easy. My school had signed on some top-notch professors to come to this godforsaken campus, and they were determined to disprove the notion that West Texas had to be an intellectual wasteland. But it was fun. I loved to learn. I already had learned so much about child development and teaching by doing and by seeking out the knowledge from books and other sources. That made many of my courses a breeze. But I also like to be challenged, so I immersed myself in sociology, social psychology, and communications courses that by now I knew were subjects I could devour for lunch every day and of which I would never tire. At the end of the first semester, with 24 hours and all A's under my belt, I was called back to the dean's office and he apologized. That's how I managed to finish 2 years in one calendar year and graduate at the end of the summer of 1974 with more hours than I needed for a double major in speech communications and sociology, and all the classroom hours I needed to go for both elementary and secondary teaching certificates. I never did my student teaching, though, because it seems I was destined to take up the cause of reproductive rights. As I made this journey, the women's movement helped me articulate my inchoate feelings that there was a good deal of basic unfairness about the narrow rules society assigned to me, and I became increasingly determined to do something about it. Much of my volunteer work involved lending what support I could to the civil rights movement. In college, I studied radical prejudice and resultant injustices. I realized that women were being denied many fundamental rights, too, but this just wasn't noticed or discussed. For women to have full civil rights, we must have reproductive rights. Because if you can't manage your own fertility as you see fit, it is almost impossible to control anything else in your life. Here are the words of a 40-year-old named Mercy. How my life would have changed for the worse, I believe, if the abortion option had not been readily available. Everything would have been different. I am almost certain I would have struggled to go to college, and most certainly wouldn't have moved to New York and worked on Wall Street. I know, that sounds selfish, but I believe that young women in particular must be focused on their future as they enter the adult world. Lots of people, bosses who want secretaries and young men who want pretty faces rearing their children, have designs on them. In this case, selfishness goes a long way. Some might say abortion takes lives. I would say it saves lives. Always precocious. I had my midlife crisis at 32. By this time, I knew I could not stay in my marriage, even if I lost all my friends and my family didn't love me anymore. It had become impossible for me to live in someone else's skin. The integrity of my own being was paramount. I think you sometimes have to reach the bottom emotionally to start on your way up. It was a desperate feeling that the entire framework I had so carefully constructed to make myself the ideal of the 1950s and the supermom of the 60s had collapsed. By then, our marriage had little substance, and mainly the children in common. We were so young when we started out together that we had both grown into people who would never have married had we met at this point in our lives. The children, who have become the center of my universe for so long, were teenagers. They increasingly had their own lives and weren't interested in mine, or so it seemed until we told them we were getting divorced. Then I realized how hard it had been for them to go through my metamorphosis from jelly woman to my own very handsome princess. As my oldest, Tammy, then 17, exclaimed tearfully, "I just wish you had decided that you wanted to be what you wanted to be before it would affect us so much. It wouldn't have been so bad if you had always been who you are now, and we didn't have to go through the changes. We always had the perfect family, now we don't." Ouch! Knife to the already bleeding heart, no less painful for this ring of truth. My friend Nona drew a picture of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon for my birthday with the caption, "After you spread your wings, it's time for butterfly days." I still have it. Chapter 6. This month's bills or this month's pills. Words from Lydia J. Robertson, may she rest in peace. On September 11th, 2001, my mother, Valerie Joan Hanna, Senior Vice President, Technology at Marsh & McLennan, was killed on the 97th floor of Tower 1. She was a women's rights activist who started as a single mom with two of her own, one adopted and somewhere around 17 foster children over the years. She worked her way up the corporate ladder, A key punch operator, hitting glass ceiling after glass ceiling, changing jobs often, moving on to companies with a higher glass ceiling, ending up as vice president on Wall Street of one of the largest multinational insurance firms. We started with government cheese, but even as she earned more money, rather than living the good life, she helped more people and children get out of poverty. She provided each of us with an education to each of our individual abilities. She was a very staunch reproductive rights supporter. Thank you for the work that you do. Lydia told me that what this American hero knew and passed on to her children is that poverty and too much pregnancy are as inextricably linked as the ability to control one's fertility and economic well-being. The priest who introduced me to Planned Parenthood. For 5 years, in the 1960s and early 70s, I taught in the Odessa, Texas Head Start program. I started out as a volunteer teacher's aide 1 day a week and quickly became enthralled with early childhood education and obsessed with learning about every stage of my own children that my own children were going through. I read every book on child development that I could get my hands on, and my children became the victims of my desire to practice these new skills. One program was named Greater Opportunities of the Permian Basin, in keeping up with the optimism of the era, as we set about lifting the economic status of all Americans, thereby eradicating many other injustices. Fittingly, the same war on poverty also tiptoed gingerly into providing the first federal funding for family planning. Volunteering at Head Start, especially in those heady days when it was a new program and not yet institutionalized as part of the public schools, was also a way for me to make a contribution to the civil rights movement. I felt passionately about it, but as a mother of preschoolers, I couldn't go running off to Birmingham to march. So I did my part at home in West Texas. The disparate threads of my life were beginning to weave themselves together as I gradually awakened to what was happening in the world around me and connected the social issues of the day to myself and my family. West Texas wasn't exactly a hotbed of social change. I folded diapers while watching the nightly news and mentally, at least, traveled beyond Odessa thanks to the fascinating people who came into my living room via Jack Parr's Tonight Show long after the children were asleep. My engagement in the civil rights movement had contributed to my transition from jelly woman to handsome princess. It toughened me up, emotionally and intellectually. I learned confrontation and practiced speaking up and standing my ground when challenged. Those weren't things I'd learned growing up, but the underlying values of justice, fairness, and helping others were very much a part of my family. And as I divorced once I began to study it, at about the same time an integral part of Judaism, the heritage from which I'd distanced myself as a teenager in order not to be different. At first, I used those skills to help others. I've always found it easier to fight for someone else's rights than my own. Perhaps this is another jelly woman phenomenon, a feeling of unworthiness. Perhaps it afflicts every minority that has a history of being oppressed. It was easier by far for me to confront racial and economic discrimination against African Americans and Latinos than the anti-Semitism and sexism that affected me personally. Consciously or not, the civil rights movement sensitized me to the plight of others, and in doing so, taught me how to stand up for myself. But that would come later. The woman who co-founded and ran Greater Opportunities was a crusty, crotchety, dried-in-the-wood liberal. Yes, even in West Texas there are some. Political junkie and journalist named Mildred Chaffin. In her own crusty, crotchety way, she became a mentor, often seen in me abilities I did not see in myself. After a year as a volunteer, I told her that I would not be able to continue because I had to get a paying job in the fall when my youngest entered kindergarten. She promptly offered me a teaching job, even though my formal qualifications were limited. A few years later, she tapped me to develop a new concept, a parent-child communication program that recognized that children would be more successful in school if their parents participated in learning activities with them. Mildred was a large white woman with bleached blonde hair. She was probably better suited by temperament to journalism than management, but she had a great and kind heart. She loved those children, though I doubt she would have stood up to one full day in the classroom. Once when we had officials visiting me in Washington, she brought them around to my class. She was especially imposing that day in a white pique dress with red and blue costume jewelry. One little boy, who had obviously learned his lesson in rhyming, typed up, "Red, white, and blue, this monkey favors you," mortifying both of us and giving the officials a good laugh. My class was held in a parish hall of the Catholic Church in the poorest part of town. The priest once said to me, "How can I tell these people to have a baby every year? I can't feed them. I can't take care of any of them and all of them." I had no idea how radical this was for a Catholic priest to say, but I certainly knew his compassionate words had made sense to me. I've often wondered how he fared in his priesthood later on. Now to relate poverty and pregnancy and poverty. The other teacher in that parish hall and a leading lay member of the church agreed with him, and she took the moms of the children in her class to Planned Parenthood every month for their birth control supplies. This overlap between the two programs and the people who supported them was repeated around the country. The connections between poverty and the lack of knowledge about family planning and access to services were made manifest in so many ways. Yes, the families we served were all poor, but I could so clearly see the differences among them. The children from small families generally were more alert, better clothed and fed, and had more positive attitudes. Their parents were the ones who had the time and resources to participate in my new parent-child communications program. While it wasn't by any means a perfect correlation, I observed that when we held our daily magic circles, where we discussed feelings and practiced social skills, the children from the most impoverished homes either had great difficulty learning to control their aggression, or they had become so passive that they had difficulty interacting at all. This is not meant to disparage large families where resources are adequate to care for their children. I could write a book about the joys of being with my own family of 8 cousins. But I could see very concretely, every day in my classroom, how family planning had helped children by allowing their parents to improve their own lives. I certainly knew from my own experience that reliable birth control had given me my health, my sanity, and the ability to seek the education that qualified me for employment. I thought it was only fair that other women and families have the same chance to pull themselves up as I had. Everything I've learned since then validates my early observations about the benefits of thoughtfully planned families and spaced pregnancies. Mothers, children, family, and society all benefit. Curing the epidemic lack of health care access. Women today talk about the value of family planning and reproductive health in their own lives. An example, Jane, a woman of 22, said, "Without this institution, I would not have medical care for gynecological visits. My insurance company doesn't cover pap smears and pelvic exams unless you're pregnant. Now I can prevent pregnancy until I'm ready to start my family." Rose, age 25, said, "I have very little insurance coverage and I'm still a student. If I can't afford insurance, I can hardly afford to support a child." Next are the words of Eve, a woman in her 30s. "As our nation faces hunger, child abuse, homelessness, and rising domestic violence, it is hard for me to imagine how our federal, state, and local governments can possibly consider, not to mention actually cut the budget for the very people it is supposed to help. Welfare cuts are one thing, but when a woman's health and choice to not reproduce is violated, it should be a crime. It has become an epidemic in this nation that so many are without insurance. As the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We had 3 children that we love very much, but we choose to not have more. Family planning is important. I don't want my tubes tied, but I do need choices. Family planning helps me care for my body so I can care for my family. If I can't do this, the burden may be shifted back to the state by way of food stamps, Medicaid, etc. My ounce of prevention lies in family planning, so the pound of cure won't be on the state. Here are the words of Molly, age 27. I had lost my job with no health care and having pain in my abdomen. Without subsidized clinics, the cyst in my ovaries would have gone unnoticed and untreated. Going to a regular doctor is way too expensive. Next are the words of Annie, age 21. I was 17 when I had my son Jack. I made a mistake, but at least I can go to the clinic that helps me prevent making the same mistake again. I can't afford $27 a month for birth control pills. I can't pay for my annual pap smears that tell me I am healthy and cancer-free. I haven't found another place where I have someone to talk to about sex and how to be responsible. What kind of birth control is best for me? There are so many women who regularly have to choose between this month's bills and this month's pills. Millions live in the gray area between government, subsidized health care, and employer-provided insurance. Author Barbara Ehrenreich lived among them for months as she wrote Nickel and Dimed on not getting by in America. She talks about Maddie, a single woman who cleans houses but has to stretch to find the $50 she pays for childcare, and Holly, also a maid, trying to work amid the harsh chemicals in spite of overwhelming pregnancy-related nausea. Writes Ehrenreich. But the relevant point about Holly is that she's visibly unwell, possibly whiter on a daily basis than anyone else in the state. We're not just talking Caucasian here. Think bridal gowns, tuberculosis, and death. All I know about her is that she is 23, has been married for almost a year, and manages to feed her husband, herself, and an elderly relative on a $30 to $50 week. Worldwide, women comprise 70% of those who live in poverty, a condition created by their low status in family and in society. They have less access to education and therefore less ability to earn a living. Throw into the mix lack of control over fertility, and the situation is exacerbated. There's no way out of poverty for women whose health and income are compromised by their inability to stop becoming pregnant. Recent research has identified the challenges women faced when trying to move out of poverty. According to the Manpower Demonstration Research Corporation, women on welfare and unemployed women have significantly more health problems than their better-off counterparts. And the kinds of problems that the researchers found: depression, children who are less healthy than the norm, homelessness, obesity. These all make it difficult for them to work. The societal costs are as high as the personal ones: low birth weight babies, welfare dependency, the impact of unwantedness on the crime rate, unintended pregnancy and its subsequent costs, and much more. In the U.S., study after study shows that every public dollar spent on family planning returns $3 in avoided government funding and healthcare costs in just the very first year. Now from Global Voices. In the developing world, the largest childbearing generation in history, over 1 billion young women between 15 and 24, is in its prime reproductive years. In addition, 150 million married women would limit their family size or space their families if they had access to contraception. Throughout the world, 350 million couples are not able to get the family planning services and contraceptives they want. In the words of Rosana Kahondakor, a lawyer in Bangladesh, where contraceptive use rose from 3% of the population to 60% of the population in 25 years, Family planning leads to economic planning, leads to national planning. And central to it all is the changing role of women. After all, a country cannot develop with the participation of only half its citizens. And here are the words of Carol, age 46. I grew up on the Mexico border in Arizona, where women were willing to cross the border to work for $3 a day. My mother later joked that it was thanks to Juana that she could never be Attorney General of the U.S. Juana worked for us one day a week for most of my childhood. Every year she took vacation in the fall. From what we could understand with our limited Spanish, she traveled to Mexico City to visit her husband, who worked there. A few months after she returned, we could see she was pregnant. The inevitable finally happened. She didn't show up for work, and we heard that the baby was stillborn, and that she didn't have the money to pay the tax required before burial. All the people she worked for contributed money, food, clothes, and more to help her and her family. My family was charged with delivering it all. He had driven her all of the way home several times when it was, my father drove her all the way home several times when it was raining instead of just leaving her at the border. He was the only one who knew where she lived. I was about 11. I went with him as he drove through streets, the likes of which I had never seen, essentially rutted dirt paths. We passed the community well, where women were doing laundry and filling water jugs. We were only a few miles from my 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with air conditioning and dishwasher. My 3 sisters and I complained about sharing bedrooms. Juana's house was one small room with adobe walls and a dirt floor. There was an ice box without any ice in the corner and a table in the middle of the room. On the table, covered in the oil cloth, was the body of the baby boy. We gave her the money and the goods, and without changing her stoic facial expression, she cried. Her child sat silently on the floor. My father told her not to worry about work. She could come back when she was ready. She assured him that her oldest daughter would work in her place until she came back. Yes, sure.
Hello, my name is Wilson McNary, and I'm a student at the University of Missouri, a citizen in Mississippi County, and I'm here to lend my support because I feel like it's important to get involved in these issues. I'm going to be reading from Roe v. Wade, the untold story of the landmark Supreme Court decision that made abortion legal. I'll begin with Chapter 5. 8 weeks passed between the first meeting of McCorvey, Weddington, and Coffey and the filing of the case. Not a lot of time in terms of what was needed to prepare for a legal case. But too much time for McCorvey, who still hoped against the odds that she might be able to get an abortion. During those weeks, Weddington and Coffey found themselves moving from the task of theorizing about defeating the state's abortion laws to the challenge of actually doing something about them. The Christmas holidays of 1969 slowed everything down, and researching the case took time. Before they began their research, Coffey and Weddington met several more times with Norma, McCorvey, and the Does. The Does were no problem, committed as they were to the case, but Norma was somewhat worrisome. She was having difficulty caring for herself and had gone underground, staying, to use her own words, in a succession of flop houses for hippies with various female friends. Coffey and Weddington often had trouble contacting her, and they worried that she would change her mind about being a plaintiff, but not bother to notify them of her decision. This was not a family law case where a lawyer needed regular contact with the client to check on the family finances or the children's welfare. Once the facts of the abortion case had been established, there was little reason to be in touch with McCorvey. Still, either Coffey or Weddington, usually Weddington, called her whenever there was something to report, or, as was more often the case, when nothing was happening. They stayed in touch with her mostly to reassure themselves that she was not having second thoughts about the case. And they did that less and less as they became preoccupied with preparing the case. The Texas abortion law consists of 6 separate articles. Article 1191, abortion. If any person shall designedly administer to a pregnant woman or knowingly procure to be administered with her consent any drug or medicine, or shall use towards her any violence or any means of whatever, externally or internally applied, and thereby procure any abortion, he shall be confined in the penitentiary not less than 2 nor more than 5 years, if it be done without her consent. The punishment shall be doubled. By abortion is meant that the life of the fetus or embryo shall be destroyed in the woman's womb, or that premature birth thereof be caused. Article 1192, furnishing the means. Any person who furnishes the means for procuring an abortion, knowing the purpose intended, is guilty as an accomplice. Article 1193, attempt at abortion. If the means used shall fail to procure and produce an abortion, the offender is nevertheless guilty of an attempt to produce abortion, provided it be shown that such means were calculated to produce that result, and shall be fined not less than $100 nor more than $1,000. Article 1194, murder in producing abortion. If the death of the mother is occasioned by an abortion, so produced by or by an attempt to effect the same, it is murder. Article 1195, destroying the unborn child. Whoever shall, during parturition of the mother, destroy the vitality or life in a child in the state of being born and before actual birth, which child would have otherwise have been born alive, shall be confined in the penitentiary for life or for not less than 5 years. Article 1196, by medical advice. Nothing in this chapter applies to an abortion procured or attempted by medical advice for the purpose of saving the life of the mother. Weddington and Coffey decided that they would challenge the constitutionality of Articles 1191 through 1194 and 1196. Article 1195, which referred to the destruction of the fetus during the process of birth, could be read as a straightforward malpractice law, so they felt no challenge was necessary. The two women were grateful that the Texas abortion statute enacted in 1859 was what reformers referred to as an old-style law, compared with the new-style reform laws that had been written in the late 1960s. The Texas law was unusually restrictive and permitted abortion only to save the mother's life, not even in cases of incest or rape. In contrast, the new reform legislation typically added therapeutic exceptions to preserve the mother's physical and mental health, to prevent serious fetal deformity, and to terminate pregnancies resulting from rape or incest. In theory, these new laws were supposed to make abortion more widely available. In practice, they made it less accessible, since complicated administrative procedures such as residency, age, and consent requirements hindered the abortion process, especially for women who did not know how to cut through red tape. The constitutionality of some of these so-called reform laws was already being challenged in courts at considerable time and expense. With an old law, a court challenge could be straightforward and uncomplicated, or so the two women hoped. They would not have to spend a lot of time and money amassing statistical evidence that the laws were being administered in discriminatory fashion, nor would they have to pay expert witnesses to attest to the fact that consent or age requirements denied women access to abortion. Instead, they could base their challenge on a single straightforward issue, the idea that Texas abortion law was unconstitutional. Coffey and Weddington could not have undertaken the case had they been required to spend so much money on it. Their only source of funds was personal, and neither woman earned much money. Since both were now working at full-time jobs, Coffey at her law firm and Weddington at Fort Worth's first woman assistant city attorney, all research would have to be done in their spare time. The subject of fees never came up with their clients. The Does were employed but did not earn very much and lived in a tiny one-bedroom apartment, and Norma McCorvey had no home and was barely making ends meet, working as a part-time waitress or bartender. Had the case been undertaken by a major law firm, even on a pro bono basis, considerably more money and manpower could have been devoted to its preparation. A law firm would assign several associates or junior partners to do the initial research. The women had no one but themselves. Fortunately, their expenses were minor, consisting only of some nominal court fees. Legal research is not unlike looking for a needle in a haystack, and although it's been made easier in recent years by desktop computers and Lex, a legal database that produces almost instantaneous results, it still tends to be tedious work. One begins with a theory. In Coffey and Weddington's case, the idea that the current Texas abortion law was unconstitutional, and then looks for material, either in the form of important law journal articles, precedent-setting cases, or, in their case, since material was sparse, prior cases of any kind to support the theory. Coffey and Whittington spent hours combining bibliographies and indices for clues to cases or journal articles that might have been relevant. The use of the courts to attack the constitutionality of the law was a recent development. As a legal tool, it came into widespread use during the 1950s and 1960s, an era of expansion in civil rights. Lawyers who chose to challenge laws were often required to mine new territory within the Constitution, to seek connections where none previously existed. It was exciting and even exhilarating work, but it also required creativity and thoughtfulness, and sometimes more than a little daring. Above all, of course, the results had to be persuasive. Both women believed, as did most lawyers working on abortion, that any constitutional challenge to the abortion laws would be based on the 14th Amendment, which guaranteed equal protection under the law. Beyond this, Coffey and Whittington had little idea whether there were other grounds for overturning the laws. They began by looking for other abortion cases, ones that might support their theories or provide new ones. The American legal system, based on the English common law system, relies heavily on precedent, that is, previously decided cases. Most judges are reluctant to reverse a body of decisions pointing in one direction. Not all cases, though, are considered precedent-setting. A court pays more attention to cases decided in its own state than those decided in another state where the laws might be different, although an important decision by another state's high court carries weight, even if the court is respected for its decisions. Coffey and Whittington found surprisingly little to go on. Few suits have been brought involving abortion, and even fewer were important enough to set precedents. No abortion case had yet to come before the Supreme Court, and only a few state courts dealt with the issue. They found only one recorded case in Texas. Watson v. the State of Texas, decided in 1880, involved a young woman named Mattie Shook, who became pregnant by a man known only as Watson while living with him, his wife, and his children. Because he was a physician, Watson told Shook he would give her a medicine that would cause her to miscarry. Despite taking ergo, the drug he prescribed, even more frequently than he had ordered, she failed to miscarry. A note describing Mattie's condition was sent to the doctor's wife, reputedly from Mattie's fiancé, but actually from Mattie herself, and this led to the court case. Mattie Shook testified against the physician. A lower court found the man guilty of designedly administering an abortifacient, an illegal act under the Texas anti-abortion law, but a Texas appellate court reversed the lower court on technical grounds. The court's reluctance to punish the abortionist 20 years after the abortion had been outlawed in Texas was interesting and even persuasive, but the case was of little help to Whittington and Coffey, based as it was on a technicality rather than on any constitutional grounds. Another case, which had been heard by the Supreme Court, proved to be much more important. Even though it did not deal with abortion, it provided them with the constitutional grounds they were seeking to build their case. Griswold v. Connecticut was a challenge to a 100-year-old Connecticut law that forbade the sale of birth control devices. The case was instigated on November 1, 1961, when Estelle Griswold, the executive director of Planned Parenthood League of Connecticut, and Charles Lee Buxton, a respected physician and head of obstetrics and gynecology at Yale University, opened a clinic in New Haven, Connecticut, from which they planned to provide people with birth control information and dispense contraceptives. They also hoped to provoke some kind of legal action that could be turned into a court challenge to Connecticut's archaic law. Within days of opening the clinic, Griswold and Buxton were arrested for giving birth control information and instruction to a married couple. They were tried in the Connecticut courts, where they lost and from which they appealed to the Supreme Court. Two respected and talented women, Harriet Philippel and Catherine Roraback, originally handled the Griswold case, but when it became apparent that the case was headed to the Supreme Court, Planned Parenthood acquiesced to the commonly held belief that women should not argue before the Supreme Court and look for male legal counsel. They found Fowler Harper, a law professor at Yale and First Amendment specialist, who believed the case could be argued on the ground that denying a doctor the right to discuss and inform patients about birth control interfered with his right to free speech. The lawyers decided to structure their case around the First and 14th Amendments. They also toyed with the idea that the case involved privacy, but felt it was too shaky and unestablished a right to use it. Even though they were mounting a test case designed to challenge the Connecticut law, they owed their clients the best possible defense. They would have done nothing further about privacy had Fowler not seen a law journal article by the respected New York University law professor and later dean, Norman D. Redwick, entitled, "Are There Certain Rights Retained by the People?" It suggested an alternate interpretation of the Ninth Amendment, which was traditionally read as reserving to the states any powers not specifically ascribed to the federal government. Redlich suggested that the Ninth Amendment reserved unspecified rights to the people, not the states. His thinking meshed neatly with the idea of a privacy right, and after reading Redlich's article, Fowler was convinced that they should use the Ninth Amendment and, more important, should base their defense on the idea of a privacy right. Even though the Constitution said nothing directly about privacy, Fowler, along with many other constitutional scholars, was increasingly certain that privacy rights should be inferred. The grounds of the Griswold case were expanded to include all possible constitutional references to privacy, the First, Third, Fourth, Fifth, Ninth, and 14th Amendments. In two earlier challenges to the Connecticut birth control law, State v. Nelson and Poe v. Ullman, decided in 1939 and 1961 respectively, the issue of privacy had been touched upon. In State v. Nelson, J. Warren Upson, Nelson's lawyer, had filed a pleading in which he argued that the right to decide to have children and concomitantly the right to use contraception were natural rights with which the state should not be permitted to interfere. Poe v. Ullman was appealed to the Supreme Court. Reluctant to be embroiled in the birth control controversy, after hearing the oral arguments, the court sidestepped the issues and declined to decide the case on grounds that it represented no real controversy. Justice William Douglas wrote a strong dissent that echoed Upson's thinking about natural rights and privacy. It was not until Justice Douglas wrote in the Griswold opinion in 1965 that he and the High Court finally articulated the privacy right. The Connecticut statute prohibiting the use of birth control was unconstitutional, he wrote, because its enforcement violated the zone of privacy created by several fundamental constitutional guarantees. Among the grounds he cited as support for the right of privacy were the First, Third, Fourth, Fifth, Ninth, and 14th Amendments. The privacy right looked good to Whittington and Coffey. If they followed the thinking in Griswold, they would not have one, but several solid constitutional grounds on which to base a woman's constitutional right to abortion. The Griswold case seemed so uniquely tailored for the development of an abortion right, in fact, that at the time it had set off speculation in scholarly circles that the Supreme Court might be using the case as a signal to civil rights lawyers, an indication that after years of rejecting abortion cases, the court was at last willing to hear one. Tom Emerson, the Yale Law School professor who took over the Griswold case when Fowler died in 1963 and argued it before the Supreme Court, wrote about this theory. In an article entitled 9 Justices in Search of a Doctrine, Emerson suggested that no other explanation was adequate to describe why the court had taken a case like Griswold. At minimum, the nation's top court wanted to hear cases of a national scope, and a Connecticut birth control case certainly did not qualify. No other state had a law even remotely similar to Connecticut's archaic law banning the use of birth control. Nevertheless, reasons existed not to rely entirely on Griswold to build their case. For one thing, it was at the time and had remained one of the most controversial cases the court had ever decided, garnering some of the most unqualified praise and severe criticism of any Supreme Court decision in years. Constitutional scholars were sharply divided over the existence of a privacy right. The decision's defenders applauded the court for having acknowledged the right they believed existed, even though it was not specifically written into the Constitution, while its critics were appalled to think that the Supreme Court had created a right where, in their eyes, at least, none had existed previously. They could not believe that a right not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution, and one about birth control no less, should be enshrined alongside such treasured values as freedom of speech or equal treatment under the law. Even some scholars who acceded to the idea that privacy was a constitutionally protected right still felt the idea of marital privacy, let alone sexual privacy, went too far. It was true, as the loose constructionists, those who thought the Constitution was subject to broader interpretation, maintained, that the Constitution said nothing directly about marital privacy, birth control, or for that matter, abortion. But privacy was not an entirely new constitutional concept. Without giving it a name, the Supreme Court had been deciding privacy cases for decades. Many jurists traced the concept of legal privacy to Justice Louis Brandeis' famous dissent in the 1928 case, Olmstead v. United States, in which he wrote that the American people had the right to be let alone. Douglas seemed to have anticipated this criticism because in the Griswold opinion, he listed several notable Supreme Court rulings that supported a right to privacy. Pierce v. Society of Sisters, which established the right of parents to educate their children as they saw fit, and Meyer v. Nebraska, which established the right to teach a foreign language. Another drawback to using privacy was its newness. Even apart from any controversy surrounding it, privacy was a relatively undeveloped area of the law. No one could predict how the right would fare with time, whether it would take hold as an established constitutional principle or fade away within a few years. No one even knew that the best way to present it was in the courtroom, possibly to a judge who was not familiar with or inclined to accept a new legal concept. Countering this drawback was the fact, revealed in even the most cursory review of family law decisions, that privacy, whether or not it was called that, was still the pillar that held up many family law cases. In a sense, Weddington and Coffey had no other viable ground for the establishment of an abortion right. They decided to use it. As for the specific amendments that Douglas had listed in the Griswold opinion, they too seemed well suited to an abortion case strategy. Coffey and Weddington originally thought they might base their case entirely on the 14th Amendment, but experts with whom they had talked, especially Harriet Pilpel, who had pioneered in the birth control area, felt that a better tactic would be to give the court as many potential grounds as possible for deciding the case and let it choose from among them. Prior to Griswold, lawyers had tended to go out in court with one solid ground on which a decision could be based. But once Douglas had described privacy as a fundamental right protected not by one amendment, but by penumbras from several amendments and even the entire Bill of Rights, constitutional lawyers changed their approach and tried to offer as many grounds as they could think of for finding a law unconstitutional. Weddington and Coffey thought the strategy might work equally well in a federal three-judge court. Support for using an array of grounds also came from another source. A young University of Alabama law professor named Roy Lucas, eager to make a name for himself in abortion reform, published an article in the June 1968 North Carolina Law Review, in which he described several potential grounds for legalizing abortion, most notably the First, Fourth, Fifth, and 14th Amendments. Lucas was the first to write about the grounds for a constitutional challenge, but it would not be fair to say that this line of thinking originated with him. The idea of developing constitutional grounds to challenge the abortion laws was very much in the air, particularly among East Coast abortion lawyers, as Harriet Pilpel, ACLU lawyer Melvin Wolfe, and New York Law School professor Cyril Means, with whom Lucas had contacts. Nevertheless, Lucas's article had become something of a Bible for constitutional scholars working on abortion, one that Coffey and Weddington would have no trouble overlooking in their research, since there were so few sources to turn to. In our talks, however, neither Weddington nor Coffey could recall having relied on Lucas's article, but even if they did not use it directly, it seems unlikely that they would not have been influenced by it, if only by hearing about it secondhand. Once Coffey and Weddington had decided on the potential grounds, they actually spent little time mulling them over. Theirs was not the kind of case that invited intense scholarly research. A far more important concern was that they get their case underway while Norman McCorvey was still pregnant. The two women read enough about each amendment to make sure they understood its application and to decide whether or not to use it. The First Amendment protected free speech, including people's right of association. Some jurists felt the abortion laws interfered with the freedom of speech, with the freedom of association between a woman and her physician. But many legal scholars thought it was a weak basis for overturning the abortion law, even if Douglas had written extensively about First Amendment rights in Griswold. Pilpel disliked using the First Amendment, for example, and Emerson thought it was a poor line of reasoning, one that did not provide a favorable opportunity for pressing forward in abortion reform. Coffey and Weddington were not eager to tie an abortion right to physicians any more than they had to, but they saw no reason to exclude this argument. The Griswold's opinion relied on the Third, Fourth, and Fifth Amendments. The two women decided almost immediately to discard the Third Amendment. Although it dealt with privacy by denying the government the right to quarter soldiers in people's homes during peacetime, it had no real tie to abortion. They planned to use the Fourth Amendment, which protected citizens from unreasonable search and seizure, and the Fifth Amendment, from self-incrimination, largely because both had been mentioned in Griswold. In the opinion, Douglas had questioned the extent to which the state would have to go to enforce the anti-contraception law, asking, would we allow the police to search the sacred precincts of marital bedrooms for telltale signs of the use of contraceptives? The idea of doing that, he continued, was repulsive to the notion of privacy surrounding the marital relationship. A parallel situation occurred with laws restricting abortion, Coffey and Weddington felt, in that enforcement of the abortion laws involved invading the privacy of the physician's office. The Griswold opinion held that self-incrimination clause of the Fifth Amendment protected the privacy right by creating a zone of privacy around citizens that protected them from government intrusion. Coffey and Weddington would use it. own contribution was to include the Eighth Amendment, which forbade cruel and unusual punishment. Both women knew that no judge was likely to rule that denying women abortions was cruel and unusual punishment. They thought its exclusion made a poignant point nonetheless. They were less certain about using the Ninth Amendment, even though Douglas had included it in its majority opinion, and it had been the focus of a concurring opinion by Justice Arthur Goldberg. Their reluctance to use it was based mostly on the fact that they knew so little about it. Often considered the amendment that created states' rights, the Ninth was rarely used. Neither woman had seen Redlick's article that influenced Fowler to use the Ninth Amendment in the Griswold defense, nor did they know that the Ninth was generating excitement in academic circles, where constitutional scholars were beginning to talk of putting it to more expansive use. They only knew that Griswold was one of the rare occasions when the Ninth Amendment had been used to overturn a state law, and that did not seem to bode well for their purposes. In Texas, where abortion was already viewed as a states' rights issue, the Ninth Amendment was interpreted as reserving to the states all powers not specifically granted to the federal government. Coffey and Whittington were sure that even if they could prove that the present law was unconstitutional, the state of Texas would still be able to make a strong claim that the writing of a new law was up to the state legislature. And the state's lawyers might even argue that the court had no business striking the law. This too was the province of the legislature. Opponents would always maintain that abortion should be regulated by the states. They viewed any kind of federal court ruling on the issues as anathema. Using the Ninth Amendment to strike the abortion laws would, as far as the state was concerned, be like waving a red flag in front of the pool. Despite this, both women saw that the Ninth Amendment offered a substantial ground for recognizing the right to privacy and decided they had to use it. The constitutional amendment that offered the most support for overturning abortion laws, at least in the eyes of many legal experts, was the 14th. Generally, it guaranteed every person equal protection under the law. Specifically, the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment required that laws be written clearly enough for the average person to understand. A law that was vaguely written, for example, because it caused confusion about who was protected by it and the circumstances under which protection was extended, the very thing physicians objected to about abortion. They argued that they were forced to interpret the laws each time they performed an abortion. Physicians claimed confusion arose over what constituted a life-threatening illness because the laws offered no clear-cut guidelines and, as a result, were unevenly applied. Some physicians interpreted the law in its strictest sense and did abortions only when the woman's life was truly threatened, while others stretched the law to cover situations that might or might not be life-threatening. Instances when a woman claimed her mental or physical health was in jeopardy, for example. From the physician's point of view, therefore, the 14th Amendment offered the best basis for overturning the abortion laws. Coffey was afraid, however, that any ruling based on the 14th would leave control of abortion in the physician's hands rather than the hands of women, where she believed it belonged. If they got a ruling based on the 14th Amendment, she feared that there would be nothing to stop the Texas legislature from writing a new, crystal-clear law, possibly with the assistance of physicians, that still left the abortion decision in the hands of doctors and undermined the right of women to decide for themselves. Coffey, who wanted at least to make a stab at establishing a women's constitutional right to abortion, had no trouble persuading Whittington to share her view. Both women had come to believe that a woman had the right to control her own body, which included the decision to terminate a pregnancy, but they were less sure that the general populace or even a liberal court would share that conviction. So, rather than risk everything, they opted to follow a more conservative course of action and include the 14th Amendment with all its potential risks to women. They developed a strategy in which they would stress those amendments that addressed a woman's right to abortion in their oral arguments, but would also be prepared to fall back on the 14th Amendment if necessary. In part, they chose this strategy because it would enable them to use two major decisions that were handed down as they were preparing their own cases. These involved abortion laws that had been declared unconstitutional on grounds of vagueness, but in each lawsuit, the courts had also had something interesting to say about women's rights to abortion. In People v. Belos, handed down in September 1969, Dr. Leon Belos, an obstetrician gynecologist practicing in Los Angeles, was indicted for abortion. The case drew nationwide attention in part because the physician involved was so respected, but also because this is one of the rare occasions where the law interfered with the physician's right to practice medicine. In this instance, the physician had not even performed the abortion himself, but had merely referred the patient to an illegal abortionist. The former naval commander in the medical corps during World War II, Belos was chief of obstetrics and gynecology at Cedars of Lebanon Hospital, where he was indicted. He had long thought physicians were hypocritical in their treatment of women who requested abortions, and although he did not perform them, he had begun openly to refer his patients to skilled illegal abortionists. Belos, who appeared frequently on local radio and television shows, made his views widely known. Early in 1967, Belos was contacted by a couple who said they desperately needed an abortion and threatened to seek one on the black market if that was all they could obtain. Initially, Belos said he could not help, but then he relented and met with the woman to examine her and confirm her pregnancy. He referred her to a Dr. Carl Laertes, a licensed physician from Mexico who recently moved to California. Belos wrote a prescription for an antibiotic and encouraged the woman to see him for a post-surgical checkup. She contacted Dr. Laertes and arranged to undergo an abortion in his office. While she was resting in his office after the surgery, the police, who had been tipped off by another patient, raided the office and arrested Laertes. They seized his notebooks, which led them to an entry naming Belos as the referring physician. Belos was also arrested and charged with being an accomplice to an illegal abortion. A 3-year legal struggle ensued, during which Belos was supported by the American Civil Liberties Union, as well as his own counsel. In the first trial, a municipal court judge dismissed the case on grounds that Belos' office had been searched illegally. The district attorney then convened a grand jury and re-indicted Belos on the woman's testimony that he had referred her to an illegal abortionist. Belos was convicted by a Roman Catholic judge in Superior Court, and on appeal, his conviction was upheld in Appellate Court, in which 2 of the 3 sitting judges were Roman Catholic. Belos then took his case to the California Supreme Court. He insisted that his defense be made on constitutional grounds, specifically a woman's right to receive medical care. On September 5, 1969, in a 4-3 decision, the California Supreme Court ruled that the California abortion law was unconstitutional on grounds that it was vague under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. The court declined to say that abortion should be regulated in any way except for the fact that it should be performed by a licensed physician, noting that 178 deans of medical schools had filed a friend of the court brief supporting Belos and a more liberalized abortion law. The California court commented that the law had always recognized that the pregnant woman's right to life takes precedence over any interest the state might have in the unborn. The present state law, the court said, must be rejected as an invalid infringement upon the woman's constitutional rights. Proponents and opponents alike were surprised by the unequivocal note struck by the Belos decision. No one anticipated such a broad ruling or such a clear-cut victory for pro-choice forces. From Coffey and Weddington's perspective, however, the most important thing about the decision was that for the first time ever, a court had directly addressed the issue of a woman's constitutional right to an abortion. More important, the court stated that her right was based on privacy. The Belos case also marked a turning point in abortion reform. Previously, reformers had focused on the state legislatures as a means of changing the abortion laws, but now they read the California Supreme Court decision as a sign that they might make more progress in the courts. Many reform lawyers would jump ship from the state legislatures and chart a new course that would send them sailing straight into the federal courts. Within the next year or so, the Supreme Court was going to receive a lot of requests to docket abortion cases. The other case, U.S. versus Weech, involved a licensed physician, one who practiced in the nation's capital, C. Milan Weech, who was licensed in Washington, D.C., Maryland, New York, and Virginia, had been operating several abortion clinics, one within blocks of the White House. Weech was a flamboyant, essentially anti-establishment character who had performed abortions in Yugoslavia before they were legal there. He immigrated to the United States after marrying an American woman. In 1957, having retrained as a physician here, he performed his first abortion in the United States. Weech felt that a loophole in the Washington, D.C. law permitted abortion to preserve a woman's health as well as her life, and that the abortions he was doing were legal. He invited arrest by openly performing abortions in his clinics and by taking referrals from problem pregnancy counseling services and physicians all over the country. So sure was Weech's rights that he openly reported a test case. On May 1st, 1968, while he was operating on a patient, his office was raided. Because Washington, D.C. was federal territory, Weech was arraigned at federal courts. His first court challenge was successful. On November 10, 1969, Judge Arnold Gissell of the U.S. District Court in the District of Columbia ruled that the Washington, D.C. law was unconstitutional because of vagueness. He further declared that the law provided no clear standard to guide either the doctor, jury, or the court. There has been, moreover, an increasing indication in the decisions of the Supreme Court of the United States that as a secular matter, a woman's liberty and right to privacy extends to family, marriage, and sex matters, and may well include the right to remove an unwanted child in the early stages of pregnancy. The Voight ruling was important because it was the first time a federal court had overturned an abortion law. Abortion reformers across the country took heart because now not one but two abortion laws at opposite ends of the country, no less, have been overturned on the grounds for unconstitutional. While Coffey and Weddington still had grave doubts about the vagueness as a reason to overturn the abortion laws, they no longer had any doubts about whether the courts were willing to tackle abortion. Belos and Voight gave great impetus to the case, and they knew it. Pro-choice reformers, and like many women, in fact, Coffey and Weddington tended to dismiss arguments about the fetus's rights, which were, they felt, always inferior to the woman's. Still, they knew that the subject of fetal rights was almost sure to be raised by the state at some point during the hearing, and they had to be prepared to respond to it. Based on the Constitution, birth appeared to be the point at which a human was entitled to the legal rights of a person. This was also the case in most religions, they knew. They did not want to broach the issues of religion in court if they could avoid them. The 14th Amendment defined a person as anyone born or naturalized. It was true that the property and other rights had been accorded to the fetuses, but the assumption of these rights had always been dependent upon live birth. There were no cases where rights were granted to a fetus purely on the basis of it being a fetus, for the simple reason that, in the eyes of the law at least, it was not yet a person.
Would my fellow citizen yield for a comment?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Katie, and I am a citizen in Boone County, and I go to school at the University of Missouri. I am reading out of Behind Every Choice is a Story by Gloria Felt. This one's about the relationship between fertility control and life control. These are her words. I remember the panic and desperation that accompanied the threat of pregnancy when my mental, physical, and emotional resources were stretched to the breaking point by 3 small children, and the great relief that the birth control pill brought into my life. So I could empathize years later when our director of clinics came to my management staff to ask for help. She needed contributions to pay for an abortion for an impoverished woman with 4 children who, when she discovered she was pregnant again, climbed onto the roof of her trailer and tried to throw herself off. Fertility control is the key to improving a woman's mental and physical health and her economic status. And when that care is not affordable, she has to make heart-rending choices. But if a woman can't control her fertility, she has a chance to control other parts of her. If she can control her fertility, she has a chance to control other parts of her life. When the light goes on for women in those situations, as it did for me, here's what they say. Here are the words of Joanne, age 44. The divorce has impoverished me. Going back to school is so expensive, but is my only way out of this. I was married for 25 years, and then he divorced me. I live with my parents, work full-time, and all the money goes out to pay off bills or for school. I really don't know what I would do without low-cost care. I would be poor forever, and then maybe I won't be poor forever, and maybe then I can help someone else. Here are the words of Connie, age 34. I am a single parent with 4 children. I myself didn't finish school. I dropped out at the age of 15 to start a family. After paying rent, light, and the other utilities, there's not enough to support myself or my children. That's why I'm asking for a loan to pay off my daughter's abortion, because I myself know that she will not finish school. Please help me and my daughter in this horrible cycle that needs to be broken. She's in school, and I want her to finish, so she can see a better future than what I have. I know the cycle can be broken because I have a son who is 18 years old, and he's graduating this following next year, and he has no children at all. Here are the words of Elna, age 28. Being able to plan a family allows a woman independence, especially low-income women like myself. A lot of us who use the low-cost services are struggling to get off welfare and striving for independence. I myself have been off welfare for a year now. I have been able to hold a job for the past 4 years, accumulated money in the bank, live in a house I renovated myself, and plan to go to college next year. For myself, unplanned pregnancy would be a major setback in my goals to make a better life. To be poor, even in the richest country on earth, means subordinating your sexuality and even your health to the more pressing needs of food and shelter. But subsidized family planning services can turn sob stories into success stories, as they did for Dallas City County Representative Violetta Forsyth-Lil. She says, Planned Parenthood possibly saved my life. 18 years ago, my husband decided to quit his very lucrative corporate job and pursue his dream of being an airline pilot. He needed, as they say in the trade, to build hours. So he accepted a position with a commuter airline. And so we struggled for several years while he built his hours, and we put off a lot of priorities. For me, one of those was annual exams. And I went several years without having an annual exam. I finally decided it was time, and we still didn't have a lot of money. And I chose, knowing that Planned Parenthood has services that I could access for a low cost, I chose to go to Planned Parenthood organization in my city. To make a long story short, I had an irregular pap smear, a surgical procedure. My husband built his hours. He is now captain of American Airlines. We are proud parents of a 12-year-old boy, and we all lived happily ever after. I want to thank you for giving me a past and a future. Other women describe their circumstances in plain terms. If I couldn't come here, I would never be able to see a physician at all. I am 25 years old, and I am a single parent with a 5-year-old daughter. I don't have health insurance, and neither does my child. I am not on welfare, and I pay cash when my daughter needs medical attention. I work hard to make a living. These are the words of Leola, age 45. My Mother's Day present this year was and is the best I've had in a while. My daughter got me a free pap test. She knew it had been years since I had one. My family's history is riddled with cancer. We don't have health insurance because it's not affordable. The words of Tiffany, age 25. Since the birth of my daughter in 1995, I've used subsidized services. Being a working single mother, my profession as a cosmetologist doesn't provide.
Field for a question.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Andrea Dumont, and I am privileged to be here today. I support women's health and women's rights, and I would like to read to you guys an excerpt from Backrooms, an oral history of the illegal abortion era. And this is by Ellen Messer and Catherine E. May. I was very afraid of men for a long time. I was afraid. I felt spoiled and very threatened. I came home, and my mother never spoke to me about it for the whole rest of her life. You know, I spent the last 6 or 7 weeks of my mother's life with her, in the room with her when she was dying, and we never spoke about it. But my brother, I had dinner with my brother, and one night he said she never got over not seeing that child. By then, I told him that it wasn't their issue, that child. That child was mine, and I had made the decision that I needed to make about it. But I do know one thing. My mother trusted only me to make the decisions at the end of her life. I felt it was because she felt, always, from the day I made the decision about the baby, and she knew that no one was going to change my position, that I could be trusted. Very paradoxical, but of all her children, I, who resisted her the most, wound up really protecting her in the end, because I had learned early on where you take control of your life. When I came home, I felt completely isolated. I had come from this intense experience, a reviewing of myself as not a bad person, but a person that other people were attracted to, and I had found my own intellectual self. And I came back into this atmosphere of a certain kind of ignorance. It was a different life view. I had no friends. I saw Bob when I came home, and it was really still a very bitter experience for me. I could see very easily that there would be no repairing that relationship. I felt I would have to find someone in my life, and that I would be pretty worthless if I didn't find and make a good marriage, and that it would have to be based on honesty. I met Sam very early afterwards, and we started a relationship. About the third or fourth time I went out with him, I told him about the child, and it was no big deal to him. I told him Sam really wanted to get married. As it got closer and I felt more pressure to really set a date, I broke up with him. In the aftermath of the delivery and the adoption and the coming home and the loss of Bob and all that, it happened in such a compressed amount of time. I came from that protected situation back into the real world. And I didn't want to get married. I didn't want to. I just wanted to be left alone. That summer, my sister got married, and there was something about the men at that wedding, and I thought, I can't let Sam go. I love him, and I'm not going to find anybody like him again in my life. We had Deborah 3 years after we were married. I had a miscarriage before Deborah, which was really sad. I was almost 9 months pregnant. I felt like that was punishment. You see, having had that child and giving it up for adoption and had a tremendous effect on my life. Because of the guilt about that, I'd bring waifs home, homeless children. We've had a series of kids that would come and stay 4 or 5 months at a time. In a strange way, intuitively or whatever, each one of my children at one time or another would become very attached to waifs. When Deborah was 15, I told her about the child and my reasons for getting so involved with homeless, orphaned children. After I told her, there seemed to be more freedom of choice with her life. It wasn't until I had Noah, who was now 20, that I really had the full impact of what happened, that rape is rape, and how I really did get pregnant. I had that tremendous burden of having no choice, just nothing to do but have that child. It was just tremendously painful to have to remember the whole thing. It really comes down to women as chattel. A woman is property. That must have been what offended Bob the most. He once said to me, "What did I ever do to hurt you that you would do something like this to me?" I never said it to Bob. I never said it to Sam. I never told Sam until Deborah was almost 9.5 after Noah was born, so we had been married 13 years when I figured out that I had been raped and that it wasn't my fault. I felt all of that time that if you behave in a sexual manner in any way, shape, or form, and then the man goes out of control, it's the woman's responsibility. That's what I was taught. It was really a woman's responsibility to say no, because men just didn't have the capacity. Now, once they were aroused to a certain point, that was it. In other words, I was playing with fire, and I got burned. And that is really the position I took. Women of my era were raised by our Victorian mothers, and we are our mothers' daughters. We judge ourselves with their eyes, and so I don't know that we could be anything else but silent. and I'm glad I'm not going to be anymore. So the next excerpt is called Deborah. Deborah is Dee's daughter. She is a journalist who has authored a book about a well-known woman. It was Deborah who offered to arrange the interview with her mother. As she was describing her mother's struggle to cope with having given up a child for adoption, she began to tell her own story about the second-generation effects of her mother's experience. First, I should probably give you a little bit of the context in which I found out about my mother's experience. I was about 14, I think, and I was having a relationship with a boy who was maybe 16 or 17 at the time. It was a sexual relationship. It was during the 70s, and a lot of women were sleeping with men quite early. I don't know whether or not my mother actually knew I was sleeping with this boy, but she did know that we were becoming very, very involved with each other, and I think she was a little bit worried. You know, about our seriousness at that age, the serious nature the relationship was taking on. About 8 or 9 months into the relationship, I began to feel that I wanted to get out of it, and I was beginning to feel very trapped. He himself was adopted and felt very, very strongly excluded by his family, even though I suppose his parents really did love him. He had a very brutal and brutalizing father who was very macho. He had been a Marine in World War II and was always telling war stories. He was a very cold and domineering man, and I was quite afraid to break up with his son because he had a very strong temper like his father. I had some very deep, almost physical fears of what would happen to me if I hurt this boy, or if I stopped this relationship. I think my mother all the time was sort of observing this, and at some point decided to tell me her experience because she felt that somehow her having given up a child for adoption, who was a boy child, was somehow making me feel more tied to this person than I perhaps would have been if she hadn't experienced that. She really had taken this boy that I was seeing into the family. So she told me. One night, I was up late watching TV, and she came into the living room, and she told me exactly what happened to her. She told me that when she was a young woman, she had been raped, and that her family didn't believe that she had been raped, and that she became pregnant as a result of this, and that she had to leave her family and go have the child. She had had quite a long relationship with another man whom she had always dreamt she would marry, you know, a sort of childhood sweetheart. Having this experience of the rape and having a child and putting the child up for adoption had done so much damage to the relationship that it could never be the same between them, and his parents would never accept her. She told me, along with that story, about how she felt towards my boyfriend. You see, she really had taken my boyfriend into the family. As she explained, she saw in him the son that she had, so long ago, given up and in a very real sense, lost. She realized that by nurturing my boyfriend, by making him a part of our family, a far less brutal family than what he happened to have been placed in as an adopted child, she was acting on and expressing her own wishes to nurture the child that she had had to give up. She said she wanted me to know because she wanted me to be free to break up with him. She also told me that she would protect me because she understood that I was afraid of his anger. He was quite violent in a lot of ways. He was harassing me, saying, "If you ever break up with me, I will kill myself." My mother really impressed on me that you can't stay with someone just because they don't have enough life will of their own. You can't live someone's life for them. You can't save someone from their own destructive impulses. She made me feel very strong about that, explaining to me that even if he did wind up doing things that were self-destructive, it wouldn't be my fault. It was a very empowering thing for me, and I did wind up breaking up with him. That was right at the end of the summer before I was to enter high school. He had just graduated high school, but a lot of his friends were still there. He really did cause trouble for me. I had the experience of going into high school for the first time and having all of his boyfriends call me slut and whore. I mean, that was everyone's impression of me. They would follow me down the hallways at school and yell that. It made me feel very marginal. It made me feel like I couldn't make friends. I was stigmatized. I ended up running in a rough crowd because that was the crowd that was accepting of me. I did have a repeating pattern of being attracted to young men who felt they had no future or no family. Waves. They just weren't grounded or stable young men. And I think that was probably also an effect of my mother's experience. I don't know quite how. Even though I got the actual information at 13, it still took me until my 20s to stop doing that. She still does have a tendency to take waifs into the house. My brother's present girlfriend is a girl who's been sort of rejected by her family, and she's now living with my family, and she's become a daughter to them. So it's not a pattern that's broken by the actual telling of the tale. I don't think that's quite enough. In a lot of ways, I also see my father not really allowing my mother to resolve those conflicts. I feel that when, for instance, I told my mother about your wanting to interview her, and my father was present, he said, "I don't want some half-wit kid turning up on my doorstep." So obviously, he has a lot of ambivalence. And obviously, it took a lot of courage for her to go ahead and do this sort of interview. He's a very kind and a very gentle man, but these issues obviously get his hackles up. I feel like he probably wanted her to bury the past, and he wants to act in some way as if having a child, bringing a child into the world that was an unwanted child, is something that a woman can just forget. That it's something very clinical, that the baby was born and the connection was severed. I don't think he quite understands that giving birth to a child is an emotional experience. Even in the circumstances of the child conceived in rape, I think women are able to still forge a connection with that child, separate from the act of violence that caused the conception. I think that my father is unwilling to take a look at the lifelong effect on my mother, that she still does this sort of thing, constantly bringing in waves, homeless children, children in trouble. I think that she has a very altruistic personality, but there's no other reason that it had to take that particular form. I give my mother a lot of credit. She has worked hard to be aware of the subtle influence of her past and the effects it might have had on her children. It could have been a lot more traumatic for me if my mother hadn't dealt with these issues so openly. I have a great deal of respect for her. It has taken a great deal of courage for her to do that. The next excerpt is by Margaret. It's called Margaret. Margaret is a registered nurse who has written several books on pregnancy and birth, and she has worked as a Lamaze instructor. We're talking in her Brooklyn apartment, looking out over the water at the Statue of Liberty. First of all, I had 3 abortions, but the first one was the most hard-hitting. I was 19. I had gone to 1 year of college, and I didn't like it, and I didn't want to go back. I only went because I didn't know what else to do with myself. My main ambition was to get married and be taken care of. My father said, "While you're waiting for a husband, you're not just going to sit at home. You're going to get yourself a career, so what do you want to do?" And having absolutely no sense of myself as a person at all, I said, "Well, what do women do?" They're either secretaries, nurses, teachers, and I didn't want to do the other 2, so I chose nursing. I wasn't really choosing nursing because I was crazy about it. It was just because it was the lesser of 3 evils that were open to women. My father checked around with some doctor friends and discovered this little hospital in Maine that did have a practical nursing school, and it never occurred to me to go to a higher level. The women who were there were Vermont country girls. You had to be a high school graduate, and that's all. And I had a year of college, and I was an upper-class WASP from New York. The teachers at the school were also Vermont backwoods women, and I was a real misfit there. I never thought particularly well of myself wherever I was, so that wasn't anything new to me, but those were the particular conditions of my being a misfit there. I was going out with a guy who was at an Ivy League college on the GI Bill. He was 27. In the Navy during the Second World War. He was a fraternity man, one of the deeks. He was one of the guys. I thought he was a wonderful looking and man of the world. I met him when I worked as a waitress at the Hanover Inn, and he was the bartender there. He was Catholic. We were officially engaged. We had had an announcement in the paper done a la upper class. It came out in the New York Times. I had a diamond. My parents didn't like him, but they didn't say much about it. We used to screw in the front seat of his car, and it was really, for me, a way of being held and getting attention. And he would interrupt intercourse, and I felt like I was getting my love interrupted. So I asked him not to do that, and so I got pregnant. My parents would have just been, they always thought that I was trashy because of these experiences and that I had had with men when I was a kid. I was sexually abused, and they felt I had engineered it. When I was 6 and 8, I was spanked for it, and they felt that I was a dirty, a dirty little girl. So of course I was a dirty grown-up. I knew I would get a large dose of that, and anyway, what good would it do if I went and told them I was pregnant? But in the middle of being overwhelmed and frightened, there was another part of me which was tremendously excited. Very happy. I was elated, and I begged Tom to get married. I said, "We're engaged. Let's just get married." I would quit nursing school. By this time, he was working as a traveling salesman, and he was always somewhere close enough that I could go on a bus and be with him for 2 days and sort of pretend to housekeep. And that was what I desperately wanted, to make a little home. Tom said to me he was absolutely could not get married this way because it would kill his parents if they knew what he was doing. That was his Catholic mentality. And years later, when I was talking with a guy that I was going out with and told him this, he raised my consciousness by saying he didn't worry about killing his parents when he was screwing you. And somewhere that touched a real anger in me, but I couldn't admit it for at least 10 years. I had chosen myself a guy who was irresponsible as far as my welfare was concerned. Then he had to track down an abortionist. He did all these little things in code. He talked to a pharmacist that he knew, and he'd say, I have a ship that is full of cargo. Do you know any way to... And the right person, he figured, and it was true, would understand the code and say, "Oh yeah, I've heard of these ships, and I do know people who unload them, and I'll check for you." I read some letters he'd received from a friend. He apparently had written him, and in the same kind of lingo, the friend had written back, "I hope that ship disposed of its cargo by now." That's pretty tawdry. But I felt tawdry, and it never occurred to me to protest it. Meanwhile, at nursing school, I was very rapidly losing my waistline. I told 2 girls in my class who were sort of delighted with this secret, which they were seeing as a little soap opera. They were supportive as far as they could be, but I needed really adult support and counseling. But again, it didn't occur to me that I deserved it. I thought I was doing pretty well, that there were a couple of girls who at least didn't condemn me. I was very scared and very alone there in this nursing school, with nobody knowing what was going on with me except for them. Finally, Tom found a genuine MD who did abortions, who had this whole rigmarole set up. One of the weekends that I was off, Tom came and picked me up, and we drove to Boston. We had to drive very fast because we had to get there at a certain hour. This doctor had said, "If you're not there on the dot of 7, I'm leaving, and don't bother to try to make another appointment with me. We either do it or we don't." So there was this pressure. I felt like I was going on this adventure that was sort of exciting. I really didn't know what they did. Lurking in the back of my mind, I had some very deep fear about my life, which no conscious part of me recognized because I really couldn't have handled it. It would have undone me. And we went to a hotel in Boston. Tom had registered in advance. This doctor came up to the room at a certain hour, examined me, and said, "Yes, you are pregnant." Tom hid out in the bathroom, and then the doctor said, "Okay, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go to a certain address." And he named it. "There's a garage there. It will be closed down. My car will be there." He said to me, it was like a spy story, "I want you to pull up. I want you to get out of the car. I want you to walk purposefully Do not look around. Do not look as though you are skulking or hiding. Just get right out and walk purposefully over to the car, which will be parked there. It's a blue car. Just get right into the passenger side. Just do it. Bingo. 1, 2, 3. And then I will take you to the place where this is going to be done, and I will deliver you back to the same garage. And I want you, to Tom, to be there to pick her up. And I want you to stay there. How much time is it going to take? Tom asked. I think Tom was beginning at that point to realize that maybe he would never see me again. Maybe, he was sending me to my death. Let me tell you something. I was so desperately, from the beginning of my life, in need of attention of any kind, that this was attention to me. And I said, how long is it going to take? The doctor said, I have no idea, and I don't want you looking at any watches. So we did this whole plan. When I was in his car, he explained to me that we were going to go to a residential neighborhood where there were houses very close together on both sides of the street. We were going to park in a place which would be empty right in front of a house. He was going to get out and go in. I was to look at my watch, or the clock in the car. And in exactly 6.5 minutes, or some set time, I was to get out of the car exactly as though I lived there, and again purposefully walk right up the walk, open the door, and go in. Act as though you've been on the street 20,000 times. And I did that. I walked into a little downstairs apartment that had a hall that stretched right ahead with some rooms off it that went right back to a kitchen. There was a nice smell of soup on the stove. It was somebody's home, very similar to the kind Tom lived in. Lower class, but comfortable and cozy. And a woman came out of the room directly on the left. She was exactly what you'd expect, overweight in a house dress. Pleasant face, and she rather briskly said, come with me. And I walked down the hall to a bathroom. There was a douche bag hanging on the closet door, which stank to me of Clorox. And she said, I want you to douche with this, and then come directly into the room. I went into the bathroom with a double bed in it. I went into the bedroom with a double bed in it. There was a rubber sheet on it. I was asked to lie down and bring my rear end to the edge of the bed, and the doctor then put his sling around my legs and around my neck. I've seen pictures of these things in books on deliveries in less sophisticated countries for home deliveries. It's just a piece of canvas, like a belt that goes around your neck, and on the outside of your legs and under your knees and back. And you can relax, and this thing supports you. I was kind of interested in what he was going to do and wanted to be cooperative and congenial and wanted sophisticated. Being a nurse, I would know these things, except that I didn't know anything, and I really wasn't a nurse. And he brought up a pail, a great metal pail that clanked, and pulled the edge of this rubber sheet down into it, and the woman sat down on the bed to my right. Then he started scraping, and I got really bad cramps. It really hurt. And he said to me, you must not move. Don't you dare move. Because obviously if I moved, he would slip and cut me. I didn't know even what a curette looked like. I just sort of pictured a knife. I guess my idea was that he was scraping me with his straight razor was probably useful in keeping me still. But it hurt so much that I started to get nauseated, and I said, I'm going to throw up. And he said, no, you're not. And all the time that I was talking and he was answering me, he was working. And in the middle of this, my feeling so sick and in pain, another part of me was appreciating that he was continuing to work right through it, that his main reason for being there was to do this job and to do it well. Somewhere along the line there, the front door opened, and that was directly outside the hall from the room we were in. He said, who the hell was that, to the woman? And she said, oh, it's just somebody. And he said, well, he better damn well not come in here. And she said, don't worry. And again, I was impressed. I would have expected him to jump up, run into the closet, but he didn't. He just kept right on working. And I had the sense that if the police had marched in, he would say, okay, you can take me, but I'm going to finish this job. Tom felt he was in it for the money. I'm sure he was, but I think there was some kind of social conscience going with him. I had a sense that he was making a ton of money, but I remember his saying in the car on the way there that it really was disgusting that women should have to come out and have abortions like this. It hurt me so much. It was that sickening kind of pain that comes when you have cramps. I really couldn't lie still, but I had to lie still. So I had to do something else instead of move. So I started to say the Lord's Prayer out loud at a rapid pace. I'm not religious. I don't believe in the Lord's Prayer. I never go to church. That was what came to me instead of the Star-Spangled Banner, or God knows what else, or counting. And I think I had some vague idea that maybe God would protect me, and although I would have said I don't believe in God. And that threw him. I was very intuitive about everything that was going on, very sensitive about all the nuances. And there was a break in his rhythm, the merest break. I knew that he was thinking, what the F have I got here? Goddamn, sitting there saying the Lord's Prayer. Anyway, I just said it over and over and over, and oh, the woman held my hand. I must have squeezed her fingers into nothing, and she held my hand back and gave me strength that way. Poor little soul, this strange woman who had to sit by all these God knows how many numbers of women having abortions, held my hand. Well, afterwards, I had to walk really straight to the car and act as though nothing had happened. The doctor left me with Tom, who was frightened that something had happened to me, but really basically concerned with himself. When we got back to the hotel, he went to sleep immediately with this terrible headache. The next day, Tom drove me back to nursing school. Then maybe a year or so later, we decided to get married, sort of an on-the-spur of the moment. On the morning we were supposed to do it, I just didn't bother to get up. We were staying at my family's house, and Tom slept in another room, of course. So he finally came up to see what I was doing at 10 o'clock in the morning, still in bed. He said, I had a feeling you don't really want to get married. And I said, you're right. Although it was terribly hard for me to say that. Years later, when I met him again, I saw he really was a kind of sleazy salesman type. I made the right decision. Within a year after that, I slept with somebody and found I was pregnant. I was living in New York in a really grubby apartment in a terribly grubby building. My self-esteem hadn't risen any by then. I was doing private duty nursing. I had gotten my LPN. I was living alone. I had no steady boyfriend. I called a friend of mine to ask if she knew anyone. I knew she'd had a baby. She'd gotten pregnant and had the baby. She'd gone to one of these homes. And I asked her if she knew anything about abortions, and she didn't. I didn't really know how to find an abortionist. I couldn't see myself going into pharmacies and doing that code trip that Tom had done. She said to me, look, it's no big deal. You just go along and wear a girdle and a really tight girdle and loose sweaters and things until you can't cover it up anymore, and then you just go off to a home. She said, it's not particularly nice, but it's not terrible either. You just stay there for 3 months. So I figured that would be my plan. And I kept on doing private duty nursing. I always worked at night so that I wasn't terribly visible. I wore huge, loose sweaters and a very tight latex girdle. It never occurred to me what I'd be doing to the baby, and I was totally unaware of anatomy, even after this training that I'd now been through, and somewhere about, I think, my 5th month, I began to get incredible cramps, and they'd be so bad that they'd make me very lightheaded. I would have to sit down immediately, wherever I was, and put my head down. I used to go into stores and just say, I need somewhere to sit down. I didn't look pregnant, so they wouldn't know that. They'd just think, God, this woman is going to pass out. And I'd sit down, completely alone in this. I guess I was just used to being alone, being lonely and alone and unsupported. I got scared because of these cramps. I decided I needed a doctor, and I did then the first assertive thing I had done in my whole life. I looked up in the yellow pages, unwed mothers. I called some agency in the city. I admitted to the woman who answered that I was an unmarried mother, figuring she would say, you scum and all kinds of stuff, but she didn't. She referred me to another agency that gave you doctors' names depending on what your ailment is. I called and I got a woman on the phone and I said I would like an obstetrician. And she said, all right, where do you live? I'll give you one that's easy for you to get to. I said, well, I'm not married and would just like somebody who's really nice. It makes me want to cry even when I tell this. I fully expected her to say, oh, how disgusting, or something, and to my total astonishment, she said, good for you for being so honest. I really respect you. I have a woman doctor and I think she'd be very nice. This was the first time in my life that I exposed myself purposefully and somebody stepped forward and met me. Anyway, I went to this woman doctor. She said I was fine, and she then sat me down in her office, and I told her I wasn't married. Part of me was saying, listen, F you, world. I'm going to step right out there, and I'm going to pretend I'm pregnant. This is me right now, pregnant me. And she said, well, do you want to keep this baby? And I said, no. And I don't know how she introduced it, but she said, I have a couple who are looking to adopt a baby. Would you be willing to make an arrangement with them? They will pay for you to go wherever you want to go for your last months. They'll pay all your medical expenses, and they will pay for me in return for taking the baby. She explained to me that it was not illegal, and that it was not illegal, and she explained what I would have to do in terms of going to their lawyer and signing something before finishing the pregnancy. I would then have 3 months to change my mind afterwards, and at that time I would be expected to go back and sign the baby over for good. And I said yes. I must say that the lawyer treated me like shit, but God, people were so out of it in those days. That was the mid-50s, you know. The doctor never alluded in any way to my emotional state, ever. And in fact, at one point in the pregnancy, she had it all worked out. She said, I want you to come exactly at 5 after 10 o'clock. So I would be in the back and they would be in the waiting room. She called them into her office and we all shook hands, and I was supposed to have some sort of proof that they actually had a home. They showed me some pictures of the house they were building. The woman couldn't have babies. She was sweet. He was very kind. And I said at the end of the interview, I'm really glad that you're going to have my baby. At any rate, I started going out with the man I eventually married around that time and sleeping with him. And somewhere along the line, he said, I noticed you haven't had a period. Have you gotten pregnant? And I said, yes, but it's not yours. I was pregnant before I met you. And he was devastated by that. He was a very sweet, very responsible man, and I felt like a real heel. He did feel very sorry for me, but somehow I'd been taken advantage of. He offered to come live with me. I moved into a residential hotel on the west side to spend the last months of my pregnancy. I got a room with a little balcony. It was due at the beginning of July, but I was 3 weeks late. The wild thing was that we never, ever discussed the pregnancy. We'd look at the baby moving, but we never discussed it. Somewhere, when I was going into that overdue period, the lawyer called me up in my hotel room and said, when are you going to have this baby anyway? And I said, I don't know. And he said, well, you know, they can't just keep on paying these bills forever. At the time, I felt pretty lucky. I had this guy staying with me. I was in a nice hotel. I went out, you know, and bought groceries and cooked for us, and I, at last, was making my little nest in a very strange and sad way. I started with those tiny contradictions, which are tiny things, nowhere near coming up to what I felt with the abortion. And I thought, oh, I can handle this. It was about 11 in the evening, and we took a taxi to the hospital. Now, he was really also very spaced out, because he left me at the door, and when I got upstairs, the doctor said, is your friend going to join you? And I said, no, he's gone home. And it just didn't occur to him to say that he would come in with me. And I actually married this guy and never, ever talked to him about that pregnancy, ever. It was a tiny little private hospital. There was one nurse who sat at the desk doing records. It got uncomfortable, and I got scared. It began to hurt, and I began to grind my teeth as a way to, like the Lord's prayers had been. And she turned around. It was the only time I remember this nurse speaking to me. And she said, don't do that. That drives me crazy. I was laying flat on my back with this bed with side rails, and I felt very lonely, and again, as with the first pregnancy, thought about my mother. But there's no way I could have ever called her. My mother was also so naive and so innocent at the time, I didn't think she could handle it. She would not have known how to support me. She would have gone to my father, who would have treated me like scum, which I already felt like. I had sort of little flashes. Then I realized that I was having a baby and nobody knew about it. That was terribly lonely. I had told my parents that I was on this private duty case in the country with some woman and that I was really busy and that's why they weren't hearing from me. This was all very sad, that you couldn't go to your own parents about something. And my mother never did know. And my kids don't know that I had this baby. The doctor came in and she leaned on the side rails and she said, "How are you doing?" And I said, and this is with an enormous effort because I did not believe that I deserved anything, I said, "I wish you'd stay with me." I think I took her hand and she put my hand in the bed, patted it and said, "Oh, you're going to be fine. We're all right down the hall if you need anything." And the point is, of course, that nobody thought about emotional support. And I don't know that people thought about that anyway in those days. If I needed anything, what did that mean? If I started hemorrhaging or something weird? I still had my eyes shut. I was still under the anesthesia, almost at the point where I wasn't able to open them yet. And somebody said to me, "It's all over." And I didn't believe it. They put my hand on my stomach and I was flat. And my first reaction was, thank God I didn't have to go through that anymore. I yield to my fellow Missourians.
Hello, my name is Trudy Friswold, and I live in the Central West End in St. Louis, Missouri. This is a very personal matter to me, the fact that a woman would have to wait 3 days to get an abortion. And it's very personal because not only am I a woman, but I am a nurse. And I remember what it was like before Roe v. Wade, when women could get abortions legally. As a student nurse, I saw women come into Metropolitan Hospital, which is in what we used to call South Harlem, Manhattan, in New York City. I was 18 years old, and I was shocked to see women dying because they had attempted to abort themselves with any sharp object they could find. These were poor women. Many of them didn't even speak English. And it was almost impossible for me to console them in any way because we didn't understand each other. But I watched some of them die. I watched others who hemorrhaged to death, died from infection, or from a ruptured uterus. Some of them were fortunate enough just to have to have their uterus removed. But it was an extremely painful thing to watch. And it was terrible to think that as a nurse with medical training, there wasn't much I could do for these women. Years later, I discovered that I had an aunt who had had an abortion. Of course, she was not a wealthy woman, but she was not a poor woman, and she spoke English. And my family had a doctor who was able to refer her to a doctor who safely did abortions. And abortions are safe when done in an early period. That's the important thing to remember. This is a decision to have an abortion that must be made between a doctor and a patient, and it is confidential. And once the woman makes that decision, I believe she needs to be helped to have the procedure safely. My biggest fear is that we are going to go back to the days when women had to abort themselves. Poor women had to abort themselves with whatever means they had. We cannot do that. We must. I'm asking Governor Nixon, please, to veto this bill so that women can have safe abortions within a reasonable length of time. Just consider the financial concern alone of people who live from paycheck to paycheck, who may have to come to St. Louis, no matter where they live in the state of Missouri, who have to leave jobs and families behind and pay for hotel rooms, pay for child care, just to get a procedure that should be their right. And it really makes me angry, obviously, and it concerns me. So I want Governor Nixon, please, to pay attention to all the women in Missouri. And it's our decision. It's not a man's decision to make. I don't determine who gets the vasectomy. Therefore, nobody should determine what my health care priorities are and what procedures I would like to have. Now, there was a very famous woman, Margaret Sanger, I'm proud to say a nurse, and she wrote a book in 1928. It was first published, and it's called Motherhood in Bondage, and it describes what poor women go through. And these selections were taken from thousands of letters written to her because she was a pioneer in her family, in her field, from women seeking the means to control their own childbearing. And these were voices, desperate appeals for deliverance from the bondage of enforced maternity, acting on a radical notion that every woman should have the right to control her own reproductive destiny. Sanger was jailed in 1916 when she opened the nation's first birth control clinic, which became the foundation of Planned Parenthood, Federation of America. And I recommend that you read it. I have never read it. I have read pieces of it, but I would like to read some of it to you today. The letters are listed very simply in order of the way she received them. So this is number 26. I have had 7 children, losing the first with convulsions, having 7 convulsions in 2 days, leaving me blind for 24 hours. Each time I have kidney trouble, which puts me on a diet for about 2 months with nothing but milk. Pretty primitive treatment. I have 5 children living now, and 3 years ago I lost the 7th baby. I can't live through again such trials as I have gone through. My first baby was born dead. After the convulsions and very nearly dying, 2 physicians in our town tried to sew me back up, but the stitches didn't hold, and in 14 months my second one arrived, a big fine boy weighing 12 pounds, and then I was torn worse than ever. I was sewed up again, but didn't hold this time, and on the 12th day inflammation set in. It was all the doctor could do to pull me through that time, but I couldn't enjoy my big fine baby. I couldn't do anything until he was a year old, and then I found myself pregnant again. Well, I was so miserable I went to the doctor and told him about it. So he said I was in no condition to become pregnant again. He opened my womb 3 times, but it didn't do any good. So I thought, well, it's God's will, and I'm not going to worry one bit this time. So I came through all right and have 2 fine boys. One is 4 and the other 2. But I was lacerated so badly this time and in such a condition, I'm nothing but a nervous wreck. We are poor people. We can't clothe and feed these children as we should, and I love them so much. I don't want to become pregnant anymore, so I can get well and strong and help my husband make a living. I had a nervous breakdown this last summer and lost my mind for a few days, and I had high blood pressure also. And I don't believe I can go through with childbirth again. Well, you know what happened in those days? When the wife died, you just got another one. So nobody cared. Here's number 27. I'm a young woman, only 22 years of age, and am ruined for life. I was married only a little over 2 years ago, and I had 2 children, boys. The first weighing 10 pounds at birth, the second one 11. I was very sick by the time the first baby came, and lay hours and hours in pain and agony before my baby finally was born with the doctor's help. Had to be chloroformed several times, and then torn so bad that I had to have several stitches, being unfortunate enough to have it all torn open again after the stitches were taken out. This baby left me in bad shape, my womb all out of place. I was not supposed to become pregnant anymore, but I had another 11-pound boy in but a short time. This time my case was worse than ever, putting me in such a condition that I had a doctor 3 months straight, going to see the doctor once a week. The doctor says I cannot get well without a serious operation and should not under any circumstances become pregnant again. And how am I without help? For I know no way. This letter comes from a woman who said, I have 3 lovely boys, the youngest 3 months old, the oldest will be 6 years old soon. I have had 1 miscarriage brought on by no fault of mine, but through poor health. I have never taken any pills to bring me around, for I love children. If I had only the strength and help necessary to take proper care of them, or my husband could afford hired help. You see, there again, it's a poor family. I am only 31 years old, but practically an invalid. I've had a displacement of the uterus for 7 years, so my doctor tells me. He tells me this must be my last baby, that I so nearly died of chloroform when he was born, and my nerves were completely shocked. I had to have an operation on my head to remove a tumor from the brain, which proved successful when I was about 2 months pregnant and nearly lost my eyesight. My nerves since are bad, but I wonder whether I ever will be better. When the baby was 7 weeks old, I had to be taken to the doctor's office to take uterine treatments to relieve some of the pain in my back. And after the treatment, I got up and dropped to the floor. And I wasn't just fainting, for when they brought me out, I couldn't move my arms and legs or talk. I was just paralyzed. I had 3 attacks until it began to affect my heart. I was given stimulants and finally carried into the car and taken home to bed. I've had to wean my baby, for I hadn't strength enough to nurse him. The doctor tells me I must not get tired, and I know what he means. And I do want to live and enjoy my boys, but oh, I'm so afraid of becoming pregnant. What shall I do? I love my husband, and we enjoy sexual union. If only we knew of some good, reliable contraceptives. I can't run the risk of having another baby for years, if ever, on account of my nerves. The doctor says I must live a very quiet life, lying on the couch most of the time. I am not diseased in any way, nor my husband or my children are perfect children. But I am so run down from childbirth and operations that it will be a long time, with the best of care, to get on my feet again. I never was sick before I was married, but since I have been married, all I have done is pay doctor bills. I was married only 6 months when I had a miscarriage, then the very next month was pregnant again, and 8 months after the birth was pregnant again. The only way I can carry my babies through full term is to keep off my feet for weeks at a time, and this last time I was in bed or on the couch half the way. I want to live for my children's sake, for no one can take care of them like their mother if she has good health. So this was before we even had any kind of contraceptive. Women then were fighting just for that, just for family planning. We have that now. But we also have a method to prevent delivery. And Planned Parenthood is there to help mothers, to help them if they want to become mothers. We'll help you with that. If you want to terminate a pregnancy, we'll help you with that. But we have to have the right to make those choices. Every woman has a right to make a choice about her life and how she lives it. These women had no choice at all. But we have had this choice for years, and we can't give it up. This woman says, I hope you will read this and take pity on a poor suffering woman. I hate to bother you, but I am desperate. I have suffered so much. I have been married 15 years and have 6 living children. All have been taken with instruments. I have suffered months before their births, and the doctors work over me for hours before he can take them. I've been torn with every one, and the babies all have had cuts over their heads and heads out of shape. The last one had to have its head operated on when it was 1 month old to let bruised blood out. For a couple of months before their birth, my feet and limbs are so swollen I can hardly walk. The doctor told me that when my second baby was born, that no matter how many I had, all would have to be taken, and I would suffer enough for 100 women. When the last one was born, he worked over me 8 hours and had to have another doctor help him. I was cut and torn, so they had to send me to the hospital for an operation. After the baby was a few months old, they said at the hospital I had lacerations, falling and torn womb, and was there for 3 weeks, but have never felt well since. I go back often for treatment. I begged them to fix me so that I would never have to go through childbirth again. The doctor that operated said I was too young and that I would have to settle that in my own home. Just the thought of taking the chance of becoming pregnant again sets me crazy. I love my husband and my babies and don't want to break up the home. If I could just keep from becoming pregnant, I might regain my strength. It's another one. I am 29 years old and have been married 12 years. I have 6 children. I have 4 living children. My oldest child is 11 and my baby is 16 months old. I have broken veins from my waist down, and they draw sometimes until they stand out like whipcord, and I simply can't stand on my feet. I have ovarian trouble, and while pregnant with my last baby, I was ruptured at the navel. My baby weighed 12 pounds, and I was lacerated. The doctor repaired that, but I began doing my work when my baby was 2 weeks old, and the laceration tore out again. I lived on medicine during the whole 9 months. Our physician said I ought not to become pregnant again, as my life would be endangered. But when my husband asked for a contraceptive, he said there was none. If I did not have the hope that I might someday find something that would keep me from having any more children, I know I should go crazy. I have a baby every other year, and it is more than I can stand. At 29, my hair is turning gray, and I feel like I am 50 years old. I can't stand anyone to hardly speak or look at me when I am pregnant, and noise nearly drives me insane. I do so want to give my little 2 boys and 2 little girls the care and attention they need, but I am not able to hire a nurse for them, so I have to care for them myself. So women always find a way, even though they're suffering, we always find a way. This one is from a woman who says, "Before I read your book, I did not care if I lived or died, for dying surely would have taken me out of my misery. But now I am only hoping that you will help me, for help is what I surely need. To begin, just a year and a half ago, I gave birth to a 12-pound baby girl. I was in pain and agony for 24 hours. My doctor had to get another doctor because he said he could not handle the case alone. At the end of 24 hours agony, they took her from me with instruments, tore me all apart, and put 14 stitches in me. I nearly lost my mind when I only think of the pain, but they could not give me ether, as I have a bad heart. On the 16th day, I just started to develop a milk leg. Oh, the pain and suffering I went through, and burning up the fever was terrible. For about 7 or 8 days. After that, the leg was about 3 times its natural size. I lay there for 6 weeks, worried, near out of my mind, with bills to pay and no money coming in. My husband at the time had been out of work about 8 months. Just at the end of 6 weeks, it went to the other leg, and I had more suffering and hell to go through. I nearly lost my mind then. It was about 3 months or more before I could put my feet out of bed. Then I had to have elastic stockings on both legs and my toes, from my toes all the way up, and an elastic girdle and crutches. I was on crutches for weeks and weeks before I could get around. All this time, my husband had to take care of the baby and me. The doctor said he hopes as long as he lives, he does not have another case like mine, for it was the worst he'd ever witnessed. All he told me was to douche. The city nurse told me the same thing when I asked her what I should do, after she had told me not to get that way again for 5 years if I wanted to be cured. Well, just as I began to walk around a little better, I got that way again, and oh God, have mercy on me. I am to give birth to another baby in 3 months. I am near crazy now, even with this elastic stockings on. My legs swell twice their size and are so painful I can hardly walk on them. If it wasn't for this dear little baby of mine, I would have ended all this living hell for myself long ago. But how can I leave my baby alone? I dearly love children and would have welcomed this one 5 or 6 years from now, as by then I would have been able to stand better. I'm so cranky and miserable. It is a wonder my husband does not leave me, as everything gets on my nerves and I can hardly do my work. I am only 22 years old, but look 32 and feel about 50, as every bone hurts me when I move my body. Now all I have looked forward to, if you cannot help me or send me to someone who can, is a baby every year that I cannot take care of until the good Lord takes me out of my misery. Here's another one. I have 7 children, 6 living. I am on the road again, and oh, I would rather see and know I was going to die than have to go through the awful suffering I have done. I have 1 child that had to be taken and another that needles and instruments had to be used, and every one I have, they all thought it was going to die. I have had childbed fever twice, 30 days one time and 2 weeks next time. I am almost helpless from the time I get that way. such awful pains in my sides. And my last child, I was helped to move even my feet and was almost paralyzed. And my baby has been sick all his life. I have cared for him enough to have raised 4 children, and I keep away from my men all I can. But the abuse and mistreatment is awful and almost separation. Now, dear, will you just please send me the true secret that I may be free when this one is born? Please do not disappoint me. God knows I had rather see my grave than to have another child. The suffering I go through, no one knows but me. Letter number 36. I come from a family of fine, healthy people. I am proud of their health and moral records. But we women in our family are cursed with deafness, which seems to be connected with the nerves of the female organs and is called by childbirth. I have one sister who cannot get a battery strong enough to penetrate her hearing with instruments. She has 3 children. Another sister, now deceased, was deaf all her life. She had a large family. We trace it back to my beautiful mother, who died young, only 37, and left 10 children. She was so deaf when she died of childbirth, when I was born, that they had to write to her on a slate. The pity of it, a woman having to go on bearing and trying to rear children in that condition and leaving us such an inheritance. I am a professional woman. My ears are failing me. It's only a matter of a few years when I must give up. I'm taking a course in lip reading now. This is the reason for my writing. My daughter is beautiful and healthy, as were all of us girls, and has good ears. And there's no reason why she and her lover should not be happily married. They may even have 1 or 2 children, but an unlimited number would repeat the curse of our women, and to have to curb and fear and half enjoy the sex relation my husband and I have had to do would be a sorrow. Number 37. I have 7 children and am 1 month away again and would like for you to tell me what to do. It makes me not have any right mind, and I would rather die than have to have this one. It makes me awfully sick all the way through, and I can't do anything, and I would like for you to advise me what to do. I am only 39 years old and been to the asylum once on account of childbirth and never been right since. If you can help me, I will be blessed. God knows I know what a woman has to go through with. And if you can send me something to take, I will be a blessed person. The doctor won't help me at all, and I am a poor person and don't own the roof I live under and move around from post to pillow. And my last baby is 11 months old. This is number 38. I was married 9 years ago and was 17 years and 5 months old at that time. My first baby, a boy, came 11 months later. A girl was born 3 years later. In 19 months came another boy, and it was my first unwelcome child. It died when it was 2 months old. I never knew the cause, as I had done nothing to cause it. Then my health failed. The night I miscarried was an awful one, and the good people who tried to care for me didn't think I could live, and the doctor who was with me for 12 hours said Providence alone saved me. I wasted until I looked more dead than alive for weeks, and that night I fainted probably 15 times, and each time they thought I would surely go. I lived, but seemed to have something awfully wrong with my heart. I don't know, but maybe you do. My heart just jumped and pounded until thought I would go crazy. Had blind disease. Seeing the main trouble was in my head. And here is the worst. I became pregnant again in 3 months. God only knows what I endured. I was unable to do anything for the awful pounding in my whole body, and I thought surely I would lose my mind. And nerves were awful. I could only lie on my bed and wish to die, but I'm still here. The last baby is 15 months old. Now comes the most sorrowful part. I'm pregnant again over 2 months. I shall strive to do my best, as I've always done, but I must learn something to prevent this happening again, and I now appeal to you. Number 39. I'm a mother of 3 children. The first was 15 months apart. I could not nurse them on account of inverted nipples, so that set of complications, and after the second child, I had failing of the womb, and after I could do my week's washing and ironing, I had to lay in bed. with my feet up on the foot of the bed the rest of the week. Then I became pregnant again, and everything was getting fine until the baby came. Then I could not nurse this one either, and of course, more complications came up. After he was 6 weeks old, I started to have my menses, and 2 days before they came, I had some kind of a spell. All my blood went to my head, I was dizzy and fainted. Then sick in my stomach and was so weak for 2 days, I was unable to raise my head off the pillow. The baby is now 4 months old, and at every period I have that spell, not so bad now, but oh, so tedious to go through. And at these times I nearly have a hemorrhage. I suppose it is, as the doctor said, that I had to do this, as the blood was not being used for the feeding of the infant. And now if I up and have another one and can nurse it, what in this world will happen to it? And would I ever live over it? It seems as if my nerves are just a ragged end. I can't go anywhere hardly for fear of those dizzy and fainting spells. I sometimes wonder if I'll ever be strong and healthy again. When I make my husband tend to his business, he thinks he is just killed off, that he knows good and well that if we have a dozen, I can never nurse them at my breast, and it sure is awful to have a family of runty children. The second child had meningitis. I know the direct cause was bottle feeding and improper care and nourishment. Letter number 40. I married when I was 19 years old, a good man, and we both have suffered in more than anyone can tell. I was married 11 years and am the mother of 2 living children, both girls, and 2 dead. I have made 9 trips to the operating table for abortions. I am only 30 years old. My hair is streaked with gray. I have had to have all my teeth out except just a few front, and my nerves are wrecked. My first baby was born when we were married 14 months. She weighed only 5 pounds. She was a little weakly colored, coffee-colored baby. I was sick, vomiting, could eat nothing, all the 9 months that she came. When I got pregnant, I weighed 137 pounds. After her birth, I weighed only 90 pounds. The doctor said her head rested on a nerve. When she was only 3 months old, I found I was pregnant for another baby. I had to wean my baby and put her on the bottle, and we could find no milk that would agree with her. When she was 8 months old, tuberculosis started in her right lung. She was 5 years old when her lungs got well, and it took all our money and all my husband could make to pay for her treatment. She was more than well of the tuberculosis when she got typhoid fever. Then came whooping cough, then the measles. Now she's 9 years old, and her mental growth is only of a child of 5. This is her best term in the 1st grade of school. I had an awful time when she was born. The afterbirth started first, and she came feet first. I was badly torn and never sewed up, and I was blind for 4 days. It was not dark, it was a white blindness, just a white foamy mist which I could not see through. When my first baby was 1 year old, my second baby was born, a girl, and she weighed 15 pounds. She seemed normal. She was born with 3 legs and 3 arms. The doctor gave me ether when she came, but for a week after I had the same white blindness. When she was 4 months old, I found I was to have another baby. I weighed only 88 pounds, and it was all I could do to take care of my 2 babies, and we were too poor to hire any help for me. I was 7 months for my 3rd baby when I got awfully sick, high fever. They took me to the hospital, and the afterbirth had grown fast all to the womb, and the baby had died there. I asked the doctor what to do to avoid pregnancy, but I got no satisfaction. In 10 months, I was in the hospital again for another operation. I was all grown fast and had to be cut out. Then the doctor wanted to take everything out. He said he could operate and take out the ovaries, room and all. But the law would not allow him to tell me anything to prevent pregnancy. I would never have such an operation. And in a short time, I was to have another baby. We were having a time to raise the first 2. I didn't want any more babies, but I carried this one the 9 months. It was a boy. I had to go to the hospital for an operation, as before. One doctor gave me something to use, but it was no good, and he would not tell me of anything else. I don't think he knew of anything else. Every baby grows fast and dies there in about the 7th or 8th month. I have to go to the hospital and have it cut out, and nearly bleed to death each time. Just 15 months ago, I was in the hospital for an operation. They told me I have a tumor on the right ovary, and if I get pregnant again, I will die. And they sent me home saying, now don't get this way again. Yet the doctor will tell me nothing to prevent it. After this last operation 15 months ago, I lost my reason. It seemed as though the whole world was wrong sides up, nothing was right, and I went to a hospital for the insane. I was there 7 months before things got right again. My mother took care of my oldest girl and put the other girl in the home while I was away. I went under another name so no one would know I was in the asylum. My husband told our friends I was away on a visit. When I came home, we had no money or anything, and it was 1 year back with our rent. We got our girl out of the home, and my mother sent us money to come to her place. We took our clothes but had to leave all our furniture, as the landlord had an attachment on it for the rent. We've been here all summer. We now are able to save up a little money, but although my husband and I live in the same house, we just have to keep away from each other. And this cannot continue. We don't know what to do. There's an ill-famed house a few streets from us. It is run by 2 women. Last Saturday evening, my husband said he was going to the next town. That evening, I took my daughters and went for a walk. I saw my husband and another man go in this house. I've never let my husband know I saw him go there, but I feel heartbroken over it. This chapter is called The Sins of the Fathers. We haven't heard much about the fathers. This is number 1. I want to ask you for help. I am the mother of 6 living children, 1 dead. My oldest is 10 years old and my baby won't. My health is bad. I don't want to bring another baby into this world. The doctor says I need a rest. I have to take medicine before they were born. For 6 months I have kidney disease. I had convulsions when one was born. I have asthma so bad I can't lie and get my breath before my baby is born. We are farmers and we are poor. We have to work for our living. I have to do all my housework and help in the field. I don't want to have any more because I want to send these to school, and we can't do it if we have any more. Living is so high now, I am having to diet myself. I have high blood pressure, and I don't feel I can go through childbirth anymore. I'd like to live to raise and care for my children that I have. That's the thing you have to consider, that mothers have to think about the other children that they have. We don't just think about the ones that we're going to have. We very often have to consider what we do have and what we can afford. We need to be able to make decisions about this. This is the second letter. A very serious misfortune befell me following the birth of my 8th child, and I wish to state I have 2 dead. Now I have a 9th child, and my difficulties are greatly increased. When my 8th left the house to go to a neighbor about a mile away. We had an old bachelor neighbor living across the road from us. He had become extremely queer. Something had happened at his place, and he blamed my boys for it. The truth was, my boys were not on his place at all, but anyhow, he started to attack myself and the children with an axe. I grabbed my tiny 3-day-old boy and terror-stricken, I fled in my thin nightgown, barefoot, weak and trembling with my little family, to a neighbor who lived an 1/8 of a mile away. We escaped from him, and after he was sent to the insane asylum, to make matters worse, it was raining, and I waded in the mud ankle deep. March, a cold, wet rain. That night, about midnight, I had a stroke, paralyzed my whole right side. I was not able to get out of it for 5 long weeks. Since then, another was born, and my husband was heartbroken because his life hung by a thread. All I can do with my housework now is to sew. I sit in a chair the greater share of my time and helpless, like I have to nurse and care for 2 babies. Before I had that stroke, I was one of the strongest and most able-bodied women in this country.
Hello, Missouri.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Daphne Slade, and I was born and raised in St. Louis. I am one of many women in the United States who is a survivor of rape. It was the worst feeling I have ever felt. I felt ashamed, upset, frustrated, miserable, and a million other emotions. I was scared to tell anybody what happened and refused to tell my parents until I finally broke down to my teacher a day later, who urged me to see the nurse and call my parents. My father rushed me to the ER, where I had to go through the most violating experience, the rape kit. I felt extremely ashamed and empty. I was then given the morning after pill in case of an unwanted pregnancy. I couldn't imagine if I hadn't told anybody and would have been pregnant. And if I was, I would not have hesitated to get an abortion. To think, if I went to the only abortion clinic in St. Louis, Missouri, and had to wait an extra 72 hours to contemplate if I wanted to have an abortion or not, that would be a personal hell to have to wait 3 more days to make a decision that I already know I'm going to make. To make anybody have to wait 72 hours is wrong, but especially for survivors. Missouri's representatives are not protecting survivors of rape and incest, and they clearly don't care because the amendment that would allow survivors not to wait 72 hours was not passed. They won't stand up for women's health. Governor Nixon, will you? I'm here because I want Governor Nixon to veto this bill, and now I'm going to filibuster. While the issue of whether or not a fetus was a personal, relatively clear-cut from a legal standpoint, it was far less so elsewhere, especially among philosophers and ethicists. On the one hand, Coffey and Weddington worried that the state would raise non-legal and perhaps emotionally explosive issues of fetal rights. On the other hand, if they themselves stayed with purely legal arguments and did not acknowledge the emotional element, they might also lose the support of some women. Any woman who has ever been pregnant, even unwillingly, can attest to the fact that her feelings for the unborn fetus in her womb are far more complicated than any law can possibly allow for. Many people who fully supported a woman's right to abortion were not so clear about whether the fetus had no rights at any stage of pregnancy. Weddington and Coffey were all too aware of the shades of gray that colored the abortion issue generally and the issue of fetal rights specifically. They knew that they would have to walk a tightrope while balancing the unemotional stance of the law and the emotional views of most persons. Because of this, they decided to approach any discussion of fetal rights cautiously, using only the broadest possible terms in order to give as many people as possible room to support a woman's right to abortion. In part, this decision was made out of respect for each individual woman's right to decide when an abortion was appropriate for her. In part, it was done out of political savvy. The two lawyers even agreed that, if pushed, they would acknowledge that some limits would be placed on the abortion right. At this early stage of preparing the case, neither woman was thinking in terms of total reform anyway. The idea that the state, or for that matter, physicians, would have nothing to say about the regulation of abortion was still unimaginable to Coffey and Weddington and most other reformers working on liberalization. Everyone seemed to agree that even if a woman's right to abortion could be established, it would still be a limited right. One of the government could and would regulate, if only in the women's best interests. The government, for example, could require that abortions be done only in a hospital or before a certain stage of pregnancy in order to protect a woman's health. As they got deeper into the abortion issue, Coffey and Weddington would each come to believe that the woman's right was unequivocal and should not be infringed upon by anyone. But they knew that this was too radical a view to present in court or anywhere else publicly for that matter. Only one other issue remained to be discussed: the discrimination women suffer because of our restrictive abortion laws. Weddington felt strongly that she wanted to stress this. Imbued with a deep sense of social justice, she was acutely aware of how unmarried pregnant women were treated in our society. The fact that they were forced to drop out of high school or to attend alternate schools, that they could not participate in school activities. Many colleges and universities would not admit unmarried pregnant women. Employers discriminated against them in their hiring practices, and of course, many of these prejudices applied to marriage pregnant women. Weddington felt strongly that unless women could control when they bore children, they could not fully control their own lives, and she wanted to emphasize this as she prepared Norma McCorvey's case. Coffey readily agreed that these were important issues. The two women worked well together, despite the considerable differences in their personalities. Weddington, although not a particularly outgoing person, looked like an extrovert next to Coffey. She also wanted more outside support for their decisions and approached several of her former law professors at the University of Texas, as well as New York reformers as Harriet Tubman and Cyril Means. Coffey, perhaps because of her greater legal experience, felt less need to rely on outsiders and was more wary of doing so. Although Weddington was not naturally given to dealing with abstractions, the two women soon decided that she would research the merits of the case, while Coffey tackled the procedural legal issues such as standing and mootness, with which she was familiar. If Coffey minded or even realized that Weddington was taking over the more glamorous aspect of preparing the case, she never acknowledged it even to herself. Coffey soon determined that the case properly belonged before a three-judge court. These special courts, composed of 3 judges from one federal appellate circuit, had been established by the Three-Judge Court Act of 1910 in response to the accelerated economic expansion throughout the United States since the end of the 19th century. 3-judge courts were also an attempt to resolve a struggle between the federal government and the states who would regulate the burgeoning interstate commerce, or to be more specific, an attempt to thwart the federal judges' powers to interfere with the states. The thinking was that 3 judges would act with greater caution than one, and would thus serve as a check on one another's powers. In 1937, another 3-judge court act, as laden with political overtones as the first, required 3-judge courts to hear all cases involving challenges to the constitutionality of state laws. A companion law made them responsible for hearing challenges to federal laws. Although these laws were ostensibly part of President Franklin D. Roosevelt's concerted efforts to reform the courts, in reality they were a response to fears that federal district judges acting alone would strike down his New Deal legislation. From the beginning, 3-judge courts were an anachronism in the legal system. Shortly after they were established, other laws were passed that eliminated the problem of a single federal judge usurping the state's powers. But the 3-judge courts continued to exist, even though they were rarely used until the 1960s. That was when civil rights lawyers discovered that they provided a unique forum for striking down discriminatory state and federal laws. At a time when the Supreme Court was proving to be especially sympathetic to civil rights suits, the 3-judge courts provided direct access to the top court in the land by allowing, in certain instances, specific parties to lawsuits to bypass the federal appellate court. Between 1955 and 1959, the average number of cases heard annually by 3-judge courts numbered appellate to 49. From 1960 to 1964, as the civil rights movement gathered strength, the average annual caseload expanded to 95. In 1970, at the height of the civil rights movement, 3-judge courts heard 162 cases on civil rights alone. In 1973, the year of the Roe v. Wade decision, 183 civil rights cases were argued in front of 3-judge panels. The direct route of appeal to the Supreme Court was not the only reason Coffey and Weddington were happy that their case would be heard by a 3-judge court. Once a 3-judge court was convened, the judges were obligated to hear the case as soon as possible, even if doing so meant an interruption in their normal schedule. Because the judges had to suspend their regular work, they liked to dispense with the case as quickly and efficiently as possible. They were eager to avoid evidentiary trials and preferred to try cases on the law whenever possible. Short briefs were encouraged. Not everyone in the reform movement was happy with the haste that typically surrounded a 3-judge court. In Georgia and New York, where abortion cases were then being tried before 3-judge courts, lawyers were fighting a losing battle to force the courts to hear evidence they believed would strengthen their cases. The courts, less than enthusiastic about the political overtones of some of the evidence, the positions taken from women who had undergone illegal abortions, for example, were declining to hear it. But the idea of being able to move quickly through the system up to the Supreme Court, if it came to that, held greater appeal to Coffey and Weddington with each passing week. The Balos and Bucci cases, with their widespread publicity, had created a sense of each successive decision, and anticipation was building for a Supreme Court decision that would settle the issue. Coffey and Weddington were beginning to feel as if they were in a horse race, and having the right to go into a 3-judge court seemed a little bit like winning the pole position. They were also not unhappy with their cases that fell under the jurisdiction of the progressive Fifth Circuit, a bench that had proven particularly receptive to civil rights cases. Legal experts would later laud the justices of the Fifth Circuit as the real heroes of the civil rights movement, noting that it was they who had assumed responsibility for the day-to-day enforcement of the decisions handed down by the Supreme Court. One small point still bothered Coffee. Now that she had Norma McCorvey, who was pregnant, did she still need John and Mary Jo, the young couple who had volunteered themselves as plaintiffs a few months earlier? Weddington thought the Doe's case was weak because Mary Jo was not pregnant, but Coffee wanted to keep them and filed two separate suits, one with McCorvey and another one with the Does. The two cases would eventually be combined, she realized, but she felt then that filing two separate suits would improve her odds of drawing liberal or at least sympathetic judges. The judge in those whose court a case was filed was, as a rule, appointed to the three-judge panel. To the extent that she could manage it, Coffee also wanted a well-rounded case. Ideally, she would have liked to have a physician on the case, but none had come forth to offer his services, and she had not pursued this. But at least her plaintiffs would include a pregnant single woman who, by herself, might be more easily discriminated against, and a married couple who was established and respected in the community. Many jurists thought that only a physician could sue to liberalize the abortion laws, since they and illegal abortionists were the only ones who could be punished under the law. The woman who attempted to obtain an abortion was, in all but a few states, immune from prosecution. If she could not be prosecuted, she could not be injured, at least legally, by the law. Since one has to suffer a direct injury under the law in order to sue, lawyers had for years backed off from abortion cases involving pregnant women plaintiffs because they thought such cases could not be won. Coffee and Weddington were convinced, however, that only by using a woman as a plaintiff could they establish that the laws outlawing abortion denied women their constitutional rights. They believed that they could make a case that the woman was injured by the state's abortion laws, and that, as she had no other form of relief, the court had no choice but to consider her interests. In late February 1970, Weddington and Coffee were still working on the case, almost obsessively, checking and rechecking facts and technical legal points. They might have taken even longer had Coffee not received a call from Ruth Erie, a reporter at the Dallas Times-Herald, one of the two major Dallas dailies. She had heard of their case and wanted to write about it. The fact that the press was about to break the story when they had not yet filed the case set Coffee in motion. She sat one night after work and typed out the pleadings. In one of our conversations, she would muse that she did not know why she had rushed to file the case before the reporter broke the story, rather 1 or 2 days afterward. But perhaps it was the kind of pressure she needed at that point to prod her into action. The typographical errors stood uncorrected. All legal terminology was checked and rechecked. Coffee spent every spare minute of the next few days writing the original pleadings, which listed the plaintiffs' complaints and the legal action they sought to remedy these complaints. Since Weddington did not live in Dallas and was working full-time, she could not help. On Tuesday, March 3, 1970, Coffee gathered up all the papers and carried them to the federal courthouse to file the original pleadings on the two separate suits, Roe v. Wade and Doe v. Wade. The plaintiffs asked for a declaratory judgment stating that the abortion statutes of Texas were unconstitutional and an injunction restraining Henry Wade, the chief law enforcement officer of Dallas County, from enforcing the laws. They claimed that the Texas statutes were unconstitutional on grounds that they were vague and abridged their right of privacy under the 1st, 4th, 5th, 8th, 9th, and 14th Amendments. The first reaction came, not surprisingly, from the conservative Dallas Times-Herald, which ran an editorial on Friday, March 6th, noting that the abortion laws were badly in need of intelligent overhaul. The paper still found itself opposed to the suits. We have no sympathy with the attempt of a married couple and of a single woman to get the existing abortion law declared unconstitutional by a Dallas federal court. Specifically, the paper took issue with the fact that the plaintiffs were distinguishing their identities with fictional names. The newspaper's real objections to the case, however, seemed to be that so serious a social problem was being tossed into the hands of a few judges. On March 16, 1970, District Attorney Henry Wade was officially served papers notifying him that he was being sued by plaintiffs Jane Roe and John and Mary Doe, who were seeking a court order to prevent him from prosecution of future abortion cases. If law enforcement officials could not enforce the abortion laws, then Jane Roe would be free to obtain an abortion from a licensed physician. Wade had been district attorney of Dallas County since 1950, when he had run as a young, upstart lawyer. Everyone, politicians and voters, acknowledged that he ran a tight ship. In fact, Wade's staff was unusually good for a district attorney's office. Several of Dallas's crack criminal lawyers had done a stint with the chief at one time or another. His office was considered an excellent training ground for a criminal lawyer. Wade was also famous as the prosecutor of Lee Harvey Oswald, President John F. Kennedy's assassin, and Jack Ruby, who had killed Oswald before he could come to trial. If Wade, the father of 3 daughters and 2 sons, had any personal animosity against abortion, it never showed. A Democrat, he had supported Adlai Stevenson and his wife as a professional volunteer whose primary cause was poor and homeless people. Wade was a self-made man with Calvinist roots and values. Like most Texas men of his upbringing and class, he was no admirer of feminists, but there were signs he did not dislike them, and may even have had a grudging respect for them. During juror selection for Jack Ruby's trial, another lawyer urged Wade not to accept a woman who insisted she was Miss, not Mrs. But Wade rejected the idea, saying, "Nah, she'll be just fine. Those women liberators want to be as tough as men." For several years, Wade's office, like most district attorneys' offices across the country, had investigated virtually no abortion prosecutions. District attorneys typically prosecuted an abortionist only when a complaint was filed by a police department, and that only happened when a woman showed up, usually at a large metropolitan hospital with a badly bundled abortion, and was willing to talk to the police about what had happened to her. Few women, even those who were seriously injured or maimed, were willing to press charges and risk having their plight become public knowledge. In the 1960s, most women who underwent illegal abortions were unmarried, and pregnancy for an unmarried woman carried severe social stigma for her and for the child if she chose to bear it. When a woman did press charges, the case invariably became a cause célèbre, and one such case every few years served to keep illegal abortion under control in a community. These notorious suits also served to paint an image in most people's minds of illegal abortion as a dangerous, risky procedure, a notion reformers did little to refute. When I began to look into this aspect of abortion, several pro-choice reformers suggested that illegal abortion was not as dangerous as it had been depicted during the reform movement. Admittedly, an image of tens of thousands of women being maimed or killed each year by illegal abortions was so persuasive a piece of propaganda that the movement could be forgiven for its failure to double-check the facts. The exaggeration was also a safe one. Since these were illegal activities, no records were kept, and the death of an injury rate was an impossible statistic to pin down. When a woman required medical treatment as a result of an illegal abortion, her physician often disguised the facts on her medical records so as to spare her any embarrassment. Birth control expert Linda Gordon has investigated the idea that the rate might not even have been as high as the 8,000 to 10,000 deaths that were attributed annually to illegal abortion. She concluded that abortions done after the mid-19th century were not particularly unsafe or life-threatening, largely because women had stopped being abortifacients, toxic chemicals that affected the body's entire system to terminate pregnancies. Abortifications were the most popular as well as the most dangerous method of abortion, largely because the regular physicians had successfully driven the midwives out of practice and brought pharmacists under the control, to the point where medicines were administered and sold only under the direct orders of a physician. Another factor that may have reduced the dangers of illegal abortion was suggested to me by several physicians. As abortificants fell into disguise, surgical abortions replaced them. The restrictive laws passed between 1860 and 1880 did not alleviate abortion as much as drive it underground. And if one stands by the accepted medical belief that the surgeon who does the greatest number of operations and is thus able to maintain and even hone his skills is the best qualified, then women have probably been better off in the hands of competent but illegal abortionists who did hundreds of minor surgeries every week than with the family doctor who did one abortion a year. Even the new techniques such as antithesis and mid-1800s and vacuum aspiration in the mid-1960s found their way to the offices of illegal abortionists. The failure to strictly enforce the abortion laws then was at least partly a reaction to the public's changing perception of abortion. People heard less about disastrous abortions because fewer women were subjected to them. Fewer cases were prosecuted, and people became more receptive as a result to the idea of liberalizing the abortion laws. The change in the public attitude, in turn, contributed to a growing disinterest as the part of law enforcement agencies who have never been concerned with pursuing what was essentially considered a victimless crime. Even though it was not actively enforcing the Texas abortion law, the DA's office could not be described as receptive to a challenge to it. In the 1960s, most states' law enforcement agencies, including the Dallas District Attorney's Office, looked upon the numerous civil rights challenges that began coming their way as frivolous. They resented the time they took up. Nonetheless, given the times, Wade's office had been expecting some kind of attack on the laws that discriminated against women. They thought perhaps women would strike out against protectionist labor laws. No one thought the abortion law would be challenged, and it came as a shock when it was. There had been no sense among the conservative, mostly male lawyers in the DA's office that any major discontent had been building among women regarding abortion. Besides, they tended to view the state's abortion law not as discriminatory against women so much as a statement about the moral standards society wanted to uphold. As a result, just as Weddington and Coffey had hoped, Wade's office was totally unprepared for their attack on the state's abortion laws. And from the minute Roe v. Wade and Doe v. Wade were filed, Wade and his staff recognized that these were serious challenges and therefore potentially significant cases. The Attorney General's office quickly learned that Coffey and Weddington were reputable, capable lawyers, and that Coffey had clerked for Judge Sarah Hughes on the Fifth Circuit. The pleadings were carefully thought out and well written. However, this is not to say that anyone in the district attorney's office thought for a minute that the abortion laws stood a chance of being overturned. They did not, and they were sure they would prevail in any courtroom. Still, it was clear that this was no frivolous lawsuit. None of these helped anyone's mood in the DA's office when Wade was served the papers. Wade's lawyers, who usually went to trial for murder, armed robbery, or rape, did not want to waste their time on a challenge to a nearly defunct, century-old state law. It was typical of Wade, however, not to cite the case, not least because a federal lawsuit against him had recently slipped through the department's hands. Wade had learned of it only when a judge called him and asked if he knew he was being sued for $50,000, and no one in his office had responded to the complaint. After that, Wade assigned one of his brightest assistant DAs to work full-time on federal lawsuits brought against county officials. The abortion suit went to John Trolley, handpicked by Wade to handle the federal cases. After what had happened to his predecessor, Trolley knew that Wade was looking over his shoulder. To add insult to injury, Wade was always pretended to confuse Trolley, who had straightened out the whole mess, with the assistant DA who had created it. Wade never let an opportunity pass to remind Trolley and anyone else with earshot of the day when he, Henry Wade, District Attorney of Dallas County, almost had to pay $50,000 out of his own pocket because one of his employees had not taken care of his business. With Trolley at the helm, Wade was not in any danger. Trolley, who would become later a federal magistrate in Dallas, was one of the more competent lawyers in an office that was not suffering from incompetency. A native Dallasite, he only decided to go to law school at age 30, after serving in World War II and working for a few years in his father's tavern. He attended Notre Dame as an undergraduate and Southern Methodist University Law School, recalling that the Catholic Church had not yet actively begun its anti-abortion campaign, and his own feelings were not well enough formed to influence him one way or the other. Trolley told me that being a Roman Catholic did not affect his handling of the case. Lower key and seemingly less aggressive than most prosecutors, Trolley was nonetheless an accomplished trial lawyer. He was a blunt-spoken man of weary humor. Sometimes he was capable of asking the woman he loved to marry him during the summer he graduated from law school because, as he noted during the proposal, what with law boards and job hunting, the summer was shot anyway. Trolley thought he could build a case around the right of the fetus to legal protection. He would cite tort cases, ironically the same tort cases that pro-choice lawyers relied on to build their cases, showing how postnatal damages had been awarded to prenatal fetuses. On occasion, when a fetus was presumed to have injured in a womb, some courts had awarded these damages, although the payments and inheritance rights were always conditioned upon live birth. Tolley also believed, mistakenly as it turned out, that the abortion restrictions had been around for a long time in the common law, and that however much they were ignored, there was a long-standing precedent that their existence, one that a court of law would not find easy to overturn. It was one thing, he believed, to ignore the abortion laws, another to eliminate them. He did not think public morals had changed so much that people would be willing to enshrine abortion among our nation's protected rights. The idea of a privacy right had not sufficiently permeated the district's attorney's consciousness, and it never dawned on Tolley to prepare a defense against a claim that women were entitled to abortions on that ground. Besides, privacy was not exactly the kind of legal right to which prosecutors were inclined to pay much attention. Their lives were much more affected by the Miranda ruling, for example, which touched on every single criminal pretending they handled, than by ruling they overturned an obscure Connecticut law on birth control and thereby, in the eyes of few legal scholars, created a new right of sexual privacy. Privacy would strike most prosecutors as a soft, sissified kind of law when compared with the hard-hitting, reality-filled law that they dealt with every day. Illegal search and seizure they thoroughly understood, but the idea of a right of privacy for the most part eluded them. To prepare for the case, Tolley surveyed the medical literature on abortion. He concluded that there was nothing new that would lead him to believe an attack on abortion laws would succeed. The physicians to whom he talked with always agreed that the fetus was a separate being from the woman. Indeed, if they were the question, there was little chance that any physician would disagree with Tolley's thinking. The fetus was indeed a separate being from the woman. No serious scientist would dispute that biological fact. Tolley did not think, as many women did, that such a simplistic question only begged the issue, which was the degree of control a woman was entitled to exert over this being that existed inside her body. After surveying the issue that he saw as defining the case, Tolley came to the conclusion that the best approach was to argue that the fetus was a separate human being with every bit as much right to live as the woman in whose uterus it was carried. Once the fetus's right to live had been established, he thought, then the woman obviously had no right to control it. If he had to give ground anywhere, he might yield to the point of admitting to the rights of the fetus had to be balanced against the rights of the woman. Never did he think, nor could he imagine, that any court would accept the notion that the woman's rights might prevail over those of the fetus. On March 18th, Judge John R. Brown, Chief of the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, named the justices who would form a three-judge panel to hear the two cases, which were consolidated. On March 23rd, Tolley responded to the complaint against his boss in what was called Wade's original answer. Tolley wrote that the facts of the case were unproven, that the defendant did not know that Roe was unmarried, that she wanted to terminate her pregnancy, that she suffered from economic hardship, or even that she, as far as he was concerned, was a real person. The district attorney, who stated that the plaintiff, Jane Roe, lacked the standing to sue because the Texas abortion statute affected only those persons who performed abortions, not the women on whom they were performed. No women could be prosecuted under Texas law for obtaining an abortion, legal or illegal. Only the person who performed an abortion could be prosecuted. As a result, the district attorney argued that Jane Roe could not have suffered any legal injury because of the Texas abortion laws. The statement clearly revealed the district attorney's position on what might turn out to be the most controversial issue in the case. As far as the state of Texas was concerned, Jane Roe might have a complaint about the restrictions the abortion laws passed on her personally, but under Texas law, she had no one, no government official or agency or court to whom she could complain legally. Finally, Tolley contended that the Texas abortion laws were not vague or unconstitutional. Implied but not stated was an assumption widely held by law enforcement agencies and others who opposed legalized abortion that if the abortion laws had been on the books for a century without a serious challenge, that alone was proof they were not vague or unconstitutional. The next day, the state of Texas, a party to any suit in which a state law is challenged, moved to dismiss Doe's, the case involving the married couple, on grounds that no actual justifiable controversy existed. Interestingly, the Attorney General did not file a similar motion in Roe, nor McCorvey's case, presumably because it was not so sure that she, who was at least allegedly pregnant, did not have standing to sue the state of Texas. The charge of no controversy was the same one employed by the Maricopa County lawyers in the Finkbein case 6 years earlier. For a lawsuit to be valid, it must involve some actual legally recognized controversy. People cannot sue simply because they do not like a law. They must be able to prove that a law injures them directly in some way. Courts do not waste their time and the taxpayers' money on suits that do not involve real injuries. The change that their plaintiffs had no standing to sue was the one that Coffey and Weddington had most feared, primarily because it could end their challenge to the abortion law before it was reached the court for argument. It was with some relief then that they learned someone wanted to intervene on their case. An intervener is someone who, because of a related interest, asks to join a lawsuit already in progress. If permission to intervene is granted by the court, the intervener is then given full status as a plaintiff. The prospective intervener was a licensed physician named James Halford, who had been indicated by District Attorney Wade on 2 criminal accounts of abortion. Halford, then in his late 40s, was a graduate of Southwest Medical School. At some point in his career, Halford's medical practice became devoted entirely to abortion. No one I talked to about Halford knew for sure why he started doing abortions. He was one of his lawyers that he had become concerned about illegal abortions in 1958 when, as a medical student at Parkland, a large metropolitan teaching hospital in Dallas, he had seen several women brought in each week suffering from illegal abortions at the hands of unskilled abortionists. He observed that most of the women were poor and could not afford a good abortion. Halford observed that most women had already made up their minds to get an abortion by the time they came to him. So, for him at least, the issue boiled down to whether he could provide his patients with an abortion that was safe and antiseptic, or let them risk an unsafe possible septic surgery at the hands of an untrained abortionist. I could not ask Halford personally about his life as an abortionist because he left the Dallas area without a trace about 10 years after the case. No forwarding address could be located for him. His lawyers had no longer had any contact with him, although one had successfully defended him against the drug charges brought by the local medical association a few years after the abortion case, and no professional association knew his whereabouts. Whatever his motivation, word had gotten around Dallas that Halford could do abortions, that he was a licensed physician, and that his fees were reasonable. As one of the city's primary sources of illegal abortion, he was a prime target for a legal crackdown. Halford was indicted on charges that he had performed abortions legally on 2 occasions about the time that Coffey and Weddington were preparing to file their abortion suits. In such cases, it was usual for the district attorney to file multiple indictments. That way, if one did not hold up in court, there was a backup. The doctor was not given any notice of an impending trial, which many people read as a sign that the district attorney was getting ready to crack down on illegal abortion, even before the case was filed. Although law enforcement agencies did not generally go out of their way to let hardened criminals know that they were to be arrested, they sometimes took a gentler tack with licensed physicians who discreetly ran private abortion clinics, giving them warnings so that they could close down temporarily if they chose to do so, and therefore avoid arrest. Halford's attorney was Fred Brunner, a man who knew his business well from having worked in the DA's office for several years. Assisting him was a young lawyer named Roy Merrill, who had worked in the district attorney's office in Lubbock, Texas. Halford's lawyers were planning to mount the defense that most physicians used when charged with abortion, namely that the abortion law was vague and therefore unconstitutional. Halford would claim that he was unable to differentiate between those cases that fell outside Article 1196 of the Texas law, which stated that abortions would be performed on medical advice from a physician on order to save the woman's life, and those that were not covered under this section. Nothing less than Halford's medical license was at stake. If found guilty, he would lose not only his medical license, but also his professional standing within the community. To exonerate him, therefore, his lawyers were seeking any tactic short of permitting their client to plead guilty. Merrill, who did most of the legwork on the case, was engaged in a series of ongoing talks with prosecutor John Sparling, which were held in the judge's chambers. At first, Merrill hoped he made Sparling who cut a deal, and to the end of this, had suggested that constitutional issues might be at stake. He implied that he might ask for an injunction to stop District Attorney Wade from a further prosecution of the case until this was cleared up. State Judge Jeremy Chamberlain, who was in charge of the case, told Merrill he had no chances of getting an injunction to prevent Wade from prosecuting any more abortion cases. Merrill thought the judge and the DA's office were taking an unusually tough stance on this case, a fact he found painful because he had become close to his client. Merrill had spent hours with Halford going over the case. He found the doctor quite likable, and most important, the young lawyer believed his client's motivation for doing abortions was honorable. He hated to think there was little he and Brunner could do to save Halford's license, or worse, keep him out of jail. Having pulled all the strings he could think of to save his client, he was becoming resigned to an unhappy outcome when Brunner called him one day and said he had a new strategy in mind that they should discuss. A few weeks earlier, Brunner had suggested to Merrill that unconstitutional issues might be involved, but had not spelled out what they were. When the judges dismissed the notion in so peremptory a manner, Merrill considered the issue settled. Now, he was pleasantly surprised to learn that his boss was doing some research on his own. It was clever, but not uncharacteristic of Brunner to make a suggestion like this. Unlike most criminal lawyers who read relatively little law outside their specialty, Brunner liked to look at the big picture and took pride in keeping up with the theoretical side of the law. Now he had obtained copies of People v. Bellows and U.S. v. Gucci, the same two abortion cases Coffey and Weddington had found. Brunner briefly described the two decisions to Merrill and then handed them the opinions so he could read them for himself. If Merrill agreed that they formed the basis for an argument that the charge against their client was unconstitutional, they would reopen the issue with the state. Brunner particularly liked the Bellows decision because it came from the California Supreme Court. Like many other lawyers, he admired that court for its forward-looking decisions and considered it to be a sharper of a social policy in the United States. If the California Supreme Court thought abortion was a ripe issue, Brunner believed the U.S. Supreme Court would not be far behind in its thinking. Word was out that U.S. Supreme Court brethren paid attention to the opinions of the California Supreme Court. And with these two decisions, Brunner no longer had any doubts that abortion was a constitutional issue. Merrill studied the cases and got back to Brunner right away to tell him that he agreed with this issue. The more he read about the circumstances of the two cases, in fact, the more he saw a parallel between their plaintiffs and his client. Confident that there was a good chance that the crime of which his client was accused was unconstitutional, he called Judge Chamberlain's chambers to request a meeting with the judge and the prosecutor. When consulted this time, Judge Chamberlain agreed that the case properly belonged to a federal court, although he knew it would infuriate the prosecutor to see an indicted abortionist slip through his fingers. Chamberlain said he had no choice but to pass the case on to the federal court rather than hearing it as a criminal case. Feeling that a major victory had been won, Merrill was elated. The next day, while preparing to request a three-judge court for their client, Merrill heard about Roe v. Wade on the radio. As far as he was concerned, the fact that another case had already been filled was his second break. As soon as he arrived at work, Merrill talked to Brunner, who agreed that they should at least talk to the lawyers on Roe v. Wade. Within minutes, Merrill was on the telephone talking to Coffey about their case. He pointed out something she was already well aware of, namely that she did not have anyone representing the medical profession, let alone anyone accused of abortion. Merrill did not have to plead his client's case very strongly. Coffey saw the merits of Merrill's proposal to have his client join her case as an intervener. She said she would have to chat with her own co-counsel, but since both women had discussed this problem at great length, it would only be a formality. As it turned out, the arrangement suited everyone. Coffey and Whittington had a stronger case, and Brunner and Merrill had found a way, temporarily at least, to stave off a jury trial for their client. But even if Coffey and Whittington had declined to let Halford intervene, Brunner and Merrill would have filed a petition challenging the Texas state law, and their case would probably have merged into Roe v. Wade. On March 19th, 2 weeks after the original complaint was filed, Halford officially applied to intervene in Roe v. Wade. 5 days later, he was granted permission to do so by the court. Merrill and Brunner requested and got a postponement of the trial against their client pending the outcome of the federal case. From the district attorney's point of view, Halford's entry into the case changed things little. Tolley still did not think he stood a chance of losing, and if you polled the average person on the street in Dallas, he or she would probably have agreed. Although Tolley did not think Coffey and Whittington would file a false affidavit or sue without a real plaintiff, he still wanted to depose Jane Roe. The more he could learn about her, the better his defense would be. In any lawsuit, parties tried to force disclosure of information, facts, deeds, or papers in the other party's possession so they can better defend their position. This often drawn-out process is called discovery. One frequently used technique of discovery is deposition, in which a witness is questioned under oath by the other party's lawyers. Tolley's primary motivation for deposing Jane Roe was to see for himself how pregnant she was. He was not overly confident that McCorvey had no standing to sue, but if he could establish that she was too pregnant to undergo an abortion, he would ask for the case to be dismissed on those grounds. Given the time it took to prepare a federal case, Tolley thought it was reasonable to look into this. He knew he was supported by many legal experts on both sides of the abortion debate, in his belief that such cases were inevitably moot because pregnancy was a self-terminating condition. His other motive for deposing Roe was that he might uncover something in her character that would make her an unsuitable plaintiff. Perhaps she was not as poor as she claimed, or perhaps she lived with a man who was willing to support her and the child. If he deposed her, her true identity would probably be revealed, not only to him, but to a news-hungry press corps. If they were nosy enough to follow up on the case, they might do his dirty work for him. And if she were unwilling to have this happen, she might order her lawyers to drop the suit. Either way, he came out ahead. On March 27th, Tolley filed a formal request to depose Jane Roe on April 11th to his office. For a week, while Judge Sarah Hughes privately weighed her response to this request, Coffey and Whittington stewed. They were afraid they might not be able to get in touch with Norma if she had to be deposed. A bigger worry, though, was that she would back out rather than risk having her identity revealed. The two women began to feel that the ease was slipping through their fingers before it had even begun. They contacted Norma to explain that was happening and were pleased to hear that she felt strongly about the case to Willing. If there was no alternative, to be deposed and take the consequences. Coffey and Weddington promised they would try to arrange something short of a deposition. They decided to ask for a meeting with the district attorney in the judge's chambers and submit information regarding their client's identity. If the information were officially revealed in camera, to use the legal expression, it was still possible that McCorvey's identity could be kept secret. Both lawyers hoped that would satisfy everyone. The district attorney's request to depose Jane Roe ultimately did not carry much weight with Judge Hughes, who saw no reason to force a woman suing for an abortion to reveal her identity. Although she denied Tully's request to question Jane Roe, Judge Hughes did express concern about the one of his allies. While not unheard of, they were somewhat rare, believing that she should satisfy herself, her fellow judges, and one presumes the historical record by ensuring that Jane Roe was a real person. Hughes ordered Linda Coffey to submit an affidavit in which Roe testified under the oath that the facts of her case were as presented.
I inquire on behalf of my fellow Missourians.
I yield.
I'm Jamie, and I will be reading from How the Pro-Choice Movement Saved America, Freedom, Politics, and the War on Sex. January 2004. A woman is released from the emergency room. She has just been raped. After treatment, she is given a prescription for emergency contraception to prevent her from getting pregnant by the attacker. This is standard procedure. Emergency contraception is just 2 birth control pills, but taken up to 72 hours after sex. It is effective at averting a pregnancy. A friend takes her to an Eckerd pharmacy in Denton, Texas, to fill the prescription. Though the pharmacist had declined 5 or 6 times in the past to fill such prescriptions, this is the first time a rape victim has requested the medication. The pharmacist goes to the back room, prays, and calls his pastor before deciding not to fill the prescription. The 2 other pharmacists on duty declined to fill the prescription as well. The friend of the rape victim explains, "I had been watching my friend, her emotional state going down and down and down, and I knew I was going to have to say, 'Sorry, you know, morally, they say you're wrong.'" March 2004. Julie Lacey, a 32-year-old first-grade teacher and mother of 2, is told by her local CVS pharmacist, "I'm sorry, but I personally do not believe in birth control, so I will not fill your prescription." Lacey's husband and the assistant manager of CVS cannot persuade the pharmacist to change her mind. "I think my doctor should make these decisions," Ms. Lacey says. "If they're going to decide not to do birth control pills, where are they going to draw the line? A lot of doctors don't believe in transplants," she adds. "Where will this go?" July 2004. Adelia Moran attempts to fill her prescription for birth control pills at a medicine shop pharmacy in Evans, Texas. The pharmacist, after having recently listened to a radio program that claimed birth control pills cause abortions, tells Moran he will not fill her prescription because it is against his religion. Moran then drives 33 miles to El Paso, the nearest pharmacy willing to fill her prescription for standard birth control pills. September 2004. On a Saturday night, 21-year-old single mother Suzanne Richard tries to fill a prescription for emergency contraception at the drive-through Brooks Pharmacy in Laconia, New Hampshire. The pharmacist declines to fill her doctor's prescription and tells her, "I believe this will end the fertilization of the egg, and this contraception was your choice." Richards pulls her car over in the parking lot and cries. She returns to the pharmacy later that night with her father. The pharmacist again refuses to fill the prescription and will not tell her where she can get it filled. Richards explains, "He said I was irresponsible. Well, I think it's irresponsible to have kids you can't take care of and raise." Most of us have long accepted the terms of one of the central debates of American culture, the debate over abortion. The first thing that we accept is what it's about, which is supposed to be abortion. On one side, a movement that cleverly calls itself pro-life, suggesting that its opponents must be, needless to say, pro-death, says it opposes the right to abortion. On the other hand, a movement that less cleverly calls itself pro-choice supports the right to abortion. But when you take a closer look, these simple views of what the two sides stand for hardly begin to describe what lately is, and really always has been, at the heart of this growing American conflict. These movements encompass far more. Abortion isn't the keystone issue anymore. It's birth control, and more to the point, American sex lives. Abortion has been the attention-getting focus, the easy divider, a convenient way to rally troops. But the pro-choice and pro-life movements are essentially about competing ways of life. Indeed, to be pro-life today means to be inside a movement that finds fault with every kind of birth control, from the pill, which revolutionized women's and men's lives, to the condom, which in our era is the last stand against the most virulent sexually transmitted diseases. To be pro-life means to favor abstinence until marriage, in part because they believe that sex is supposed to be for one purpose only, to procreate. Those vigilante acts of obstruction by pharmacists, which grows in frequency each year, appear on the surface independent from one another, and as such they seem a little kooky, a little outrageous. Who is this wayward pharmacist defying a doctor's orders? Who, because of his own dubious religious notions, takes a patient's medical destiny in his own hands? But these are not random acts. Behind each are the force and rhetoric of the pro-life movement, taken directly from their newsletters and downloaded off their websites. And there's more than just rhetoric involved. Every time these acts have been challenged, who knows how many times they have not been, the pro-life movement has responded with legislation to protect, lawyers to defend, and spokespeople to spin for the pharmacists who have denied women the chance to prevent pregnancy. Why, one might ask, would the pro-life movement itself invest itself in such extreme acts, not against abortion, but against birth control? If the movement's only aim is to stop abortions, and stop them by any means, then why attack people who say they don't want to get pregnant? If you don't want people to have abortions, then why not help them prevent unwanted pregnancies? After all, studies have shown that the use of contraception reduces the probability of having an abortion by 85%. Why would those so adamantly against abortion seem to hamper practical, simple, and safe attempts to actually prevent abortions? It turns out that none of the women above, Julie, Suzanne, or Adelia, want to have an abortion. There's a good chance some of them are even pro-life. Suzanne went back to the pharmacy with her father in the hopes of heading off an abortion. Julie brought in her husband and even involved the store manager to convince the pharmacist to allow her to prevent pregnancy. Another woman summoned the police to intervene on her behalf when a pharmacist refused to release her prescription to be filled elsewhere. No one could do anything. It seemed no coincidence that these women instinctively brought in strong authority figures and men to intervene for them. Their authority as women was being challenged, and they knew it. Weren't the pharmacists treating each as an immoral, loose woman deserving of the consequences of what they perceived as inappropriate simply for pleasure sex? In the pharmacist's eyes, these women had made a mistake, a moral mistake, and the pharmacist chose to punish them for it. Even the trauma of rape didn't manage to make a woman a special case, not in the eyes of a pharmacist. She waited in the parking lot while the pharmacist mused over his own feelings, then turned her away without the medication the emergency room prescribed. The result of these events was that each woman became infinitely more likely to have an abortion. Indeed, it's one of the profound ironies of the pro-life movement that its work hasn't led to fewer abortions. Just the opposite. Studies of states that have enacted pro-life laws show that these laws succeed at most. It's increasing the number of later-term abortions. As for the nation as a whole, it witnessed its most dramatic decline in abortion rates during the presidency of Bill Clinton, our first pro-choice president. In 1990, just 2 years before Clinton took office, the number of abortions in the United States was at one of the highest levels ever. By the end of Clinton's second term, the abortion rate had dropped to the lowest in a quarter of a century. One would think that for those who wish to end an abortion, this discrepancy would lead to self-reflection, perhaps even a willingness to look more closely at the policies that led to the effect that they claim to seek. But in the face of evidence that allowing women unfettered access to birth control leads to fewer abortions, the pro-life movement has intensified its campaigns and rhetoric against birth control. And the real underlying reason is that to allow birth control would mean tolerating a lifestyle that allows people to enjoy sex outside of marriage and parenthood. Contraception, which for many is the era's most liberating technology, is to pro-lifers an evil, just like abortion. In fact, in the literature of the contemporary pro-life movement, often no distinction is made. Reducing abortions has, in a sense, become problematic for them. The problem is that it means favoring the use of contraception, in effect endorsing a way of life and a view of sex that they oppose, perhaps even more strongly than they oppose abortion. So whereas banning abortion gets the headlines, it's banning a contraception that is increasingly creeping into the pro-life agenda. To pro-lifers, they are, in fact, two avenues to accomplish one thing: end the lifestyle in which people have sex just for pleasure. And so, to return to the vigilante pharmacists and their moral decision to obstruct the contraceptive decisions of others, it would seem, on the face of it, that they are promoting unwanted pregnancies and risking more abortions, just the ends these radical pharmacists claim they oppose. Yet they are generally lauded within the pro-life movement as principled people of good faith and true values, not because they stopped an abortion. They may well have had the opposite effect, but, and this is the only conclusion possible, because they advanced the new anti-birth control agenda that increasingly seems at the heart of the pro-life movement. Today, 42 million American women, that's 7 in 10 women of reproductive age, are sexually active and do not want to become pregnant, but could become pregnant if they or their partners fail to use a contraceptive method. In fact, only 5% of women aged 15 to 44 in the United States are not using any contraceptive method during sex. And from this 5% come nearly 50% of the nation's abortions. All available and accepted research leads to one conclusion: proper use of and access to contraception results in a dramatic decline in abortions. Yet few Americans would believe that some of the fiercest pro-life or pro-choice conflicts raging in the state legislatures and in Congress right now are over the right to use birth control. But just look at the mission statement in the nation's largest pro-life education organization, the American Life League. The American Life League denies the moral acceptability of artificial birth control and encourages each individual to trust in God, to surrender His will, and to be predisposed to welcoming children. In the volumes of writing the American Life League publishes on the subject of birth control, they even equate contraception with genocide. Sound extreme? Doesn't resemble the thoughts of that pro-life cousin or neighbor you've had the quiet disagreements with. That's because the pro-lifer in your life probably doesn't agree with it either. It's very likely that your pro-life cousin or neighbor also doesn't know that the organizations she has happily sent donations off to are spearheading initiatives that are leading to more abortions. For example, since 2001, the Right to Life movement has responded to a wave of pharmacists' refusals to fill birth control prescriptions with one favorite tactic. It has moved aggressively to welcome them as acts of conscience. The movement has helped pass laws in South Dakota, Arkansas, and Mississippi, allowing pharmacists to refuse on moral or religious grounds to fill birth control prescriptions without fear of being fired or sued for damages. In 19 states, they've moved to protect anyone who might like to stand in the way of a woman getting birth control. This conceivably could include righteous cashiers who will refuse to ring up your prescription. As Elizabeth Graham, director of the Texas Right to Life Committee in Houston, explained, quote, Texas Right to Life supports conscious laws that would include not only allowing pharmacists, but all healthcare workers from providing medicine to which they are morally opposed, end quote. Kelly Copeland, director of the Southern Arizona Life Team, supported her state's right of refusal legislation. The Arizona Daily Star explained that Copeland believed the legislation would be a positive solution for physicians and pharmacists who are currently forced to prescribe and dispense birth control against their moral beliefs. Americans United for Life offers model legislation of their website to protect any individual, including nurses, aides, pharmacists, students, and others who may be in the situation of having to participate in a healthcare service to which he or she consciously objects, or risk disciplinary action or liability for his or her failure to participate. Medicine has, in recent years, proudly moved to an evidence-based model defined as the conscientious, explicit, and judicious use of current best evidence in making decisions about the care of individual patients. The Right to Life movement would clearly like to go in another direction, to a no exceptions, evidence-free approach based on a set of ever-changing beliefs. They call it conscience-based medicine. The conscience, it should be noted, isn't that of the woman patient, who doesn't really factor in this hand-wringing, but that of the immaculate pharmacist or nurse, or perhaps the cashier at your local Walmart. The pro-life movement is well-financed, active, and is often the only opponent of the many attempts to allow American women greater access to birth control. The headquarters of the National Right to Life Committee includes in its mission statement a disclaimer that saying it does, quote, not have a position on issues such as contraception, end quote. But that's a notable exception and a convenient cover to the rest of the nation's pro-life groups, including many of National Right to Life states' chapters, which are actively involved in anti-birth control campaigns. It's worth pausing for an instant to consider the logic of this position. You'd think that people who are profoundly and sincerely against abortion would do everything in their power, including promoting birth control, to prevent unwanted pregnancies. But there is not one pro-life group in the United States that supports the use of birth control. Shouldn't the American people, pro-lifers included, wonder why, if a group's aim is to end abortion, spreading the contraceptive message isn't a central part of its mission? Imagine the outrage if the National Cancer Institute's strategy was to discourage the use of the most successful cancer preventatives, and instead of try to ban them. What if it only encouraged people to abstain from cancer-causing behaviors and environments, and then, when they got cancer, called it God's will? In 1998, pro-life operatives were behind the defeat of federal legislation to require health insurance companies to pay for contraceptives. Even a predictable opponent of the plan, the insurance industry, declined to testify against the federal contraceptive coverage bill. The pro-life caucus of Congress, however, led a full-on assault. Congressman Jim McDermott, who witnessed the proceedings, commented on the pro-life Republicans' role in the defeat of the legislation. Quote, "This is a party that is not content with trying to roll back abortion rights. It is fighting on several fronts against contraception. Just last week, the Republican leadership in the House, under pressure from the right, killed a measure that would have required federal health plans that cover prescription drugs to cover the cost of contraceptives. No one seemed to think it was crazy to have abortion foes opposing a measure that would reduce the need for abortions. They could not grasp that." End quote. Nor, apparently, could they grasp why a woman ought to be allowed emergency contraception after a brutal sexual attack. The pro-life movement is also the only opponent of legislation to provide pregnancy prevention to rape victims. The Florida, Hawaii, Massachusetts, and Louisiana state affiliates of National Rights to Life, as well as pro-life groups in Colorado and Wisconsin, all fought against legislation to make emergency contraception, which, don't forget, is nothing more than a higher dose of birth control pills, available to rape victims. Over the past decade, we have witnessed the brilliance of the pro-life movement in defining terms. More clever still is that they sometimes invent science to fit their cause. They have become adept at medicalizing their religious or cultural arguments so that they appear to be factual and credible. One of their most recognized campaigns was with partial birth abortion, a gruesome term that didn't exist before they invented it. With it, they managed to convince the public that full-term healthy babies were being aborted moments before birth. Implied in this message was the notion that many women, having endured 8 months of pregnancy, finally decided to choose. Have you ever met a woman in her 8th month of pregnancy for whom the disappearance of her fetus wasn't also accompanied by a tragic story, typically one of a very much wanted but unviable pregnancy? Inherent in the partial birth abortion message is an awesome contempt for women and the medical realities, and sometimes tragedies of pregnancy. Lost in the debate is that less than 0.2% of all abortions use the procedure that pro-lifers describe. And third trimester abortion is already illegal in most of the United States, except to save a woman's life or protect her health. In those cases, doctors are required to use the best methods available. Had one abortion technique been banned, doctors would have been required to use another, possibly less safe, method in order to treat patients experiencing grave pregnancy problems in the 3rd trimester. The partial birth abortion ban would not have ended any of the latest abortions, which is what the pro-life movement led the public to believe. The campaign did succeed, however, in convincing the public that something that isn't a problem is. Pro-lifers presented these bans as the solution the public very much wanted, ending perceived gruesome, unnecessary late-term abortions had by women with no conscience, performed by doctors motivated by greed, never patient need. Instead, the bans did something the public didn't want at all. The legislation was so broadly written, it banned all abortions, including those used to rescue women from physical danger, anytime after 12 weeks of pregnancy. And although, so far, the partial birth abortion bans have been held unconstitutional by the courts, they have been, in more important ways, a huge success for the pro-life movement. For pro-lifers, it was an intoxicating campaign. They invented an issue, basked in the public's favor, raised unprecedented amounts of money, and most important, didn't suffer any consequences for masquerading as more knowledgeable in medicine than the whole of medical establishment. Rather than fight science, they became science, but without evidence, expertise, or transparent aims. They played doctors on TV, and the public accepted their vision of it. This is not the first or only time the pro-lifers had invented a problem, presenting phony evidence, and provoked the true experts to step forth to set the record straight. Take, for example, post-abortion stress syndrome. This is a disorder, they claim, that affects women who have had abortions and is characterized by a set of symptoms including guilt, regret, remorse, shame, lowered self-esteem, insomnia, nightmares, flashbacks, anniversary reactions, hostility, even hatred towards men, sexual dysfunction, crying, despair, depression, alcohol or drug use that they say leads to sexual promiscuity, suicide attempts, and a numbing and coldness in place of more normal warmth and maternal tenderness. Because pro-life groups are increasingly presenting these unfounded claims as fact, the American Psychological Association, the largest association of psychologists worldwide, assembled an expert panel to study the issue. The APA discovered that actual research on the subject revealed the exact opposite of what the pro-lifers claim. One study followed 360 adolescents for 2 years after they had been interviewed when seeking a pregnancy test. The study included girls who thought they might be pregnant but turned out not to be, some who were pregnant and carried to term, and some who were pregnant and then aborted the pregnancy. The researchers found that, quote, the adolescents who chose abortion showed significant drops in anxiety and significant increases in self-esteem and internal control in the period immediately following the abortion to 2 years later. They appear to be functioning as well as, or even better than, adolescents who turned out not to be pregnant or had carried to term. They were also more likely to have higher economic well-being, most likely to be in high school and performing at grade level, or to have graduated, and less likely to have a subsequent pregnancy, end quote. The panel concluded that, despite the pro-life movement hopeful assertions, legal abortion simply didn't cause psychological trauma, despite the obvious stresses involved in an unwanted pregnancy. The panel discovered that after an abortion, emotions are complicated, positive, and yes, negative, but not long-lasting. The time of greatest stress is before the abortion, the panel concluded. Based on a review of the research, the American Psychological Association recommended access to legal abortion to terminate an unwanted pregnancy is vital to safeguard both the physical and mental health of women. Research indicates that abortion does not generally have a negative impact on either women's physical or mental health. The experts in the field found that abortion had no detrimental effect on women's mental health, and they wound up recommending access to abortion in order to ensure women's mental health. What could hurt women psychologically? A forced unwanted pregnancy could place women's health and well-being at risk, the panel said. Every decision related to an unintended pregnancy comes with its range of emotions, and yes, all decisions, including abortion, are traumatic for some women. Postpartum depression is unlike post-abortion stress syndrome, a known disorder documented by verifiable research and accepted by every medical group that has considered it. Indeed, giving up a baby for adoption can cause extreme emotional trauma for a woman too. In some cases, exponentially more than other options. To stoke emotion that stems from placing a baby for adoption, which is what pro-lifers do with a woman who experienced grief after abortion, would be mean, vindictive. Yet more than 100 pro-life groups market post-abortion stress syndrome. Not because there is conclusive evidence of it, but because they don't play by the rules of evidence. They understand that if the majority of the public believes something, it's as good as true. If it is said loud enough for long enough that women are traumatized by abortion, women just might start to feel ashamed after abortion. In which case, of course, pro-life advocates will be there to empathize with them. Having succeeded in tailoring medicine to fit their ideology, the pro-life movement is now attempting a similar trick with birth control. The public, pro-life and pro-choice alike, supports the use of birth control. Even practicing Catholics,
Thank you for what you're doing.
followers of the only religion opposed to every birth control method, overwhelming favor in practice birth control. When polled, 85% of U.S. Catholics say that they believe that they should be allowed to practice artificial means of birth control. From the American public's point of view, this is the common ground issue. Everyone uses birth control, and we're all in favor of it, especially because it prevents the need for abortion. So in order for pro-life groups to advance in their anti-birth control campaigns, birth control must become something different. Pro-lifers therefore now attempt to reclassify the most common contraceptive method as abortion. Having by and large won the abortion debate, they have broadened the definition of abortion to include the pill, the shot, the patch, the ring, the IUD. Calling run-of-the-mill contraception an abortion is a breathtaking bit of misinformation, but it's working. Pro-lifers have defeated efforts intended to make birth control available while, and this is the magic, appearing to not be against birth control, only against abortion. And by doing so, they camouflage an agenda that is completely out of step with the lifestyle that most Americans embrace and enjoy. Take, for example, the campaign started in the 90s, which continue today, to get health insurance companies to cover contraception. In 1990, the birth control pill had been around for more than 30 years. Even though 82% of all American women born since 1945 have used the pill, it, along with other contraceptives, was still not included in most insurance plans. Consequently, American women were still paying for contraception out of pocket, amounting to 68% more in healthcare expenses than men. In 1996, the Federal Drug Administration approved the erection drug Viagra. Viagra obviously had no healthcare or prevention functions, yet it took just less than 2 months for half of all prescriptions of Viagra to be covered by health insurers. The irony and the kick in the face was not lost on the pro-choice movement. Suddenly, its efforts to get birth control covered were infused with new energy. The public joined in with near consensus in favor of birth control coverage, and pro-life groups faced for the first time the prospect of widespread access to contraception becoming the norm. This posed an enormous threat to their broader agenda. Still, it would be too damaging for pro-lifers to admit they oppose birth control. So in a calculating move with far-reaching consequences, they changed the debate. They turned it into something they could be against. Suddenly, contraception became abortion. In 2004, the Ohio legislature considered a bill to make insurers cover birth control. Paula Westwood, executive director of Right to Life of Greater Cincinnati, argued the bill, claiming that, quote, contraception isn't medically necessary, end quote. Then she added, quote, some people define contraceptives very broadly to include the RU 486 abortion drug, end quote. But no one was suggesting that RU 486, which is in fact an abortion method, is contraception, except Paula Westwood. The proposed bill was clear. Ohio's contraceptive legislation did not propose to cover RU 486 or any other abortion method, nor, by the way, did contraceptive coverage bills in any other state. Yet, to oppose these bills, Right to Lifers systematically blurred the lines between contraception and abortion. Judith August, vice president of Delaware Right to Life, fought that state's contraceptive legislation, saying, quote, fertility is not a disease, but a function of a woman's normal, healthy reproductive organs, end quote, which is the standard opening in these appeals. Then she added, quote, contraceptives and abortifacients interfere with this, end quote. To her, a contraceptive, something that prevents a pregnancy, and abortifacient, something that ends a pregnancy, are to be treated as one and the same. Mike Jacobs, of the Delaware Life Political Action Committee, furthered the cleverly constructed argument by choosing to not even mention contraception. Quote, the problem with contraceptive coverage is, if you're a member of an insurance company, then your premiums are paying for someone else's abortion, and we don't feel that that's quite right, end quote. These bills, it's worth underscoring, had nothing to do with abortion. They covered the pill, the diaphragm, the Depo-Provera shot, and the IUD. The weirdest aspect of the pro-life argument was that most health insurers already willingly paid for actual abortions. Indeed, women had a much greater chance of having an abortion bill footed by an insurer than a bill for birth control. Yet claiming these contraceptive coverage bills covered abortion, a meaningless bit of doublespeak, became the soundtrack for the pro-life campaign. It was the strategy the movement used to successfully prevent women from getting health insurance coverage of the birth control methods they already used. Soon, one pro-life group after the next rose up against efforts to make contraception more available. Nevada Right to Life falsely claimed its state legislation covered abortions too. The legislation did not. In 2003, Illinois' Right to Life also charged that its state contraception coverage bill would require insurers to pay for abortions, even though the bill stated plainly, quote, nothing in this section shall be construed to require an insurance company to cover services related to an abortion, end quote. Even when the bill passed, Illinois Right to Life continued to describe the birth control bill as pro-abortion, and the legislative roundup section of their website still claims that it is, quote, legislation which forces insurance coverage of abortifacients, end quote. Using the same technique, Oregon Right to Life succeeded in defeating its state contraceptive coverage legislation. The American Life League called for pro-life groups and individuals around the country to please tell your state lawmakers to ignore bogus arguments about gender equity and fairness and urge them to vote against these proposals. You might also remind them that there are many forms of birth control, including Depo-Provera, the IUD, and the pill, can cause early abortion. The pro-life side didn't always get away with the verbal trickery. In a few instances, the media exposed the pro-life opposition to these bills, pointing out that the pro-lifers were also the originators of these fabrications and distortions. An editorial in the Capital Times, for example, explained that Wisconsin's contraceptive legislation, quote, would provide coverage for 5 FDA-approved prescription contraceptives and would not provide coverage for RU 486, end quote, an abortion method. Quote, nevertheless, the bill was drawn the opposition of the state's largest anti-abortion group, Wisconsin Right to Life, as well as Pro-Life Wisconsin, end quote. The editors, I yield.
Before I go on, I think this will be fitting for the situation to continue to read the stories of the women that are oftentimes unheard. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, I do believe deep in my heart we shall overcome someday. I'll be reading more women's stories directly from Behind Every Choice is a Story, written by Gloria Phil. Nancy, age 25. If I couldn't have come here, I would have never been able to see a physician at all. I'm 25 years old, and I'm a single parent with a 5-year-old daughter. I don't have health insurance, and neither does my child. I am not on welfare, and I pay cash when my daughter needs medical attention. I work hard to make a living. Lola, age 24. My Mother's Day present this year was its best I have had in a while. My daughter got me a free pap test. She knew it had been years since I had one. My family's history is riddled with cancer. We don't have health insurance because it's not affordable. Tiffany, age 25. Since the birth of my daughter in 1995, I use subsidized services. Began at working single mother, my profession as a cosmetologist doesn't provide health insurance. My income varies weekly. So thanks to the help of my income support of my clinic, I'm able to stay healthy. I'm not an unwed mother, bringing children into the world I can't support. Would you rather lower our birth rates and fund welfare families? Keep America's women healthy. Sabrina, age 21. I'm a 21-year-old mother of 3 children. I was under a lot of stress for the fact that I have no health insurance to cover me. Medi-Cal will not cover me because me and my husband make too much money. But we don't make enough to buy private health insurance. This clinic has been a greatest miracle that has came across. The absence of hope. Many of the women who write are so young, or who have been teen mothers just as I was. Having children too young contributes to the poverty and dependency. Poverty and dependency contributes to high rates of unintended teen pregnancies. Walters, a social worker who works with high-risk, low-income teens, tells this story about the effects of poverty in teen girls and why avoiding pregnancy is necessary, a priority for them. I asked a group of teen mothers to share their dreams and aspirations with me. I was disheartened to discover that they really didn't see much of a future for themselves. Later it hit me. It wasn't these girls had no dreams. It was that they had no hope. Walter then compares these girls to others in the same situation, who had the advantage of participating in programs that taught them about options and social skills, with healthy dose of sexuality and family planning education thrown in. She said the programs gave the young women the hope they needed to become motivated to delay further childbearing and pursue their dreams. Once when I was in Arizona, a woman with 3 little children in tow came to our Prescott clinic for a pregnancy test. She lived way out in the country and was getting into town wasn't easy for her. Her husband had just left her, and he had left her with a raging sexual transmitted disease. She knew she needed help. She brought with her a dozen eggs and a carton of milk. She announced that she had just spent the last of her last money in these items for her children. She did not know how she would pay for the medical care she so desperately needed. President Bush as advocate for family planning. No, not that George Bush. What the women with the eggs and the milk didn't know was that we had funding to cover her services from a program called Title X of the Public Health Service Act. One of the original sponsors, a Midland, Texas oilman, Congress George H.W. Bush, said, "We need to make family planning a household work. We need to take the socialism out of the topic so that it can no longer be used by militants who have no knowledge of the voluntary nature of the program, but rather are using it as a political stepping stone." It was 1970, of course, before he sold his pro-choice principles to become Ronald Reagan's vice president. Bush went on to say, at least in 1970, if family planning is anything, it is a public health matter. A public health matter indeed. Fortunately for our patients, Title X paid for the services. She wasn't pregnant and her infectious disease was treatable. She continued as a patient at the clinic, and the staff told me later that she was able to get a job in town. Her story illustrates exactly why access to reproductive health services is key to giving women the chance to succeed in life. I fear for what may happen to women like her in the future, now that President George Washington Bush and many congressmen want to shift family planning funding to useless absent early sex programs. That is, if they don't kill family planning programs and defund them entirely, all those sanctimonious politicians who try to use women's reproductive health rights and political stepping stones should listen to the 28-year-old woman who said it best. Times are hard and children are expensive. Chapter 7, Making Family. The birds and the bees. Lucy, age 41. I am 41 years old and I have 2 children and a wonderful husband. I didn't get pregnant at 16 years old and had an abortion. I have not regretted this, and I can say that I am glad I finished college and I am now in a position to be a very good parent. I love the Lord Jesus Christ with all my heart, but I must say that the choice to give birth should be just that, a choice. There are years of excruciating agony and limitless joy, years in which make the decisions or fail to make situations that define the course of our lives. Years when our families are shaped, our careers are launched, our worlds are created. Who controls the power to create life? Consider the years when women's unique powers, the powers to create life, comes mutations, and does it by choice or by flunk of nature. Years when the eras pass, and even today, in some places, in some minds, fear or envy is resentment of that awesome power led to the inequities and injustices to ensure women had no other power. Yes, even today, when the debate supposedly is about life and choice, it is really about who has control over women's power to create life. I spent those years in a sheltered world of Odessa, Texas, where the three children grew up surrounded by families that at least on the surface looked a lot like us, where we were all trying to look like the Father knows us. At the time, the light bulb that I might someday have to support these children in a wider world beyond my circumstances went off in my head. I was barely 20. Two methods failures and one episode of magical thinking, and bingo, I had three children. At once, every other year, I could end up with 15 more pregnancies before nature mercifully took me out of the commission. I had severe I had severe anemia with the last two pregnancies, and I was exhausted that I was losing weight involuntarily for the first and only time in my life. The pill had reached Odessa, Texas. By then, I started popping these high hormone pills like they were candy. The hell with the side effects. I knew that having another child right then would send me over the brink, physically and emotionally. At least I had the option of the pill. Consider this letter from Margaret Sanger, 1928 book, Motherhood in Bondage. I am the mother of 5 children for a living, and I had one miscarriage. I have had to work 6 years at night to support my children, as I have a husband who drinks and does not care if we live or not. Every month, I'm in dread of being pregnant. I have only 1 year and 8 months between 2 of my children, and I think I'd rather die than ever have any more. Not that I don't love them, but it is so hard. And then from the perspective of a child born during that era, to the mother without choice, activist Lynn Duval Harwell told me why she dedicated her life to reproductive rights in order to improve the lives of women everywhere. I was born into an overpopulated house in an ethnic neighborhood in Pittsburgh. I was thrust into the population field shortly after my 6th birthday by the death of my 34-year-old mother from a self-inflicted abortion. Other families were so damaged as to stunt our intellectual and social growth. Each of the siblings suffered in individual ways. At 16, when I learned of my mother died, I determined how my mother died, or why my mother died. I determined this would not happen to me. Lynn was able to get contraception when she married at 19 in 1942. She and her husband planned their 4 children and just celebrated their 60th anniversary. The power of the pill. Birth control, at least the desires to control fertility, if not always, the means has been around forever. As early as 1850 BC, evidence suggests that vaginal suppositories concentrate the crocodile during the honey when used to try to prevent pregnancy. Whether or not what caused them was truly understood. Until recent times, methods were remotely and less optimally effective. The Texas woman in her 70s remembered her own mother's idea of birth control as easily obtainable, but not always effective methods still practiced in many parts of the world today. Mama had a trick. She kept breastfeeding my youngest sister until that baby was 3 years old because she thought that would keep her from getting pregnant. She already had a set of children and one was dead. We lived on the farm and it was hard work. By and by she quit breastfeeding and boom, she was pregnant. Thanks to Phil and other modern means of birth control, women have moved from trying to stop having children after 3 or 5 or 10, like these two women did. I like to decide. And like I did decades later, to planning even the first pregnancy and spacing subsequent births, like my own children had done. Making family has moved from making the best of whims of nature to making the best decisions for your family. The only thing that hasn't changed is that nothing touches our humanity, our souls, more than when it touches our family. Here are just a few variations of that theme. Ignorance infuriates me. My husband and I are married 50 years this month. We never had much money. We both Catholics and don't believe in the theory that the more the better. It just aren't true. Had we continued to create babies, our lives would have been bad and not so good. Quality, not quantity, is important. It takes a toll on a woman's body as well. Some of us are simply not strong enough to carry babies after babies for 9 months. We had 3 babies, 2 sons and 1 daughter. They had grown into beautiful adults with successful lives and parents who love them and are able to care for them properly in very small quarters. That was from Peggy at age 73. I'm 16 years old with the man who became my husband. He was the first person I slept with and was not very knowledgeable about birth control. I knew what was out there, but did not know how to reach it. I had an appointment to begin taking birth control pills when I missed a period. I took a urine test and found out that I was pregnant. Everyone in the office was very helpful and told me what my options were. I knew being a sophomore in high school, I could not have had a baby. They were very helpful and helped me with all the steps to an abortion. I have always been pro-life, but you cannot say what you would do unless you're in the situation. I do not regret what I did. I'm in college now pursuing a teaching career, and I knew I did what was right for me. I am very fond of children and hope to have some when I'm ready. But for now, I'm using birth control pills and condoms until I'm ready for them. Alana, age 23. This one's from Beatrice, age 34. In 1986, I received a low-cost OBGYN care and birth control. I had no insurance and felt uncomfortable about asking my parents to help me move this manner. Because I was able to receive practically free birth control pills, I never had to deal with the unplagued pregnancy and therefore was able to finish college and plan to pursue a career. Now, as an older, married professional, I can plan a family that I'm ready for, financially and emotionally. I was 34, engaged to a wonderful man, pregnant. My fiance and our family were very excited. Because of my age, my doctor encouraged me to undergo amniosis. To our dismay, this baby tested positive for Down syndrome and other related birth defects. We made the sad choice of an abortion. I know that it was the right thing to do, as I cannot handle a child with potentially serious birth defects. The procedure went without hitch by the most wonderful doctor, and I have no regrets about my decision. I will always fight to keep abortion safe and illegal, and have vowed to do my part to keep the clinics accessible. That was from Nancy, age 44. On October 23, 1988, Dr. Burnett Sophin was assassinated in the kitchen of his home while his children watched. The alleged murderer was a pro-life domestic terrorist currently waiting to be tried. Birth control and legal abortion gave these women and me so much more than fertility control. It was not an overstatement. It was a jubilant statement of fact. To say that fertility control gives women nothing short of control over their lives. The joys permeate the stories like the ones above, many of them from women who cherished the family, the career, the strong marriage that they now have and therefore deeply value the role of birth control and abortion plays in their ability to achieve all of those dreams. Nearly half of all women in the United States have had an abortion by the time that they were 44 years old. Abortion, too, is a part of making family and having all options available at all times to all people. How could I, for example, have managed to go to school to reclaim the intellect that I abandoned at 15, when I was already physically exhausted with 3 small children to care for, and the threat of a pregnancy hanging over my head? As it was, it took me 12 years to finish my degree, although I already knew on some level that I'd go back to school. I was absorbed those Jewish values of social responsibility and in education through my pores. When I did, I still operated on another level, always the wife and mother first, never letting school interfere with dinner on the table and clean clothes in the closet. 50 status. That's what the world looked like in the late 1950s and in the early 60s in Texas. Rosie the Riveter had been put back in her place as Susie the Homemaker. Post-war government subsidies of education and home ownership had created large pockets in suburban sanctuaries. My children ran in and out of our house and the neighborhood houses all day long and came home at night to the house of Aunt Ida. Request of $500 a U.S. savings bond had helped us buy. But always African Americans, Latinos, and other minorities almost uniformly were left out of the prosperity thanks to segregation, discriminatory real estate policies, harassment, violence, and ugly reminders of our America that had yet to attend the American dream to all of its citizens. The role of both women and men were strictly defined, and the societal pressures to conform were fierce. According to Stephen Kunstler, the way we never were, women who had trouble adjusting to creating homemakers were labeled neurotic, perverted, and schizophrenic. Men were also pressured into accessible family roles, since the lack of suitable wife could mean the loss of a job or promotion. Rather than a time of traditional values, whatever they are, It was a time of the highest teenage pregnancy rate that was ever seen. As Coates says, young people were never taught how to say no. They were simply handed wedding rings. Beneath the surface, Ozzy didn't have a clue. Harriet was becoming Betty Ferdinand, and the kids were wondering why everyone else on the street had a perfect family. As one says, growing up in the 1950s was not so much as a matter of being protected from the harsh realities of the outside world as preventing the outside world from learning of the harsh realities of family life. Few would have guessed the radiant Marlene Van Devar, crowned Miss America in 1958, had been sexually violated by her wealthy, respectable father from the time she was 5. By 1960, almost every major news journal was using the word trapped to describe the feelings of the American housewife. I can't imagine for the life of me why anyone would be not negligent for such a word, for such an unrealistic, unjust view of what family should be. The truth is that family has always been what we make it, defined not by some politician's blueprints or a hazy, romanticized dream of what it never will be. The 60s ironies. When the day came that I couldn't take the pill anymore, the gynecologist and obstetrician who delivered 2 of my children made arrangements for me to go to the county hospital to have sterilization. A new procedure then. I went along because my husband had to stay home to get the kids off to school, and then he had to go off to work and lose a day's pay. The women who signed me in told me that I would have to get his signature. That made my new feminist hackles rise, and I told her that that was impossible, but mainly that it was unfair. I was the one who got pregnant after all. When it became clear that I wasn't going to budge, she called my doctor, probably assuming that he would decline my request. Dr. Keith calmed her down, and pretty soon she turned back to me and handed me the consent form with a naughty word. That was a small victory, a victory for the family I cherished and wanted. It no longer wondered that women throughout time have felt so strongly about whether or when to bear children that history is filled with stories of the desperate measures that have been taken to control fertility. Even today, nearly half of all women in the United States who have had legal abortions say they would consider or would definitely have a illegal one, if that were their only choice. And that truth, if history is a predictor, it is that almost all of them would. Often, the medical establishments have been both the problem and the solution. It fought to outlaw abortion late in the 19th century because midwives performed them, and that represented money not going into the doctor's pocket. And it created one imperfect and permanently unfair solution by providing relatively safe but illegal abortions to women with money.
I'd like to inquire of my fellow Missourian.
I yield.
Hi, my name is Jillian, and I am a proud Missourian and a proud reproductive advocate. I am going to be reading from How the Pro-Choice Movement Saved America. Chapter 1, Rights in Jeopardy. January 2004. A woman is released from the emergency room. She's just been raped. After treatment, she is given a prescription for emergency contraception. to prevent her from getting pregnant by the attacker. This is a standard procedure. EC is just 2 birth control pills, but taken up to 72 hours after sex, it is effective at averting a pregnancy. A friend takes her to an Eckerd pharmacy in Denton, Texas, to fill the prescription. Though the pharmacist had declined 5 or 6 times in the past to fill such prescriptions, this is the first time a rape victim has requested the medication. The pharmacist goes to the back room, prays, and calls his pastor before deciding not to fill the prescription. The other 2 pharmacists on duty decline to fill the prescription as well. The friend of the rape victim explains, "I had been watching my friend, her emotional state going down and down and down, and I knew I was going to have to say, 'Sorry, morally they say you're wrong.'" March 2004. Julie Lacey, a 32-year-old first-grade teacher and mother of 2, is told by her local CVS pharmacist, "I'm sorry, but I personally do not believe in birth control, so I will not fill your prescription." Lacey's husband and the assistant manager of CVS cannot persuade the pharmacist to change her mind. "I think my doctor should make these decisions," Mrs. Lacey says. "If you're going to decide not to do birth control pills, where are you going to draw the line? A lot of doctors don't believe in transplants," she adds. "Where will this go?" July 2004. Adalia Moran attempts to fill her prescription for birth control pills at a medicine shop pharmacy in Fabens, Texas. The pharmacist, after having recently listened to a radio program that claimed birth control pills cause abortions, tells Moran he will not fill her prescription because it is against his religion. Moran then drives 33 miles to El Paso, the next nearest pharmacy, willing to give her prescription for standard birth control pills. September 2004. On a Saturday night, 21-year-old single mother Suzanne Richards tries to fill a prescription for emergency contraception at the drive-through Brooks Pharmacy in Laconia, New Hampshire. The pharmacist decides to fill her doctor's prescription and tells her, "I believe this will end the fertilization of the egg, and this conception was your choice." Richard pulls her car over in the parking lot and cries. She turns to the pharmacy later that night with her father. The pharmacist again refuses to fill the prescription and will not tell her where she can get it filled. Richard explains, "He said I was irresponsible." "Well, I think it's irresponsible to have kids you can't take care of and raise." Most of us have long accepted the terms of one of the central debates of American culture, the debate over abortion. The first thing that we accept is what it's about, which is supposed to be abortion. On one side, a movement that cleverly calls itself pro-life, suggesting that its opponents must be, needless to say, pro-death, says it opposes the right to abortion. On the other side, a movement that less cleverly calls itself pro-choice supports the right to abortion. But when you take a closer look, these simple views of what the two sides stand for hardly begin to describe what lately is, and really always has been, at the heart of this growing American conflict. These movements encompass far more. Abortion isn't the keystone issue anymore. It's birth control, and more to the point, American sex lives. Abortion has been the attention-getting focus, the easy divider, a convenient way to rally troops. But the pro-choice and pro-life movements are essentially about competing ways of life. Indeed, to be pro-choice today means to be inside a movement that finds fault with every kind of birth control, from the pill, which revolutionized women's and men's lives, to the condom, which in our era is the last stand against the most virulent sexually transmitted diseases. To be pro-life means to favor abstinence until marriage, in part because they believe that sex is supposed to be for one purpose only, to procreate. Those vigilante acts of obstruction by pharmacists, which grow in frequency each year, appear on the surface independent from one another. And as such, they seem a little kooky, a little outrageous. Who is this wayward pharmacist defying a doctor's order? Who, because of his own dubious religious notions, takes a patient's medical destiny in his own hands? But these are not random acts. Behind each are the force and rhetoric of the pro-life movement, taken directly from their newsletters and downloaded off their websites. And there's more than just rhetoric involved. Every time these acts have been challenged, who knows how many times they have not been, the pro-life movement has responded with legislation to protect, lawyers to defend, and spokespeople to spin for the pharmacists who have denied women the chance to prevent pregnancy. Why, one might ask, would the pro-life movement invest itself in such extreme acts, not against abortion, but against birth control? If the movement's only aim is to stop abortions, and stop them by any means, then why attack people who say they don't want to get pregnant? If you don't want people to have abortions, then why not help them prevent unwanted pregnancies? After all, studies have shown that the use of contraception reduces the probability of having an abortion by 85%. Why would those so adamantly against abortion seem to hamper practical, simple, and safe attempts to actually prevent abortions? It turns out that none of the women above, Julie, Suzanne, Vidalia, wanted to have an abortion. There's a good chance some of them are even pro-life. Suzanne went back to the pharmacy with her father in the hopes of heading off an abortion. Julie brought in her husband and even involved the store manager to convince the pharmacist to allow her to prevent pregnancy. Another woman summoned by the police to intervene on her behalf when a pharmacist refused to even release her prescription to be filled elsewhere. No one could do anything. It seems no coincidence that these women instinctively brought in strong authority figures and men to intervene for them. Their authority as women was being challenged, and they knew it. Weren't the pharmacists treating each as an immoral, loose woman deserving of the consequences of what they perceived as an inappropriate, simply for pleasure sex? In the pharmacist's eyes, these women had made a mistake, a moral mistake, and the pharmacist chose to punish them for it. Even the trauma of rape didn't manage to make a woman a special case, not in the eyes of the pharmacist. She waited in the parking lot while the pharmacist mused over his own feelings, then turned her away without the medication the emergency room prescribed. The result of these events was that each woman became infinitely more likely to have an abortion. Indeed, it's one of the profound ironies of the pro-life movement that its work hasn't led to fewer abortions, just the opposite. Studies of states that have enacted pro-life laws show what these laws succeed at most is increasing the number of later-term abortions. As for the nation as a whole, it witnessed its most dramatic decline in abortion rates during the presidency of Bill Clinton, our first pro-choice president. In 1990, just 2 years before Clinton took office, the number of abortions in the United States was at one of the highest levels ever. By the end of Clinton's second term, the abortion rate had dropped to the lowest in a quarter of a century. One would think that for those who wish to end abortion, this discrepancy would lead to a self-reflection, perhaps even a willingness to look more closely at the policies that led to the effects they claim to seek. But in the face of evidence that allowing women unfettered access to birth control leads to fewer abortions, the pro-life movement has intensified its campaigns and rhetoric against birth control. And the real underlying reason is that to allow birth control would mean tolerating a lifestyle that allows people to enjoy sex. outside of marriage, and parenthood. Contraception, which for many is the era's most liberating technology, is to pro-lifers an evil just like abortion. In fact, the literature of the contemporary pro-life movement often no distinction is made. Reducing abortions has, in a sense, become problematic for them. The problem is that it means favoring the use of contraception and, in effect, endorsing a way of life and a view of sex that they oppose, perhaps even more strongly than they oppose abortion. So whereas banning abortion gets the headlines, it's banning contraception that is increasingly creeping into the pro-life agenda. To pro-lifers, they are, in fact, two avenues to accomplish one thing: end the lifestyle in which people have sex just for pleasure. And so, to return to the vigilante pharmacists and their, quote, moral decision to obstruct the contraceptive decisions of others, it would seem, on the face of it, that they are promoting unwanted pregnancies and risking more abortions, just to end these radical pharmacists claim they oppose. Yet, they are generally lauded within the pro-life movement as principled people of good faith and true values. Not because they stopped an abortion, they may well have had the opposite effect, but, and this is the only conclusion possible, because they advanced the new anti-birth control agenda that increasingly seems at the heart of the pro-life movement. Today, 42 million American women, that's 7 in 10 women of reproductive age, are sexually active and do not want to become pregnant, but could become pregnant if they or their partners fail to use a contraceptive method. In fact, only 5% of women aged 15 to 44 in the United States are not using any contraception method during sex. And from this 5% come nearly 50% of the nation's abortions. All available and accepted research leads to one conclusion: proper use of and access to contraception results in a dramatic decline in abortion. Yet few Americans would believe that some of the fiercest pro-life, pro-choice conflicts raging in state legislatures and in Congress right now are over the rights to use birth control. But just look at the mission statement of the nation's largest pro-life educational organization, the American Life League. ALL denies the moral, this is a quote, denies the moral acceptability of artificial birth control and encourages each individual to trust in God, to surrender to his will, and to be predisposed to welcoming children, end quote. In the volumes of writing ALL publishes on the subject of birth control, they even equate contraception with genocide. Sound extreme? Doesn't resemble the thoughts of that pro-life cousin or neighbor you've had the quiet disagreements with? That's because the pro-lifer in your life probably doesn't agree with it either. It's very likely your pro-life cousin or neighbor also doesn't know that the organizations she or he has happily sent donations off to are spearheading initiatives that are leading to more abortions. For example, since 2001, the Right to Life movement has responded to a wave of pharmacists refusing to fill birth control prescriptions with one favorite tactic. It has moved aggressively to welcome them as signs or acts of, quote, conscience. The movement has helped pass laws in South Dakota, Arkansas, and Mississippi, allowing pharmacists to refuse on moral or religious grounds to fill birth control prescriptions without fear of being fired or sued for damages. In 19 states, they've moved moves to protect anyone who might like to stand in the way of a woman getting birth control. This conceivably could include righteous cashiers who refuse to ring up your prescription. As Elizabeth Graham, director of the Texas Right to Life Committee in Houston, explained, quote, Texas Right to Life supports conscience laws that would include not only allowing pharmacists, but all healthcare workers from providing medicine to which they are morally opposed. Kelly Copeland, director of the Southern Arizona Life Team, supported her state's, quote, right of refusal legislation. The Arizona Daily Star explains that Copeland believed the legislation would be a, quote, positive solution, unquote, for physicians and pharmacists who are currently, quote, forced to prescribe and dispense birth control against their moral beliefs, end quote. Americans United for Life offers model legislation on their website, quote, to protect any individual, including nurses, aides, pharmacists, students, and others who may be in the situation of having to participate in a health care service to which he or she conscientiously objects, or risk disciplinary action or liability for his or her failure to participate, end quote. Medicine has, in recent years, proudly moved to an evidence-based model defined as, quote, the conscientious, explicit, and judicious use of current best evidence in making decisions about the care of individual patients, end quote. The Right to Life movement would clearly like to go in another direction, to a no-exceptions, evidence-free approach based on a set of ever-changing, quote, beliefs. They call it conscience-based medicine. The conscience, it should be noted, isn't that of the woman patient, who doesn't really factor into this hand-wringing, but that of the immaculate pharmacist, or nurse, or perhaps the cashier at your local Walmart. The pro-life movement is well-financed, active, and is often the only opponent of the many attempts to allow American women greater access to birth control. The headquarters of the National Right to Life Committee includes in its mission statement a disclaimer saying it does, quote, not have a position on issues such as contraception, end quote. But that's a notable exception and a convenient cover to the rest of the nation's pro-life groups, including many of National Right to Life state chapters, which are actively involved in anti-birth control campaigns. It's worth pausing for an instant to consider the logic of this position. You'd think that people who are profoundly and sincerely against abortion would do everything in their power, including promoting birth control, to prevent unwanted pregnancies. But there is not one pro-life group in the United States that supports the use of birth control. Shouldn't the American people, pro-lifers included, wonder why, if a group's aim is to end abortion, spreading the contraception message isn't, or why it's not a central part of its mission? Imagine the outrage if the National Cancer Institute's strategy was to discourage the use of the most successful cancer preventatives and instead tried to ban them. What if it only encouraged people to abstain from cancer-causing behaviors and environments, and then when they got cancer, called it God's will? In 1998, pro-life operatives were behind the defeat of federal legislation to require health insurance companies to pay for contraceptives. Even a predictable opponent of the plan, the insurance industry, declined to testify against the federal contraceptive coverage bill. The pro-life caucus of Congress, however, held a full-on assault. Congressman Jim McDermott, a Democrat from Washington, who witnessed the proceedings, commented on the pro-life Republicans' role in the defeat of the legislation. Quote, "This is a party that is not content with trying to roll back abortion rights. It is fighting on several fronts against contraception. Just last week, the Republican leadership in the House, under pressure from the right, killed a measure that would have required federal health plans that cover prescription drugs to cover the cost of contraceptives. No one seemed to think it was crazy to have abortion foes opposing a measure that would reduce the need for abortions. They could not grasp that," end quote. Nor, apparently, could they grasp why a woman ought to be allowed emergency contraception after a brutal sexual attack. The pro-life movement is also the only opponent of legislation to provide pregnancy prevention to rape victims. The Florida, Hawaii, Massachusetts, and Louisiana state affiliates of National Right to Life, as well as pro-life groups in Colorado and Wisconsin, all fought against legislation to make emergency contraception, which, don't forget, is nothing more than a higher dose of birth control pills available to rape victims. Over the past decade, we have witnessed the brilliance of the pro-life movement in defining terms. More clever still is that they sometimes invent science to fit their cause. They have become adepts at, quote, medicalizing their religious or cultural arguments so that they appear to be factual and credible. One of their most recognizing campaigns was with, quote, partial birth abortion, a gruesome term that didn't exist before they invented it. With it, they managed to convince the public that full-term, healthy babies were being aborted moments before birth. Implied in this message was the notion that many women, having endured 8 months of pregnancy, finally decided to, quote, choose. Have you ever met a woman in her 8th month of pregnancy for whom the disappearance of her fetus wasn't also accompanied by a tragic story, typically one of a very much wanted but unviable pregnancy? Inherent in the partial birth abortion message is an awesome contempt for women and the medical realities and sometimes tragedies of pregnancy. Lost in the debate is that less than 0.2% of the 1% of all abortions use the procedure that pro-lifers describe. In third trimester abortion is already illegal in most of the United States except to save a woman's life or protect her health. In those cases, doctors are required to use the best methods available. Had one abortion technique been banned, doctors would have been required to use another, possibly less safe method in order to treat patients experiencing grave pregnancy problems in the third trimester. The, quote, partial birth abortion, end quote, ban would not have ended any of the latest abortions, which is what the pro-life movement led the public to believe. The campaign did succeed, however, in convincing the public that something that isn't a problem is. Pro-lifers presented these bans as the solution the public very much wanted, ending perceived gruesome, unnecessary late-term abortions had by women with no conscience, performed by doctors motivated by greed, never patient need. Instead, the bans did something the public didn't want at all. The legislation was so broadly written, it banned all abortions, including those that used to rescue women from physical danger, anytime after 12 weeks of pregnancy. And although, so far, the partial birth abortion bans have been held unconstitutional by the courts, they have been, in more important ways, a huge success for the pro-life movement. For pro-lifers, it was an intoxicating campaign. They invented an issue, basked in the public's favor, raised unprecedented amounts of money, and most importantly, didn't suffer any consequences for masquerading as more knowledgeable in medicine than the whole of the medical establishment. Rather than fight science, they became science, but without evidence, expertise, or transparent aims. They played doctors on TV, and the public accepted their version of it. This is not the first or the only time the pro-lifers have invented a problem, presented phony evidence, and provoked the true experts to step forward to set the record straight. For example, post-abortion stress syndrome. This is a disorder, they claim, that affects women who have had abortions and is characterized by a set of symptoms including guilt, regret, remorse, shame, lowered self-esteem, insomnia, nightmares, flashbacks, anniversary reactions, hostility, even hatred towards men, sexual dysfunction, crying, despair, depression, alcohol or drug use that they say leads to sexual promiscuity, suicide attempts, and a, quote, numbing and coldness in place of, quote, more normal warmth and maternal tendencies, end quote. Because pro-life groups were increasingly presenting these unfounded claims as facts, the American Psychological Association, the largest association of psychologists worldwide, assembled an expert panel to study the issue. The APA discovered that actual research on the subject revealed the exact opposite of what the pro-lifers claim. One study, followed 360 adolescents for 2 years after they had been interviewed when seeking a pregnancy test. The study included girls who thought they might be pregnant but turned out not to be, some who were pregnant and carried to term, and some who were pregnant and then aborted the pregnancy. The researchers found that, quote, the adolescents who chose abortion showed significant drops in anxiety and significant increases in self-esteem and internal control in the period immediately following the abortion to 2 years later. They appeared to be functioning as well, or even better than, adolescents who turned out not to be pregnant or had carried to term. They were also most likely to have higher economic well-being, most likely to be in high school and performing at grade level, or to have graduated, and less likely to have a subsequent pregnancy, end quote. The panel concluded that, despite the pro-lifers movement's hopeful assertions, legal abortion simply didn't cause psychological trauma, despite the obvious stresses involved in an unwanted pregnancy. The panel discovered that after an abortion, emotions are complicated, positive and yes, negative, but not long-lasting. Quote, the time of greatest stress is before the abortion, end quote, the panel concluded. Based on a review of the research, the American Psychological Association recommended, quote, access to legal abortion to terminate an unwanted pregnancy is vital to safeguard both the physical and mental health of women. Research indicates that abortion does not generally have a negative impact on either woman's physical or mental health, end quote. The experts in the field found that abortion had no detrimental effect on women's mental health, and they wound up recommending access to abortion in order to ensure women's mental health. What could hurt women psychologically? Quote, a forced, unwanted pregnancy could place women's health and well-being at risk, end quote, the panel said. Every decision related to an unintended pregnancy comes with its range of emotions. And yes, all decisions, including abortion, are traumatic for some women. Postpartum depression is unlikely post-abortion stress syndrome, a known disorder documented by verifiable research and accepted by every medical group that has considered it. Indeed, giving up a baby for adoption can cause extreme emotional trauma for a woman too, in some cases exponentially more than any other option. To stoke emotion that stems from placing a baby for adoption, which is what pro-lifers do with the women who experience grief after abortion, would be vindictive. Yet more than 100 pro-life groups market post-abortion stress syndrome. Not because there is conclusive evidence of it, but because they don't play by the rules of evidence. They understand that if the majority of the public believes something, it's as good as true. If it's said loud enough for long enough that women are traumatized by abortion, women just start to feel ashamed after abortion, in which case, of course, pro-life advocates will be there to empathize with them. Having succeeded in tailoring medicine to fit their ideology, the pro-life movement is now attempting a similar trick with birth control. The public, pro-life and pro-choice alike, supports the use of birth control. Even practicing Catholics, followers of the only religion opposed to every birth control method, overwhelmingly favor and practice birth control. When polled, 85% of U.S. Catholics said they believe that they should be allowed to practice artificial means of birth control. From the American public's point of view, this is the common ground issue. Everyone uses birth control, and we're all in favor of it, especially because it prevents the need for abortion. So in order for pro-life groups to advance in their anti-birth control campaigns, birth control must become something different. Pro-lifers, therefore, now attempt to reclassify the most common contraception methods as abortion. Having, by and large, won the abortion debate, they have broadened the definition of abortion to include the pill, the shot, the patch, the ring, the IUD. Calling run-of-the-mill contraception an abortion is a breathtaking bit of misinformation, but it's working. Pro-lifers have defeated efforts intended to make birth control available while, and this is the magic, appearing to not be against birth control, only against abortion. And by doing so, they camouflage an agenda that is completely out of step with the lifestyle that most Americans embrace and enjoy. Take, for example, the campaign started in the 90s, which continue today, to get health insurance companies to cover contraception. In 1990, the birth control pill had been around for more than 30 years. Even though 82% of all American women born since 1945 have used the pill, it, along with all other contraceptions, was still not included in most insurance plans. Consequently, American women were still paying for contraception out of pocket, amounting to 68% more in healthcare expenses than men. In 1996, the Federal Drug Administration approved the erection drug Viagra. Viagra obviously had no, quote, healthcare or, quote, prevention functions. Yet it took just less than 2 months for half of all prescriptions of Viagra to be covered by health insurers. The irony, and the kick in the face, was not lost on the pro-choice movement. Suddenly, its efforts to get birth control covered were infused with new energy. The public joined in with near consensus in favor of birth control coverage, and pro-life groups faced for the first time the prospect of widespread access to contraception becoming the norm. This posed an enormous threat to their broader agenda. Still, it would be too damaging for pro-lifers to admit they oppose birth control. So in a calculating move with far-reaching consequences, they changed the debate. They turned it into something they could be against. Suddenly, contraception became abortion. In 2004, the Ohio legislature considered a bill to make insurers cover birth control. Paula Westward, executive director of Right to Life of Greater Cincinnati, argued against the bill, claiming that, quote, contraception isn't medically necessary, end quote. Then she added, quote, some people define contraceptives very broadly to include the RU-486 abortion drug, end quote. But no one was suggesting that RU-486, which is in fact an abortion method, is contraception, except Paula Westward. The proposed bill was clear. Ohio's contraceptive legislation did not propose to cover RU-486 or any other abortion method, nor, by the way, did contraceptive coverage bills in any other state. Yet, to oppose those bills, Right to Lifers systematically blurred the lines between contraception and abortion. Judith Angus, vice president of Delaware Right to Life, fought that state's contraceptive legislation, saying, quote, fertility is not a disease, but a function of a woman's normal, healthy reproductive organs, end quote, which is the standard opening in these appeals. Then she added, quote, contraceptives and drugs that are abortion methods interfere with this, end quote. To her, a contraceptive, something that prevents a pregnancy, and something that ends a pregnancy are to be treated as one and the same. Mike Jacobs of the Delaware Life Political Action Committee furthered the cleverly constructed argument by choosing to not even mention contraception. The problem, or this is a quote, the problem, and then in brackets, with contraception coverage, end of brackets, is if you're a member of an insurance company, then your premiums are paying for someone else's abortion, and we don't feel that's quite right, end quote. These bills, it's worth underscoring, had nothing to do with abortion. They covered the pill, the diaphragm, Depo-Provera shot, and the IUD. The weirdest aspect of the pro-life argument was that most health insurers already willingly paid for actual abortions. Indeed, women had a greater chance of having an abortion bill footed by an insurer than a bill for a birth control pill. Yet claiming these contraceptive coverage bills covered abortion, a meaningless bit of doublespeak, became the soundtrack for the pro-life campaign. It was the strategy the movement used to successfully prevent women from getting health insurance coverage of the birth control methods they already used. Soon, one pro-life group after the next rose up against efforts to make contraception more available. Nevada Right to Life falsely claimed its state legislation covered abortions too. The legislation did not. In 2003, Illinois Right to Life also charged that its state's contraceptive coverage bill would require insurers to pay for abortions, even though the bill stated plainly, quote, nothing in this section shall be construed to require an insurance company to cover services related to an abortion, end quote. Even when the bill passed, Illinois Right to Life continued to describe the birth control pill as, quote, pro-abortion, and the legislative roundup section of their website still claims that it is, quote, legislation that forces insurance coverage of medications that cause abortion, end quote. Using the same technique, Oregon Right to Life succeeded in defeating its state's contraceptive coverage legislation. The American Life League called for pro-life groups and individuals around the country to, quote, please tell your state lawmakers to ignore bogus arguments about gender equity and fairness and urge them to vote against these proposals. You might also remind them that any form of birth control, including Depo-Provera, the IUD, and the pill, can cause early abortion, end quote. The pro-life side didn't always get away with this verbal trickery. In a few instances, the media exposed the pro-life opposition to these bills, pointing out that the pro-lifers were also the originators of these fabrications and distortions. As an editorial in the Capital Times, for example, explained that Wisconsin's contraception legislation, quote, would provide coverage for 5 FDA-approved prescription contraceptions and would not provide coverage for RU 486, an abortion method. Nevertheless, the bill has drawn the opposition of the state's largest anti-abortion group, Wisconsin Right to Life, as well as Pro-Life Wisconsin, end quote. The editors, mystified by the pro-life opposition, added, quote, and yet it is access to safe, affordable birth control that allows women to plan their families and avoid the possibility of abortion, end quote. A 2001 op-ed in St. Louis, Missouri's Riverfront Times explained how Sam Lee, head of Campaign Life Missouri, used abortion as a cover to successfully ban state funding for contraceptive services to more than 30,000 poor women. Quote, the saga lays bare the hypocrisy of the self-proclaimed pro-lifers. The warriors for the unborn aren't so committed to life that they'd compromise their own sense of morality, even if it means preventing the need for abortion in the first place. Lee launched his attack on family planning programs, cleverly couched as nothing more than an effort to keep public funding from being used to kill the unborn. Painfully aware of widespread public support for family planning, Lee and his cohorts have always hid behind the anti-abortion fig leaf in their attacks, end quote. Even Catholic groups, who openly admit they're against all forms of birth control, didn't oppose contraceptive coverage bills as vociferously as the pro-life movement. The Catholic establishment didn't fight to deny all women the right to coverage, which is what the pro-life groups did. The Catholics complained that they didn't want their organizations to be forced to provide contraceptive coverage to their employees. They also didn't try to argue that it was an abortion that was being covered. Pro-choice groups have successfully fought through contraceptive coverage bills in many states, yet today still fewer than half have laws mandating that contraception be as available to women as Viagra now is to men. The Right to Life movement's campaign against birth control is disciplined. Witness the uniform messages in state after state and enforced. In April 2002, the Cincinnati Enquirer reported in an article titled, quote, Right to Life adds pill to list, end quote, that, quote, to receive the endorsement of the powerful Northern Kentucky right to life, candidates must now state that they think the use of the standard birth control pill, not just the morning after pill, constitutes abortion, end quote. Apparently, even some pro-lifers thought that this was a little crazy. A pro-life elected official, Barb Black, refused to return the organization's candidate questionnaire, explaining, quote, "To get the endorsement of Northern Kentucky right to life, you have to have been willing to grit your teeth, shut your eyes, turn off your brain, and mark yes," end quote. The same affiliate of National Right to Life also attempted to ban all artificial birth control, meaning anything but the rhythm method, in the local health district. It didn't want any method available to anyone. Under the proposed resolution, every type of artificial birth control would be construed as, quote, pro-abortion. Another affiliate, Texas Right to Life, indicated in their 2004 to 2005 state legislature questionnaire that they would not endorse any candidate who supported access to emergency contraception, even to provide it to rape victims, hoping to not become impregnated by a rapist. The Right to Life movement has been particularly energetic in spreading its message online, where it seems to have, if anything, less compunction about mixing fact and fiction. Sometimes this confusing mix appears to be a simple mistake. Other times, clearly, it is part, my page stuck. It is part of a strategy calculated to convert people to the cause. When it comes to converting, there are probably few groups more resourceful or cunning than the pro-life movement. For example, do you think www.prochoice.com is a pro-choice site? Think again. It's a pro-life site. Likewise, www.birthcontrol.org turns out to be an anti-contraception website that exclusively promotes the use of, quote, natural family planning. The trick, as always, is to persuade the visitor that contraception and abortion are really one and the same. For instance, a recent visit to the Illinois Federation for Right to Life's website offers 77 news articles under the category, quote, chemical abortion. But 64 of them, and that's an impressive 83%, are actually about what most Americans consider contraception. The remaining 13 news stories in the section were about abortion methods. The Iowa Right to Life Committee lists on its website under its, quote, glossary of abortifacients, the IUD, Norplant, Implanon, and Depo-Provera, all of which it apparently wants to ban. Until I called to see if they were serious, Wisconsin Right to Life's website proclaimed that the diaphragm and spermicides cause abortions too. After my inquiry, they removed that claim. From the seemingly mainstream to the scariest and extreme pro-life groups, the anti-birth control message is blended seamlessly with their so-called mission against abortion. Missionaries to the Preborn offers advice to the, quote, engaged and newlywed couples, end quote. On their website, they call one section, quote, everything you ever wanted to know about birth control, end quote. In it, it appears a table called Calculated Annual Infant Homicides of Unborn Babies in the USA. From the table, the claim is clear. The pill, IUD, Depo-Provera, and Norplant cause between 5 million and 20 million, quote, infant homicides each year. Not surprisingly, Army of God, a pro-life organization that lists those who murder abortion providers as, quote, heroes, also classifies birth control as an abortion method. It makes one wonder if future Army of God heroes might include those who murder physicians for writing prescriptions for the pill. In a section chillingly called, quote, birth control is evil, end quote, the Army of God website states boldly, almost threateningly, birth control is evil and a sin. Birth control is anti-baby and anti-child. Why would you stop your own child from being conceived or born?
I inquired my fellow Missourian.
I yield the mic.
I am Daphne Slade, a fellow Missourian. When the day came that I couldn't take the pill anymore, the gynecologist and obstetrician who delivered 2 of my children made arrangements for me to go to the Ector County Hospital to have a laparoscopic tubal sterilization, a new procedure then. I went alone because my husband had to stay home to get the kids off to school, and then he had to go off to work or lose a day's pay. The woman who signed me in told me that I would have to get a signature. That made my new feminist hackles rise, and I told her that that was impossible, but mainly that it was unfair. I was the one who got pregnant after all. When it became clear that I wasn't going to budge, she called my doctor, probably assuming that he would decline my request. Dr. Keith calmed her down, and pretty soon she turned back to me and handed me the consent form with nary a word. That was my small victory, a victory for the family I cherished and wanted. It's no wonder that women throughout time have felt so strongly about whether and when to bear a child that history is filled with stories of the desperate measures they have taken to control their fertility. Even today, nearly half of all women in the U.S. who have had legal abortions say they would consider or would definitely have an illegal one, risking health and life if it were their only choice. And the truth, if history is any predictor, is that almost all of them would. Often, the medical establishment has been both the problem and the solution. It fought to outlaw abortion late in the 19th century because midwives performed them, and that represented money not going into the doctor's pockets. And it created one of imperfect and patiently unfair solution by providing relatively safe but illegal abortions to women with money. Betty, age 71. 43 years ago, I was 28 and pregnant with my second child. First one, 22 months old. Crossing a main artery in my Volkswagen on a green light, a Buick went through his red light and hit my car. I was thrown out 8 1/2 months. After delivery the next month, the OB told me not to get pregnant again. After my husband and I talked it over, I told my doctor the decision to have a tubal ligation. It was explained to me that it wasn't a law, but the doctors in our state couldn't perform sterilization unless the mother's age times the number of children she had equaled 120. With my 2, I would be eligible at 60. I asked what would happen if I did get pregnant. Was told not to worry, they would perform a D&C. You know what that is, an abortion by another name. What irony. I found out after I started working for Planned Parenthood that my personal physician, the remarkable Dr. O, who allowed me to consent to my own surgery, was the volunteer medical director there, a devout Methodist who raised orchids in his greenhouse. He had been providing safe abortion in his private practice for years, even before Roe v. Wade made it legal. He told us that it was such a wonderful feeling to help so many women. They were so grateful. What a blessing it is to women that they can elect to delay childbearing while pursuing other life goals such as advanced education and careers, just as men have always been able to do. A key factor in the improvement of the status of women in the 20th century. What a blessing to their children and their families that they can give birth when they are most able to raise a child. Willa, age 28. I decided that after 3 children, I needed to go back to school. With my busy schedule, I kept forgetting to take my pills. The Depo-Provera shot is great. Annabelle, age 22. Both times I decided that having children was my best choice for me. After about a year ago, I found out that I was pregnant again, and this time I knew that I couldn't handle another baby. I have a wonderful husband and a great job. I did indeed have an abortion and thought of it often since, but I know that it was the right decision for me and my family. I am glad I had that option. Bridget, age 29. When I found out I was pregnant with my first pregnancy, it was a new territory for me. I was 20 years old, newly married, and here I was expecting. What would the future bring with this baby on the way? I wasn't sure if we could financially afford this little one. I knew I had options. I chose the option that was the right choice for me. My future was brightened when I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl who is the treasure of my life. And 3 years later, I gave birth to my second daughter. What a gift motherhood has been for me. Courtney, age 20. I am a student in college, and I got pregnant the summer of my freshman year. With no money to my name and no one to help take care of the baby once it came, I opted for an abortion. It was hard for me to save up enough to pay for that, but I knew I did not want to bring a baby into the world that I could not take care of. There are already so many neglected children, I didn't want to add to that population. I will one day begin again on a family, but I will be prepared. Until then, I am abstaining from sex because I feel that I owe that to the child I gave up and the children I hope to have in the future. I now met a wonderful guy who supports and cares for me. We are saving up now, as we are both still in college, to buy a house and start preparing to start a family. I know that I will never forget what course of action I took before, and I will never be able to repay the clinic for the lifesaver, mine. Without it, I wouldn't be who I am today, and I would be unable to provide anything for my child. These are individual stories, but the ability to control fertility through contraception and abortion has broad implications for society as a whole and for the health of women and children. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention calls family planning one of the 10 most important medical advances of the 20th century. The anthropologist and social philosopher Ashley Montagu says the pill is as important as the discovery of fire and the invention of tools. Infant mortality has declined dramatically. The health of women has improved significantly, and families are strengthened. Unwanted children are more likely to have chaotic and insecure family lives, perform more poorly in school, exhibit delinquent behavior, and require psychiatric treatment. One study credits legal abortion for half of the drop in the crime rate in the 1990s. Although the study has been criticized, predictably, by anti-choice forces, common sense suggests that women who give birth to unwanted children are likely to be more nurturing with predictable results. When I was a teenager in Alabama, I had a friend whose family did foster care for infants. They often took in babies who were underweight and addicted to crack, or those with mental and physical disabilities that caused their parents to give them up. These babies were shuttled from foster home to foster home, unwanted and unhealthy. Abortions and birth control are very difficult to find in the South. If more women had access to these services, there would be fewer children born addicted, born in poverty, living in abusive homes, and born to parents who don't want them. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in May 1966 speech agreed, "There is scarcely anything more tragic in human life than a child who is not wanted. That which should be a blessing becomes a curse for parent and child." Hannah, age 39. I used to be against abortion. My theory was, you made your bed, now lie in it. Then I realized that it was the parents who should have to suffer the consequences. Why should the child? There's adoption, but how many babies are adopted? Most of them will end up in the system. Have you heard horror stories that foster kids go through? And repeat the process over and over again. So I'm pro-choice because sometimes there's no other option. Even for those who aren't, I don't think they should judge, not until they have to make a choice as difficult as this one. Charles, age 26. If individuals are not informed, there would be many more unwanted pregnancies, resulting in unscarred for children. I do not think a child should pay for being mistreated or its parents' mistakes. To women, families, children, and to me, easy-to-use, effective birth control was a personal miracle. But the pill popped into a society that was in the midst of great change, the civil rights movement, the push for equal rights for women, and more. That pill was both a catalyst for change and a target for those who feared that change. And like most world-changing new technologies, it leaped ahead of social values. From Reverend Stephen J. Mather, a Presbyterian minister in Anaheim, California. The pill is a fundamental problem to established authority. It allows a woman to independently, if she wishes, make her own decision about her own life. The pill is the place where religion, sex, and politics all come out of the closet. It forced us to discuss the nature of sex. Was it only for reproduction? And the nature of power? Who has it? Who doesn't? The chemist Carl Degrassi, whose synthesis of a female hormone from a wild Mexican yam made the pill's development possible, reflecting on the uproar that ensued from his discovery. I am convinced that if we had synthesized norepinephrine in 1951, oral contraceptions would not have existed in the year 2000, because hardly any pharmaceutical company with the financial, logistic, and marketing muscle necessary to bring oral contraceptives to the market because of clinical trial restrictions and litigation fears, would have been willing to carry on during the 1980s and 1990s. He's right. The fight to introduce mifepristone, early non-surgical abortion, in the U.S. is a case in point. It's only been available here, early medical abortion, since September 2000, in spite of the fact that women in Europe have had access to it for more than 10 years.
May I interrupt my fellow Missourians?
I yield the mic.
My name is Andrea Dumont, and I am an advocate for women's health, and I'm an advocate for women and their families to make decisions for themselves. And so with that, I want to read a little bit to you guys from a book titled Crow After Roe, How Separate But Equal Has Become the New Standard in Women's Health and How We Can Change That. And this foreword is by Gloria Felt. Quote, "The right to an abortion may be a matter of standing law, but its legal underpinnings are being hacked away at an alarming rate, so that many women in this country, particularly the young and poor, are having to resort to desperate measures we never thought we would see again. In many ways, we are back to where we were then, with a two-tiered system. Women who have the means to travel to get a safe abortion could do so, and the others suffered illegal, unsafe abortions or unplanned pregnancies." End quote. When I wrote these words in my 2004 book, The War on Choice, The Right-Wing Attack on Women's Health and How to Fight Back, I had spent 3 decades leading the charge on the front lines of the battle for women's rights. Reproductive rights are both personal and political to me, as they are to each and every human being. They are not just about abortion, as the predominant media narrative implies, but also a panoply of health and justice choices concerning sex and family planning. As a teenage mother in Texas, long before Roe was decided, I struggled to obtain the type of control over my body and future that could only come from access to birth control pill that came our way in the 1960s. As executive director of Planned Parenthood of West Texas in the 1970s, just after abortion was made legal, I saw firsthand how reproductive choice truly was the most fundamental human and civil right for my generation and the generation of women and girls to follow. During the 1980s and 1990s in Arizona, I had the satisfaction of growing one of the largest Planned Parenthood affiliates in the country. And as president of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, from 1996 through 2005, I was able to help give more girls and women the means to create their own destinies and make their own responsible reproductive choices by gaining insurance coverage of contraception, getting FDA approval of emergency contraception, and the early abortion pill, and more despite intense opposition at every turn. But over those years, I also experienced some of the greatest assaults on the rights and access to abortion and birth control women had ever faced. Without access, rights are meaningless. I wrote The War on Choice as a call to action to illustrate how the Bush administration was circling the wagons around reproductive rights and healthcare access, promoting ineffectual, medically inaccurate, abstinence-only sex education programs and implementing gag rules while cutting family planning funding and evidence-based sex ed. Bush had recently signed into law the first ever federal law criminalizing a standard medical procedure, the federal abortion ban. Its proponents deliberately misnamed partial birth abortion. Quote, "We must not just fight back," unquote, I warned. Quote, "We must fight forward," unquote. Yet reproductive rights have eroded much, much further since then. In 2008, election of President Barack Obama ushered in, not as many assumed, a time for reclaiming bodily autonomy, but instead the further elimination of abortion coverage and insurance plans to assist women in paying for procedures. Women's groups were either naive in thinking that having our side in power in the White House meant restrictions on reproductive rights and health care would come to an end, or they were co-opted by a president who withdrew campaign promises to prioritize the Freedom of Choice Act, while attempting unsuccessfully to find common ground with anti-choice forces. After women's advocates lost the battle to keep further restrictions on abortion coverage out of the Affordable Care Act, the right wing smelled weakness and unleashed a tidal wave of measures to hack away at access to abortion and contraception. From 2010 on, with the election of Tea Party ultra-conservatives across the country, hundreds of anti-choice state laws were proposed, with some states literally making abortion access available in name only. There was backlash, of course, as women and men of like mind awakened to the threats that seemed more personal each day. The 2012 election showed us the reproductive rights matter not just to those who had fought for them in the past or those who lived in progressive liberal states, but to the nation as a whole. But what will the message make it to the White House? And even if it does, could it already be too late? To turn the tide, the next generation must be engaged. Those of us who have long been in the fight must advocate for new voices to rise up and to push on with a vibrant new agenda, not merely defend past wins. As you will see in the following pages, the anti-choice right has leveled a volume and variety of attacks never seen in this nation, and they will not stop until Roe is overturned and women are second-class citizens again. But we can stop them if we change our tactics and bring the struggle for reproductive justice out of the women's issues ghetto, focusing only on abortion, and into the mainstream conversation with a narrative that clearly recognizes that abortion is just the tip of a much larger ideological iceberg about women's place in the world. While we must also face the fact that privacy is not and has never been a strong enough legal justification for reproductive rights. Therefore, it is essential to bolster jurisprudence affirming women's civil rights to make their own childbearing choices and to pass laws such as the Freedom of Choice Act that demonstrate grassroots support for women's full equality under the law. I've been directly involved in the fight for abortion rights since the year after Roe v. Wade was decided, and I have seen many peaks and valleys. I have seen history repeat itself, in part because of the general political cycles and shifts in party control. Yet the one thing that remains unchanged is our need to remain on the offensive, even when we are under assault, and even more so when we are allegedly in power. An aggressive agenda, one where we play from an offensive, not a defensive stance, is what we need today to reassert our rights to bodily autonomy. We must win back abortion rights for every woman, not just those who can be seen as victims due to sexual assault, not just those who can afford to travel to another state or country to spend 3 days waiting or to jump through the humiliating hoops that state legislators force upon them. Reproductive self-determination continues to be the most fundamental human and civil right in our society. During the 40th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, we must commit to undoing our two-tiered system of access to reproductive health care. We must work together with more strategic action and less reaction to reaffirm that the right to choose belongs to each woman and girl, regardless of race, location, or economic status. We must be freedom's vanguards. Without that pledge, Roe won't see another 40 years. So next I want to read to you the introduction, and this is by Robin Marty and Jessica Mason-Piccolo. The pinnacle of reproductive rights decisions, the 1973 Supreme Court ruling in Roe v. Wade established that any woman, regardless of means, race, income, or class, had the right to determine whether or not she wished to remain pregnant. Roe declared that, until the point of fetal viability, the ability of a fetus to survive outside the uterus, the right of a woman to control her own body outweighed any interest that the state might have in legally defining an embryo, fetus, or any other such entity as life. By recognizing the choice of whether or not to have an abortion as a federal and constitutional right, Roe v. Wade was pivotal in providing a generation of women with the structural support for achieving economic and civic equality. The constitutional protection of a woman's decision to terminate her pregnancy is derived from the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. This clause offers both procedural protections and substantive rights, The most familiar of these substantive rights or liberties, the terms are used interchangeably in case law describing the evolution of substantive due process analysis, being those recognized by the Bill of Rights. In Roe, the Supreme Court famously found a woman's right to control her reproduction to be part of the penumbra of the right to privacy. This was largely the framework that the courts embraced in the years following the decision, understanding that fundamental recognition of someone's humanity must include the recognition of that person's right to make decisions that control his or her health and destiny.
I inquire on behalf of my fellow Episcopalians.
I yield the mic.
Hi, I'm Jamie. I'll be reading from Motherhood in Bondage. 4. I've been married just a little more than 2.5 years, and I have 2 dear little boys. The oldest, 22 months. The youngest, 7 months. Just 15 months apart. I was just 9 months and 1 week married when the first baby came, and I never even had a chance from the beginning. When baby was 5 months old, I had rheumatism for a month and just began to feel fine when I became aware of the fact that there was going to be another. My children are both healthy and good, but here is my trouble. Last winter, before baby came, I fell on the ice and my back was hurt in some way that I just can't get up and down as I should. The doctor told me I would have to be careful or I may have to be operated on and have a bone extracted. He said avoiding pregnancy would help me, but he would not tell me how to avoid it. My husband is very good to the children and myself, and he is also careful, but things don't seem to go as they should. 5. I am not strong, have had kidney trouble for years, and have suffered so much with right hip and limb. Doctors say it is tuberculosis of the hip. I have been married 4 years, have a little girl 3 years old, have had 2 miscarriages, one in hospital and one other at home. I didn't know I had miscarried until I was nearly dead. I love children, but realize I am not able to give them the care they should have. I now have a baby, 5 weeks old. My children are not strong. Doctors tell me plainly I must not have any more, and I'm so worried about it. I have a good husband, works hard, but makes small salary. Since my first child was born, I haven't been able to do my housework, and each time I get worse. Since the last baby was born, I am almost helpless at times. I am ignorant and can see no relief unless you can help me, or tell me something. If I were strong and the baby is healthy, it would not be so bad, but they come so close together. 2 months after I miscarried the last time, I was that way again. My doctor thought I had better go to the hospital and have an operation, but I could not stand the thoughts of that. I decided the only thing to do would be to suffer it out. I had such a hard time. I'd much rather die than go through it with it again. Each time it gets worse. It is not because I do not love my children that I don't want them. It is because I know so well they should not be here. If I am only spared to be with the 2 I have, I am afraid I love them too well. 6. I hope the day will come soon when women can have the say if they are to be mothers or not. I am the mother of 7 living children, 1 set of twin boys and girl, and my little baby girl died at 3 weeks of age. She was a 7 months baby. When my baby before the last was born, the doctors told me I shouldn't get that way again. The twins nearly broke me down, and then just 2 years later the baby came, and he weighed 11 pounds. I tried so hard not to get that way again, as my back was in such an awful fix, but the doctor wouldn't tell me anything to do. I have separation of the joints in my hip and back, and have to wear a brace. I was under several specialists, and they said I ought not to have any more children. I tried not to get that way, and begged my husband not to risk it, but it didn't do any good. When I was 7 months along, I was taken with the flu and pneumonia and lost the baby, and I was so long getting strong. But I'm better now than I have been in several years, and I won't be if I get pregnant again. I have more children than I can take care of now. I've been married 13 years and have given birth to 8 children, and I know it's not right for me to have any more children. I try to keep away from my husband, but that's not right. I love him very much and we are young, but I have a constant dread all the time for fear I will get pregnant. My household duties are heavy. We are rice farmers, and harvest time is awful hard on the women. 7. I'm a girl of only 18 and have one child. It is only 14 months old, and I am in family way again. I've been married only 2.5 years. I married a day laborer and can only make enough to get us a little something to eat and wear. We have no home, and here I am with one poor pitiful child and another on the road to this awful world to suffer for the want of care. I'm not able to be up half the time. I have always been bothered with something like tuberculosis and don't have the means to be cared for like I should. My baby is so poor and pitiful, I'm afraid it won't live long. Only ignorance has driven me into this awful place. I can now see that I would be better off dead than to be bringing these poor little children into poverty and sickness. I think it is awful for me to have to suffer from tuberculosis and bring these poor little children into the world too. If I only could see a little peace while I live, please help me if you can. If you can help me in this case, maybe I can be prepared to help myself after this. Just now, I'm so discouraged that I believe I could die. 8. If only the knowledge you advocate were mine, it would be no doubt save my life. And you, who are a mother yourself, know how precious life is for the sake of the little ones. I've been married but 3 years and have 2 baby boys. My first child came the first year, and I had always worked hard in factories previous to my marriage. I hadn't the strength or vitality to stand it. The result was that I got the flu, and for 6 of the 9 months I carried him, I was a complete invalid, causing untold worries and dreadful expense. No sooner had I barely struggled back to anything resembling health than I again faced motherhood. The next 9 months were filled with terror, as my first little boy was so sickly and difficult to care for. At the second birth, I went through a 24-hour labor that seems as if it will never fade from my mind. And because I nursed the baby 11 months, he had a most pronounced case of rickets and is a constant care. It is not morbidness that makes me feel sure I could not live through another childbirth. It's simply that I'm at the end of my strength and nerves. Please, I beg of you, if it is any way in your power, please help me. My husband is only a boy, and all the life and hope is being crushed out of both of us. Oh, if only there could be help and hope for me. Oh, if there is anything I can do, please let me know, and to help others too. All around me there are so many dying and living in hell through ignorance. 9. I am a mother of 3 little girls. The oldest 3 years old. The baby is 3 months, and the other is 2 years old and a cripple. She can't sit up and can't bring her hands to her mouth and can't talk. So I have to handle 2 babies all day long, and sometimes I can't do my housework. Now I ask you to do me a favor and advise me what to do to be free from babies for a while. I would be very thankful to you. 10. Have been married for 9 years and have 6 children, the oldest 7.5 years and the youngest a few weeks. I've had lots of trouble bringing them up. The oldest had infantile paralysis when he was 18 months old. Of course, he is lame, but he can walk. He is paralyzed in the spinal cord and the knees. It makes it very hard for me. Besides this, they all have eczema. I do not know what this comes from, but it is really very discouraging to put children in misery of that kind. I married when I was 16.5 years, very ignorant of what marriage was. I am now 26 years old, and as you see, have 6 children. Really, I am discouraged. I try to keep away from my husband as much as possible, but this always brings us to quarrels and his saying that he will go elsewhere. 11. I am the mother of 6 children ranging in age from 1 year to 11 years, and am very much afraid that I am pregnant again. This is discouraging to me to the point of despair, for with the 1-year-old baby and a 2.5-year-old girl who has tuberculosis of the knee joint and has worn a cast for 15 months, I have my hands full. Then there are the 4 other children, 3 in school. My husband is a painter and makes good wages, but he is not strong and should have rest, but that is impossible with 6 little ones to feed and clothe. My health is unusually good. How can it last if I am to bear a child every year or so?
I'm Clara, my fellow Missourian.
I yield.
Hello, my name is Gretchen Waddell Barwick, and I am a St. Louis City resident, and I'm here because I believe that a woman should have the choice to have an abortion, and that no legislator should determine how long she needs to think about that choice with her family and her doctor before she's allowed to make a medical decision. I will be reading from How the Pro-Choice Movement Saved America by Christina Page. Let's consider for a moment that odd duck, the average American, more surveyed and studied, charted and graphed than probably any bird in history. Nothing has been left out of the investigation of who we are and what we do, especially not our sex lives. A sweeping 2004 poll by ABC News, Primetime Live, one of the largest, most dedicated looks at our sexual habits, revealed that the average American has sex once a week. And that's any adult, married or single. It doesn't matter if you're conservative or liberal, devout or atheist. If you're in a relationship, then 85% of you have sex every week. This is a bulldozer statistic. Let's reflect on it for a moment. It speaks volumes about how we live and love. You don't have to be a fan of Sex and the City to understand that sex is the one activity we are all committed to. It's not just something we do, it's really part of who we are. Discussions about who should have sex and why are largely decorative or perhaps just titillating. Sexual liberation is passé. Women are sexually liberated. Right-wing, church-going women too. To understand the competing agendas of the pro-choice and pro-life movements, it's essential to consider the central role of sex in our lives. After all, the debate about abortion, like the debate about birth control, is rooted in an argument about sex. Specifically, it's an argument about why people have sex or why they should have sex. The pro-lifers want sex to be a means to an end. That end is a baby. If you are using any type of birth control, stop, says Randall Terry, founder of Operation Rescue. Leave the number of children you have in God's hands. This wish necessarily colors their thinking about contraception as well as abortion. You can't think the sole purpose of sex is to make a baby and also be for birth control. Sex as baby-making tool may be what pro-lifers long for, but it clearly doesn't correspond to how we live. Not if you're going to enjoy sex once a week. Sex is, and pro-choicers embrace this fact, a recreational activity too. It's not bowling, it comes from intimacy, and also produces intimacy. But people do it for pleasure it brings, and not just for the baby it might produce. Pro-choicers view contraception as an essential support for this lifestyle. The control it offers is, for the pro-choice side, a positive. Think about it. What would life be like for that average American polled by ABC if they didn't have birth control? The typical American woman, the one having sex every week, would be pregnant year in and year out. Bear in mind that the average woman is fertile for nearly 30 years of her life. 15 to 45 are the reproductive ages. She devotes approximately 7 of those years either attempting to become pregnant, actually being pregnant, or breastfeeding. And when breastfeeding, the chance of pregnancy is greatly diminished. But for the remaining 23 years on average, she's trying not to have kids. Pro-lifers in a pinch may recognize this as a reality, but they find it lamentable. In this debate, they are the moralists, the scolders. To be pro-life means more than taking a stand against abortion. Abortion is that movement's rhetorical leading edge. Baby killer is an attention-getting soundbite. But in the pro-life scheme of things, it is just one issue, not the guiding one. Pro-lifers would like to change our views on sex and the roles of women as well. More on that later. Read widely in pro-life writings and you'll come away convinced that women who use birth control, the pro-life establishment calls us contraceptors, that sounds like a dinosaur, in order to enjoy weekly sex are indulgent and selfish. Most people in the pro-life movement have a certain morality and believe sex is not for fun and games, says Joseph Scheidler, founder of the Pro-Life Action League. I think contraception is disgusting. People using each other for pleasure. The pro-choice movement is comfortable with sex and contraception. Perhaps it is simply a prejudice in favor of the practical. If pro-lifers are the moralists, then pro-choicers are the pragmatists. Pro-lifers want to change the life we live. Pro-choicers want to help us live the lives we choose without dangerous consequences. The pro-lifer may find our appetite for sex disgusting, but a pro-choice person accepts how we are and celebrates it. Sex isn't an evil if not done with procreation in mind, just the opposite. For the person in a pro-choice world, sex makes us happier, healthier, and perhaps even better parents. Consider a groundbreaking 2004 study published in the esteemed journal Science. The researchers, a Nobel Prize winner, assessed how much more than 900 women spent their time and how much satisfaction they experienced in various activities. The researchers attempted to discover how women and men pursue happiness. Participants systemically restructured their activities, and the activity that made women happiest was sex. It brings them more happiness than eating, socializing, and relaxing. Another study, conducted by 2 economists, found that regular sex brings people as much happiness as a $50,000 a year raise. The more sex, the researchers write, the happier the person. As weird as it sounds, our sex lives turn out to be more important than our work lives or even our health status as a predictor of happiness. There's a good chance we're biologically built solely for pleasure sex. Evolution, or possibly the intelligent designer, may have engineered us that way. In 2004, Time featured a cover story on the health benefits of sex and reported, studies are showing that arousal and an active sex life may lead to a longer life, better heart health, and an improved ability to ward off pain, a more robust immune system, and even protection against cancers, not to mention lower rates of depression. Some experts believe that our appetite for recreational sex may make us better parents too, more able to care for our babies as long as we do. Human children are unusual in that they're dependent on their parents for much longer than the offspring of other animals. Also, human adult females are different from adult females in most other species in that our fertile periods are hidden, unknown to potential sex partners, or even to women themselves. Females of most species let suitors know when they're fertile with obvious signs, like shiny red butts. The lengthy dependence of our children and the mysteriousness of our fertile times, biologists believe, are connected. In the animal kingdom, most females are single moms. Males are useful as impregnators and then should be on their way. Luckily, most newborn mammals help themselves to food as soon as they're weaned. With human children, it's years before they feed themselves. Pulitzer Prize-winning author, physiologist Jared Diamond explains how our foremothers solved this problem in a book, Why Is Sex Fun? The Evolution of Human Sexuality. Her brilliant solution: remain sexually receptive even after ovulating. Keep him satisfied by copulating whenever he wants. In that way, he'll hang around, have no need to look for new sex partners, and will even share his daily hunting bag of meat. Recreational sex is thus supposed to function as the glue holding a baby couple together while they cooperate in rearing their helpless baby. That, in essence, is the theory, and it seems to have much to recommend it. In this context, birth control and the type of sex it permits shouldn't be disgusting. It may even allow for the fulfillment of a woman's biological destiny. She can have sex, improve her health, tend her relationship, and not be overrun with children she cannot care for. Any casual observer knows it is this happy, eager view of sex that is reflected everywhere in today's culture. Like it or not, we live in a pro-choice world. Sex pervades popular culture. It's used to move products, from shampoos to cars. It is part of our pop culture experience. TV characters lead full sex lives in plain view. Even Homer and Marge have an occasional romp in the hay. The big worry over sex is not when or if, but excellence. To take the 2005 newsstands as one indicator, you'd think that Americans were angling to perfect sex through daily practice. Sex in these mass-market magazines is hardly a utilitarian exercise designed to proficiently produce a bouncing baby. It's a culture of secrets that need to be unlocked and then enjoyed just for themselves. Self magazine's cover proclaimed, "Make sex better every day. Boost your know-how, your satisfaction." Men's Health prescribed 30 sizzling sex secrets to unleash in bed. Not the next time you're wanting to impregnate your wife, but rather tonight. We are, it's easy to conclude, sex obsessed. Still, that doesn't mean we're destined to be vixens or sexual predators or lifestyle experimenters. In fact, the vast majority of us are monogamous. Most prefer marriage. Unmarried couples living together, now a common arrangement, are as monogamous as married couples. Indeed, despite what the apocalyptic rhetoric suggests, the past century has actually witnessed a steep decline in extramarital affairs. Studies conducted by famous sex researcher Alfred Kinsey, both in 1948 and 1953, found that 26% of women and 50% of men had an extramarital sexual experience. Similar findings were discovered by earlier studies conducted by researchers in the 1920s. But today, in our sex-saturated culture, the number of married people who have had an extramarital affair has plummeted, according to one authoritative source, to 6% of women and 10% of men. Other conservative sources estimate the rate of extramarital affairs today somewhat higher, but still half the 1950s rate. The upturn in fidelity seems a clear result of many of those things that drive pro-lifers wild. The more lengthy and thoughtful trying out of marriage partners, the freer expression within marriage of different desires. Most important, perhaps, is that today society accepts our social urges. Sexual desire isn't marginalized, isn't correct in some instances and disgusting in others. It just is. This may be contrary to what pro-life movement wants. Some pro-life thinkers even condemn masturbation, but like it or not, we live in a pro-choice culture. Not only is sex for pleasure an expected part of life, but birth control is one of the foundations on which we build our lives. In one thing, pro-lifers are right. When they target family planning, they take aim at something important. Birth control has led to a transformation of our society, one so sweeping and rapid that only recently have we had the occasion to stalk its impacts. The pro-choice movement, which grew out of the contraception movement, has long understood that these were the stakes. It is no coincidence that Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood and mother of the American birth control movement, and Marie Stopes, her European counterpart, wrote books on how this technology would change society. As they envisioned it, the first change would be in marriages. They knew that family planning is essential to a more perfect union between husband and wife. They also knew that sex was to be enjoyed. Sanger was an early sexologist, the Dr. Ruth of her time, whose book scandalously gave explicit instructions on better sex. The movements they founded fought against pernicious Puritan views on sex. They understood that a society in which sex for pleasure was an accepted part of the human condition could change the world. That is, if birth control were legal, which it was not in the case of Sanger's time. Margaret Sanger, as Ellen Chesler put it in her seminal biography of the leader, understood that contraception would be a tool for redistributing power fundamentally in the bedroom, the home, and the larger community. Sanger and her colleagues were not suggesting anything that the most comfortable in society didn't already practice. At the turn of the century, the wealthy already had private contraceptive arrangements. Physicians conspired with their well-heeled patients in what was a criminal act. In the 1920s, an exhaustive scientific study on the sex life of 1,000 well-educated married women revealed that 74% used contraceptive methods themselves and gave their approval to them. Economic and health reasons and the desire for a satisfactory married life were cited as equally important motives. Another survey, conducted in 1929 of more than 2,000 women, revealed widespread support for honest approaches to people's real sex lives. It found that 84% of women believed married couples were justified in having intercourse, not for the purpose of having children. 63% thought information on birth control should be available to unmarried people, and even 72% felt that there were acceptable reasons for abortion to be performed.
Despite its widespread use, at least among the affluent, it wasn't until 1965 that the Supreme Court ruled that birth control was legal for married couples. The court didn't grant unmarried people legal access to birth control until 1972, a year before abortion was legalized. For many in the pro-life movement, these dates mark the period in which everything started to go wrong. From the breakdown of the nuclear family to a generalized increase in permissiveness and a denigration of American morals. For many pro-life conservatives, it's the period before birth control was legalized that serves as a kind of sentimental attachment, and also a model. It's the 50s wife and mother who seem to have it together. Even today, June Cleaver is the benchmark mom to whom every other mother is compared. What was the reality for pre-birth control mom, though? In her masterful book, The Way We Never Were, American Families and the Nostalgia Trip, historian Stephanie Coontz explains that the 50s birth rates soared, doubling the time devoted to childcare. Consequently, women's educational parity with men dropped sharply, while their housework time increased exponentially, despite new time-saving household technologies. And with women assigned to endless tasks in the home, men shouldered the full responsibility of supporting the family economically. One dire consequence was that 1 in 4 Americans in the mid-1950s lived in poverty. By the end of the 1950s, 1/3 of American children lived in poverty. Even among white families in the 50s, 1/3 could not get by on the income of head of household. As Coontz explains, in the days before birth control, the role of the mother was forced on many women. Women's rights were limited, but social pressure could be even more daunting. Coontz cites a study of hospitalized schizophrenic women in the San Francisco Bay Area in the 1950s. Institutionalized and sometimes electric shock treatments were used to force women to accept their domestic roles and their husbands' dictates. Shock treatments were also recommended for women who sought abortion, on the assumption that failure to want a baby signified dangerous emotional disturbance. Let's not forget that in this golden age of motherhood, women were deeply mistrusted. They were, as points Coontz out, often denied the right to serve on juries, sign contracts, or take out credit cards in their own name. A 1954 article in Esquire called Working Wives a Menace. A Life author termed married women's employment a disease. In some states, the law gave husbands total control over family finances. There were not many permissible alternatives to baking brownies, experimenting with new canned soups, and getting rid of stains around the collar. Not surprisingly, a national poll conducted during the 50s found that 20% of all couples considered their marriages unhappy. Researchers in the 50s found in surveys of working class couples that slightly less than 1/3 reported being happily or very happily married. Part of the reason for unhappiness in the 50s marriages was that many couples didn't really want to be married in the first place. They were trapped into marriage by an unintended pregnancy. With no sex ed, no birth control, no legal abortion, the exact legislative agenda of today's pro-life movement, teen birth rates soared, reaching heights that have not been equaled since. Once birth control became legal nationwide, and especially after the introduction of the insanely popular birth control pill, women's lives were transformed. June Cleaver became Hillary Clinton. Hillary 2016. The change was almost instantaneous, and most people understood the cause. In 1999, a Gallup poll revealed that more people cited birth control as having the highest impact on women than opportunity for higher education, access to jobs, political representation, or even the much publicized women's movement. Given the opinion, more and more women decided to postpone marriage and parenthood. In 1970, the average age of a new mother was 21. By 2000, the average age of a woman at first birth was 28. The pill enabled young men and women to put off marriage while not having to put off sex, report Harvard researchers Claudia Goldin and Lawrence Katz in their 2002 study, The Power of the Pill, published in the Journal of Political Economy. Sex no longer had to be packaged with commitment devices, many of which encouraged early marriage. The pill didn't alter marriage, which is no longer a gateway to sex, in the span of just 4 decades, we have witnessed a massive transformation of society. Women rushed into college so quickly, so enthusiastically, that today the concern is more likely about men's equality. Women now represent 61% of undergraduates. From 1970 to 2000, the number of women graduating college more than doubled. Women are currently in the majority of those in medical school and seeking postgraduate degrees, and they equal the number of men in law school. The surge of women entering college and the professions seemed to happen almost immediately after the legalization of contraception. Golden and Katz, who studied the effects of the pill, found that the percentage of all lawyers and judges who are women more than doubled in the 1970s, from 5.1% in 1970 to 13.6% in 1980, and was 29.7% in 2000. The share of female physicians increased from 9.1% in 1970 to 14.1% in 1980 and almost 30% in 2000. Similar patterns hold for occupations such as dentists, architects, veterinarians, economists, and most of the engineering fields. Given the opportunity to delay marriage and childbearing, women entered the workforce and never left. Whereas in 1943, the majority of women stated that they preferred not to hold a job, by 1979, only a stunning 5% of women held this view. In just 2 decades after the legalization of family planning, the number of women in the workforce nearly doubled. In 1965, 25 million were in the workforce. By 1984, 46 million were, slightly more than half of all American women at the time. Today, there are nearly equal numbers of women as men in the workforce. The ramifications of women's entry into the workplace are all well known and, for the most part, beneficial. Indeed, those frightening 50 statistics indicating widespread poverty, marital unhappiness have improved. The rate of poverty today is half of what it was in the 1950s. The percentage of children living in poverty has decreased 50% since 1959. More than twice as many married Americans today report being very happy in their marriage, and the rate of teen motherhood has been reduced by more than half. This new pro-choice society of the last 3 or 4 decades has given all women, regardless of their political views, more options, probably more opinions too. And as we'll see, men's options have expanded too. This includes even those women who chose full-time motherhood. Staying at home to raise children remains an opportunity, and now a more flexible and inviting one because the option to segue back into the workforce exists. Even though many sentimentally regard a stay-at-home mother as the choice of greater virtue, most women don't. The vast majority of working mothers believe that employment has no impact on the quality of relationship with their kids. Astonishing as it seems, most working women today say they would continue working even if they had the option of staying home. One study found that 1 in every 2 of the very homemakers the pro-lifers see as leading the most laudable life, given the chance to start over, would choose to have a career. By contrast, only 1 in 5 working mothers said she'd like to leave her job and stay at home with her children. For many women, working outside the home is their family value. By providing more economic support for the family, workforce moms view their careers not only as a way to fulfill something in themselves, but also as a chance to secure more options for their children. Yet so much has been written about the horrors working women have unleashed on their children. It's a virtual cottage industry of religious pro-life right, which has originated many of the attacks. Latchkey kids, a favorite phrase in the 1980s, helped cement in the public's mind the unsupported notion that mothers at work meant neglect of kids. In the mid-80s, conservative pro-life activist Phyllis Schlafly suggested that mothers who remained employed for their own self-fulfillment had contributed to adolescent suicides. The anti-working woman climate of the 80s included constant media coverage of what was made to seem like widespread satanic ritualistic sex abuse in daycare centers. Between 1977 and 1985, the number of children in daycare nearly quadrupled as women rushed into the workplace. No doubt, some mothers felt guilty about turning their kids over to strangers. Now, suddenly the airwaves were saturated with stories of horrific satanic cults in daycare centers. A search of newspaper articles in the 1980s found stories about alleged cases of child abuse, Satanism, and sexual predators rose from a few dozen a year to more than 400 a year. Wow. Many of the cases that dominated the national discourse in the 80s never led to convictions. Of 30 cases that went to trial, more than half the judgments of juries and prosecutors would later be overturned by appellate judges. A decade later, sociologists wondered how so many spurious cases came about at once. It seems it had something to do about this fear that we'd turned our kids over to total strangers, Catherine Beckett, a University of Michigan sociologist. It's as if there was a guilt that people we didn't know were raising them for us. There may indeed have been some abuse as the child care industry grew rapidly to meet the demands brought about by the new norm of two parents in the workforce. But in the 80s, when this hysteria hit, a child was considerably more likely to be sexually abused by a priest or a family member than a child care worker. This frenzy seemed fueled by a cultural backlash aimed at mothers heartless enough to send their child to daycare. Ever since they first donned those shoulder-padded suits, working women have been blamed for many of societal's ills. Poor test scores, ADD, school shootings, sexually active teens, or secret torture chambers under daycare centers have all been served up as evidence that society is paying dearly for mothers seeking selfish gratification through careers rather than exclusively tending to hearth and home. Pro-life groups have continually sounded the theme of encouraging women, never men, to abandon their careers for the sake of their children. In the early 1990s, the likes of then Representative William Dannemeyer, pro-life Republican from California, took the floor of the House of Representatives to denounce the devastation that results when working mothers put careers ahead of children and rationalize material benefits in the name of children. More recently, pro-life bully Laura Schlesinger authored the vindictively anti-working mother book titled "Don't Have Them If You Won't Raise Them." In Scheslinger's view, career is pitted against family as if the two could never be compatible. In 2005, a fellow at Concerned Women for America continued the battering of the selfish working mother, writing, "Nature will never be forever denied. Women are beginning to see the costs of imbibing the unnatural cocktail of self-centeredness served by a me-centered postmodernism. For many women, the career track that lured so enticingly has become a daily grind that merely pays the bills, a treadmill that is no golden pathway to their dreams." It is interesting that the pro-life critique is inevitably aimed at some middle or upper middle class mom who supposedly has choice not to work. In the pro-life view, most women work not because they have bills to pay, because of some self-indulgent whim. The pro-life camp offers an unending monologue about how pro-child they are, yet in a kind of twisted logic, pro-life operatives have sought to defend children by trying to make it harder to be a working parent. For example, most of the Senate opposition to the Family Medical Leave Act was from pro-lifers. A law much cherished by the American people, the Family Medical Leave Act allows working parents for the first time in U.S. history to leave work to care for a newborn. Now, wouldn't this be exactly the type of legislation that makes it easier to have a baby and raise a happy one? 90% of the senators who voted against the Family Medical Leave Act are fervently pro-life. Unfortunately, this is typical behavior for the supposedly pro-child, pro-lifers. The Children's Defense Fund, the premier national children's advocacy group, an organization that takes no position in the abortion debate, recently released its 2004 congressional rankings of the best and worst legislators for children. The organization used 12 indicators to rank senators and members of Congress, counting their votes on issues ranging from safety on gun locks to education spending. It should be a sobering shock that of the 113 representatives the Children's Defense Fund classifies as the worst for children, 100% are pro-life. The pro-life movement mobilized countless volunteers and invested stunningly large sums to elect those who actively work to strip children of basic protections educational funding, health care, unemployment benefits for their parents. The very things that make it easier for a family to have and raise a child. And those ranked as the best legislators for children, 95% are pro-choice. In her book, Is the Fetus a Person? A Comparison of Policies Across 50 States, Jean Reith Schrodel compares pro-life and pro-choice states and how they treat children. She found that, and this is a quote, no evidence was found that pro-life states have adopted a comprehensive range of policies designed to protect and assist the weakest and most vulnerable in our society. Instead, the opposite appeared to be true. Pro-choice states were more likely to favor adoption and provide aid to needy children. Simply, pro-life states make it difficult for women to have abortions, but they do not help these women provide for the children once born. Pro-life states also spend less money per pupil on kindergarten through 12th grade education. She concludes, pro-choice states are more committed to providing for the society's weakest and vulnerable than pro-life states. It is a sad irony that the sharpest attacks, not only on working women, but also on childcare, are part of the broad agenda of many national pro-life groups, such as Focus on the Family Research Council, and Concerned Women for America. Concerned Women for America was founded by Tim LaHaye and his wife Beverly. Tim LaHaye is better known as the author of the Left Behind series, which details the events surrounding the Christian Right's much anticipated rapture. In his nonfiction work, LaHaye has sketched a religious right utopia where there is no separation of church and state. Abortion is outlawed. In LaHaye's vision, stay home to raise the babies, renounce feminism, and obey husbands as the spiritual head of the family. In keeping with his vision, Concerned Women for America leads campaigns against contraception and the earliest abortion methods. And its website includes articles such as Career or Family? An important enough question that it was assigned 2. One should assume childless interns, and the interns answer, stay home. At Concerned Women for America, at least, there's no such hypocrisy. Working women there lead the life they preach. Indeed, even if it sounds rather quaint to the rest of us, this organization enforces the mothers should be mothers only lifestyle. In 1997, the Washington Post described conditions this way. When working women become pregnant at Concerned Women for America, a conservative advocacy group in Washington, their boss tells them, congratulations, you've just gotten a promotion in life, being a full-time mom. There is no paid maternity leave, and almost all new mothers there quit to stay home full-time. Certainly the attack on childcare has evolved. No longer is the childcare worker the monster. Now it's the experience of spending time away from mom that damages kids. It's as if the very idea of professional childcare is corrupting, harmful. How nicely this serves the pro-life agenda. For example, the Illinois Right to Life Committee reports on its website, studies find daycare detrimental to children. Lifestyle, an international pro-life website, helped promote fears of childcare with an article titled, World's Foremost Childcare Study Shows Daycare Leads to Aggression. The Pro-Life Family Research Council hosted a forum about the book, Daycare Deception, What the Child Care Establishment Isn't Telling Us. The book was written by Brian Robertson, a fellow at the Pro-Life Howard Center for Family, Religion, and Society, an organization with a mission to affirm the natural human family is established by a creator. And the ideas that followed in the introduction of the pill challenged the family's very legitimacy as an institution. Needless to say, Robertson believes that childcare is a feminist plot. New feminist versions of women's empowerment require all mothers to pursue careers and be economically independent of their husbands, explains Robertson, adding, it cannot abide the realities of motherhood. All the protest against daycare, remember, stems from a deep distrust of independent working women, who in turn have flourished as the result of birth control. Yet it turns out that the facts about childcare, viewed without a political agenda, tell a more positive story. The allegations that childcare is detrimental to children are at best exaggerated and at worst outright lies. Most of the recent attacks are based on one study, which continues to be debated even among the 29 researchers who authored it. Jay Belsky, a professor at the University of London, is the only researcher of the bunch to claim that non-maternal care can lead to more aggressive behaviors in some children. For the record, Belsky is not against childcare and even helped found an infant daycare center as a professor at Pennsylvania State University in the 70s. Belsky's contention and the source of all this controversy is that 17% of kids in daycare show more aggressive behaviors than those in maternal care. And by the way, that acting out behavior disappears by age 3. Still, Belsky tends to find the fraction that misbehave through age 2 significant, much more than any of his colleagues. As one puts it, we're not seeing that childcare produces super aggressive kids. But the important point is, what does his finding mean? It is, as the pro-life side asserts, a condemnation of any woman who would risk her child in daycare, or is it a call for improved quality of childcare? Belsky himself isn't sure. It could have led to the conclusion that we should have more parental leave. It might have drawn the conclusion that we should assure our care is the highest quality, he explained in an interview. All of this creates an alarming pattern. First, pro-life groups work to keep birth control from women. Concurrently, they assert that childcare is bad, an assertion that carries with it the implications that women who rely on childcare are bad as well. These accusations, these complaints, come with no accompanying solution except that women should stay at home caring for their young. The pro-life movement has no campaign underway to devote more funding to make quality childcare available or affordable or better. Despite the punitive rhetoric on the right, bolstered as always by nostalgia for a way they imagine the world once was, the truth is that women flooded into the workplace not because they're uniquely selfish creatures who don't care about their children. Working women themselves tell a different story. They believe that a happy mom is a better mom. Don't forget those surveys that show that half of today's stay-at-home moms would, if they had another chance, pursue a career. Or that only 20% of women in the workforce would rather be the idealized stay-at-homer. Not only that, but many also believe that having more balance in their lives, being both a breadwinner and a PTA member, makes them better mothers. But happiness or contentedness, or as the conservatives disparagingly call it, self-fulfillment, is hardly the only benefit to working women. And by the way, women are more likely to be happy with their jobs than men. The misguided assumption here is that most women choose to go to work. But for mothers, of course, working is an economic necessity. One that has led to important benefits, and they've made their families wealthier. This is perhaps the greatest single remedy to poverty since the New Deal. Earnings of working wives markedly lower the influence of poverty for all ethnic and racial groups. Families in which husbands and wives both work are much less likely to experience poverty than families in which only husbands work. In fact, families in which the husband is the sole breadwinner are 4 times more likely to be poor than those in which the wife brings home an income. Both partners work. They earn incomes nearly 2/3 more than those families in which the husband alone works. Money may not be everything, but it's something. Women's equality in careers have created higher incomes, and higher incomes have led to lower divorce rates. Financial stress is one of the most common reasons cited by divorced couples. Just 5% of those living in households with an income of $50,000 or more say they are currently separated or divorced. At the other extreme, 38% of those who live in households with less than $20,000 in income say they are separated or divorced. So what are the effects on the children? Between 1980 and 2000, the percentage of children living in a dual-income family doubled. As 29 researchers in the much-debated study of the effects of childcare explain, whatever role childcare plays, family income plays a much more important role in child development. In fact, it's much more significant than anything else, including whether a child spends the day with mom or in daycare environment. In a family where the mother has a higher education, more true of working women, there is less financial stress. And in dual earning homes, children do better developmentally, and studies find. Countless studies have shown that family income is associated with children's development and educational attainment at Jean Young, lead author and study on how income affects preschoolers' cognitive abilities and behavior. The first item on the list of things to improve low-income young children's cognitive achievement, says Young, is to offer programs that seek to raise income levels. By the same token, if behavioral problems are the issue, says Young, we should focus on strategies to reduce income instability. It's not time with children that seems to be the issue, those endless, lazy days that pro-lifers dream of, but what mothers do with that time that counts. And it turns out that the woman who has benefited from the pro-choice revolution, the educated mom, is the mom most likely to read to her child every day and provide more cognitively stimulating play.
I inspire my fellow Missourians.
I yield the microphone.
Hi, my name is Laura Burbank. I'm from St. Louis, and I am here because I think the only person who should be making healthcare decisions is the person who they affect. So I think women know what's right for them. So a new look at the meaning of reproductive choice. People often assume that a personal experience with abortion motivated me to become a passionate advocate for reproductive choice. But it's a lot more complicated than that, as are most women's stories about their lives. For every choice has its parallel choices, known but not taken. When I was 15 and pregnant, I was aware of the option of abortion existed, even though it was illegal. I chose not to go that route. Like so many women, I did not choose adoption. This doesn't mean that these are not entirely valid choices. I just knew that they weren't right for me. I wanted children, and I thought that I was ready for parenthood. I even thought that I wanted 4 children until I had 3 and was physically exhausted. When I was 32, after 12 years of taking the high-dose birth control pills that were available then, my body started to rebel. The only solution I could see was sterilization. I was not really ready to foreclose my fertility. Still, it seemed the best option at the time. By and by, I became divorced from my first husband, and then met the love of my life, Alex Barnabel, and we married in 1980. We each have 3 wonderful children already. From the standpoint of responsibility towards world population, we had certainly done our part. I was never highly motivated enough to try to reverse the tubal ligation. If, however, there was one great sadness for me, it was that I have never had the pleasure of having a truly planned child with somebody I wholeheartedly love at the time of life, when we would have provided the environment in which a child would have had the best chance to thrive. Don't people understand that when faced with an unintended pregnancy or situation like I found myself in at 32, when I chose sterilization, all of the choices available are imperfect and fraught with pain? Choice is freedom, yes, but choice is also sacrifice. For in the very act of choosing, we are relinquishing our claim to the other options. This is never truer than when the issue of childbearing, when the path we choose defines our very lives. When the choice of one path may preclude forever the taking of the others. When the choice has such a profound impact on those we love the most. Many choices, many reasons. At 18, I chose to bring my daughter into the world, one of the toughest choices I had to make. I look at her, and I am thankful every day. Then about 6 months ago, I was confirmed that I was pregnant again. Looking at my life, the struggles I've had to endure to make sure my daughter was fed well and taken care of, I knew that another child was not a feasible thing at this time in my life. I had an abortion. I look back and I know that I made the right choice. It was a hard choice, just as deciding to keep my little girl was. Now I am still having the chance to make my daughter's life a successful one. Nell, age 22. At 16 weeks, routine prenatal screening tests came back incredibly abnormal. 2 weeks, many tests, and sleepless nights filled with dread later, we got the news that our baby was fatally ill with an extremely rare genetic disease. At 18 weeks, we terminated our much-wanted pregnancy at the hospital where we planned to give birth. Our risk of losing another baby to this terrible disease is 1 in 4. But 2 years later, I'm happy to tell you that I'm the proud mom of a beautiful, healthy baby boy. Choice is still there for me, ensuring that if I ever have another effective pregnancy, that I will also have choices. That was Lucy, age 33. I was 24 years old when I became pregnant. I was ill with panic disorder and OCD, or obsessive compulsive disorder. I was always afraid of losing my mind. My husband was a substance abuser, abusive to me, and we lived in poverty. After much soul searching, I decided on an abortion. I hadn't any idea how to keep a child safe. I couldn't even keep myself safe. After the abortion, I had the fortitude and courage to leave my husband. There are many reasons that women need the right to choose, among them physical and mental illness, poverty, abuse, sex that was forced upon them, sex that they were coerced into. I have found that there are many ways to be a mother in this world without having biological children. Cecile, age 40. This happily married mother of 2 in the following story, with her husband, already scheduled for a vasectomy, discovered she was pregnant, and she and her husband decided to have an abortion at first. It was not a decision my husband or I took lightly, and we weighed our options at great length before making this painful choice. While waiting the week for our appointment, we ended up changing our minds. We decided that adding to our family could have some advantages, and that we could try rearranging our lives in order to have another child. Even though we decided to continue this pregnancy, I thank God and all the people who have fought for my right to decide what is right for me and my family. Jane, age 39. Looking through the moral prism. Making decisions about pregnancy and childbearing is like looking into a prism from different angles and seeing the issue differently each time, depending on your vantage point. When I told my parents I was pregnant, they tried to force me to have an abortion. I decided to proceed with the pregnancy. Today I'm glad that I decided to have my son, but I strongly believe that my case is an exception to the rule. I was in a very stable relationship with a man I knew I would someday marry. I came from a wealthy family who offers much needed emotional and financial support, and I am almost through with college. Tina, age 20. I was an avid believer that abortions were 100% wrong, and that I would never do such a thing. Being adopted, I could not help but think my biological mother could have done the same thing to me. After going to the doctor and discussing the situation with my boyfriend, I decided that I did not want this child. The author notes that her regular doctor told her that he couldn't accommodate her for an abortion, and he offered her prenatal care instead. The writer says, my experience gave me a chance to feel what it is like to have no say in the matter of what you want to do with your child. Fortunately, I was able to go to a clinic for an abortion. Abby, age 19. My mother had an abortion when her and my father were first married. They were not ready for a child. She was very ill at the time, and childbirth would not have made that any easier. If she hadn't made the choice to have that abortion, I may never have been born. Onise, age 25. I don't believe in abortion unless it's a rape or molestation case. I believe that there shouldn't be a choice. The person makes that choice when they have sex. I guess I may have different feelings if I were in that situation. Jeff, age 30. Where you stand, as they say, depends on where you sit. And the way real life works, where you sit today will inevitably change tomorrow. So it stands to reason that the principal choices we make will be influenced as we take into account the factors and values of particular situations. One commonsensical but often overlooked fact is different choices are right at different times of life. I'm struck by how some of the most powerful stories come from people who have experienced multiple choices and talk about how the right choice changes with the life cycle, like these 4 stories. Different choices for different times. 9 years ago, my long-term boyfriend and I discovered I was pregnant. After many sleepless nights and emotional discussions, we decided that the best choice for our future was to terminate the pregnancy. In the years since, I have frequently thought of our choice, And while I wish I hadn't had to be made in the first place, I know we did the right thing for us. Today we are still together, have been married for 2 years, and are expecting our first baby in March. I feel very strongly that had we not had the right to make that choice, we would not be where we are today. Successful, still together, and eagerly awaiting our baby that we planned. This is not an issue. This is an issue that I feel strongly about. Maggie, age 29. I was very embarrassed by this unplanned, unwanted pregnancy that was a result of carelessness. I decided to tell no one of my decision and to go alone. Most of my family is pro-life. I have always been pro-choice. I do feel abortion is wrong, but I also know that a lot of things are wrong in this world, especially the fact that men are just not always physically, emotionally, and/or financially responsible for the children that they help produce. In my case, I'm a mature woman, 37, and a single mother to a toddler. Although my son would benefit from a sibling, I felt we would both benefit the most from my own sanity. I wasn't prepared to go through this pregnancy alone and to live exhausted and possibly very poor for the first few years of this child's life. I'm already a single mother. I'm already tired. I already have a child in this world who needs all of my time and attention. After much prayer and thought, I just felt I couldn't take on more responsibility without a devoted partner. Jeannie, age 37. Reproductive choice made the difference for our family. My husband of now 14 years and I had only begun our relationship almost 20 years ago when we had a contraceptive failure. Gotta love your diaphragm. We were both medical students just at the beginning of our career. Neither of us was ready in any way to start a family, and both of us had great ambitions for our careers. After great thought, we aborted. We stayed together and worked hard on our relationship and med school. We completed our residency in family medicine, then spent a year in Asia where we volunteered at a clinic in Nepal. We returned to the States a very solid couple, and 10 years after our first pregnancy, we chose to start a family. We now have 2 beautiful, delightfully, very loved children, ages 4 and 8, and we work part-time so that we can both spend time with our children in a community clinic providing care for the indigent population. Our family is thriving and our relationship is solid because we had the time and opportunity to create a stable foundation before starting our family. Now that I have kids, I know the stress involved in raising children, and I am so grateful to have had the opportunity to create my family when we were ready. Sharon, early 40s. The first time I became pregnant, I was at the age of 17 and a half. I got pregnant the first time I ever had sex. The encounter was with a married military man, considerably older than I. At that time, I was not on any method of birth control. The pregnancy was truly unintended. The whole act of intercourse was not intended. Now that this had happened, a choice had to be made. I chose to have my child and place him up for adoption immediately after his birth. This was undoubtedly the single hardest decision and experience of my life thus far. I will live forever with the knowledge that there is a human being out there, part of my flesh and blood, that I may never know and never see. I find this difficult to live with day to day. It has been almost 13 years, and I remember every day of my pregnancy, his delivery, the adoption process as if it were yesterday. But I had a choice, and I made that choice. Several years later, I was involved in a relationship with an abusive man. He was abusive mentally, physically, and sexually. I felt there was no way I was going through the adoption route again, and I couldn't see myself having a child with this man. Abortion was my choice. It was a hard decision, but one that I could make comfortably and live with myself. I feel that I have seen all sides of the controversy, and I have enacted 2 of the 3 possible solution scenarios. I'm comfortable with all of the decisions I have made and thank the higher power that we, as women, have the ability, the capability, and the resources to choose what is best for us. The government doesn't tell a man what to do with his penis. Winnie, age 30. Trust women to understand life's choices. Politicians and anti-choice demagogues often tout adoption as the solution to all unintended pregnancies, forgetting, if they ever knew, that a person's circumstance is unique and that each woman's life has value and purpose independent of her reproductive life. Every girl or woman who becomes pregnant understands that there are childless couples interested in adoption and agencies that will help her through the pregnancy and process. But only a very small number of women, 2 to 3%, who have unintended pregnancies, choose that option. Some who choose adoption are completely at peace with their decision. Some write to me expressing the deep sadness that haunts them every day. Many write to explain why adoption wasn't for them. As with all reproductive choices, these very decisions are complex, heartfelt, and deeply moral. My story is very simple. I got pregnant at the age of 16. I never expected that it would happen to me. I knew that I would not be able to have the babies and be strong enough to give them away. I also knew that there was no way that I would raise my children as a burden to me and society. Therefore, I did the thing that I felt was best for all of us and sent them back to heaven. Now that I am older, I wish that I would have been able to give them the life that they deserve. But since that would not have been possible, I am so thankful for the option. I probably would have found a way to get an abortion, but since they are legal, then I was given the opportunity to have a safe and effective one. Aaliyah, age 24. No money, no food, and no one to care for me. I was raped and ended up pregnant. I went through with the pregnancy and had a beautiful little girl. I named her Elizabeth and planned on keeping her, but there was one problem. I still had no home, and it was almost winter. I gave her up for adoption. It was a closed adoption. Now I can't see my daughter until she turns 18. That's 15 years from now. I can only see her then if she comes and finds me. I am not allowed to look for her. It is hard to get through every day, but I am still glad I gave her up, so she wouldn't have to live the life that I had to. Shannon, age 16. Passion runs high about reproductive choices because they are so profoundly personal. Businessman John Martinson wrote the following letter describing how a friend became stridently anti-choice after becoming a parent through adoption. John himself, an adoptive parent, takes a more generous view. During the interview with the birth mother, I told her I support women's rights and reproductive freedom, and I would raise a boy to respect women and to treat them as equals. I believe this is a key part of her decision to select us. We were excited to share the news, especially with my close friend who had adopted 2 kids some years before. After the adoption of his first child, my friend changed. He became very angry and resentful of my support of choice. It became something we could not discuss. I hoped that would change when he received my email with our good news. His response was mean-spirited and resentful. You will be in our prayers. You should thank God she didn't choose abortion. After I recovered from the hurt, I shot back the following response. I know we will never agree on this, but you should know why I am passionate about a woman's right to choose. This is an intensely personal decision by a woman in consultation with her doctor, and it is her decision, not the state's. Women can never be free as long as the state attempts to control her pregnancy. I don't think God she didn't choose abortion, I thank her. If she had chosen abortion, there are many others around the world who would choose adoption for their babies every day. And there are not enough adoptive parents to adopt them all. You and I have known each other a very long time. I respect your right to believe the way you do. Please respect my right to believe the way as I do. Let us just agree to disagree as we have in the past. I never got a response. Now we have a 5 1/2 month old bouncing baby boy, and I have never been more supportive of a woman's right to choose. People often express moral ambivalence in their childbearing choices, whether abortion, adoption, or parenting. We must respect their ability both to make these choices and to comprehend, value, and even mourn for what they did not choose. Robbie Osley, in Austin, Texas, mother of 4, whom you met earlier, tells her story. Having healthy twin daughters on my 27th birthday in 1971 was certainly a surprise and a blessing. I did, however, find myself in the hospital worrying about being a good mother to all 4 of my young children. I had grown up in a large, loving family with 3 older brothers and had fond memories of those childhood days. However, because my husband worked long hours, I became the primary caretaker and emotional parent of our children. Sometimes I felt like a plucked hen, desperately wishing there was more of me to go around. Then in 1973, when the twins were 2, we were faced with what I perceived to be a catastrophic dilemma. Tom's vasectomy of 2 years failed, and I was pregnant again. I immediately called Tom and insisted that I was incapable of nurturing and sustaining another baby. He attempted to calm my fears by suggesting we add an extra room onto the house and hire a live-in nanny. But you don't understand, I reacted. Money cannot change the fact that I am their mother, and there is only one of me to fulfill that significant role. We spent the next week praying about our dilemma and seeking counsel with professionals, including our minister. Ultimately, Tom and I made what we believed to be a life-affirming moral decision within the context of our faith that was to terminate the pregnancy. 2 strongly held convictions have stayed with me since that experience over 28 years ago. First, it made me fully aware of the realization that we don't live in a perfect world. If we did, Tom and I would not have been faced with such a difficult decision. However, I feel strongly that I was in the best position and therefore the best person to ultimately make that decision. Not even Tom, the person who knew me best and loved me most, could understand the depth of my anxiety nor the gravity of my emotional, mental health. The second impression I still have etched into my heart and soul is the desperateness and levels of panic that I felt the day when the doctor called. I remember locking myself in my bedroom, the 3 younger ones crying and banging on the door as I hysterically cried on the phone, pleading with Tom to take me somewhere to get an abortion. I did not care where, but I had to do something because I had these 4 precious, innocent children depending on me. Therefore, my second strongly held conviction is that women, regardless of their financial status, will find a way to get an abortion, even if it means endangering their lives. I continue to be a stay-at-home mom, fully committed to nurturing all 4 children into adulthood, with the hope that they would one day contribute to the society in which we live. Today, all 4 children seem to be well-adjusted adults, college-educated, married, and with children of their own. Because of my personal journey, the bumper sticker on my car reads, pro-faith, pro-family, pro-choice. Almost everybody is, to some degree, pro-choice. To help people clarify their views about abortion, I often do an exercise that asks them to place themselves along a hypothetical continuum ranging from 1 to 10. 1 being all abortions are murder and should be outlawed, 10 being the decision about abortion should be always up to the woman. We find virtually no one ever claims to be a 1. Very few people would choose to save the life of the fetus over the life of the woman. Many people position themselves somewhere between 4 and 8. Every individual who does this exercise can explain the circumstances, life of woman, rape, health, mental health, social well-being, etc., that makes abortion acceptable in his or her own moral framework. So almost everyone is pro-choice. Only the degree varies. Once the discussion starts, people often move from place to place on the continuum as they think more deeply about the issues involved. Their movement is usually toward the higher numbers as people reflect on the complexity of the issues. As a result of my personal experiences, I am a perfect 10 against any law that restricts access to the full range of a woman's reproductive choices. I believe all of life's choices are difficult. None is perfect in its consequences, so one has no right to judge another's reproductive choices. You can attribute my conviction to rational thought and research, but I am more inclined to credit it to simple experience with some of those choices. It makes you humble. That's why, regardless of my choices, I would, over the long term, place my faith in women to make the best decisions for themselves and their offspring. Because I know from my own experience and the stories of so many thousands of women and men that choice is indeed freedom, but it is also sacrifice. Personally political. I am so grateful and thankful for the rights and choices I have been given because of the battle fought by other women. While some of my teenage friends were affected by unwanted pregnancies in the 1980s, I was fortunate enough to have protection and kept my pride. They had wonderful counseling and were offered choices to decide what was best for them personally and morally. They had access to abortion. Males can have immediate abortion on demand just by turning their backs and walking away. Stricter child support doesn't solve the problem because the men who want to be involved in the child's life are the ones who are already there and already pay. The simple fact is that a man will never be affected by this issue the way that women are. I marched in Washington, D.C. with thousands of others to protect our right to free choice while I was in college. I hope to have a baby in the near future now that I am ready, and I am so thankful for the bright, strong, courageous women who came before me. I can't stress enough how important it is to vote. I always do. Make sure your candidates support families and choice. Ashley, age 36. Chapter 9. Viagra, yes. Birth control, no. My first awareness of racial injustice came at age 3, when I became morally outraged that Juanita, my favorite babysitter, couldn't go to the high school on our side of town. I was a child of the South, and racial discrimination suffused the culture so completely that most people couldn't even see it. I'll admit that my outrage was fueled by the knowledge that when school started, she would have to go live with her grandmother across town, and therefore wouldn't be available to play with me. Even so, this incident stayed with me, and I am sure that Juanita's plight shaped my sensibilities about fairness and justice, or the lack of it, in this world. Like racial injustice in the South 50 years ago, other injustices are so pervasive that many don't see them until somebody points them out. That's exactly what happened with the pervasive gender inequalities in women's health care, not the least of which is the absence of insurance coverage for contraception under many plans. But unlike the complex issue of race, religion, and culture, once this injustice was pointed out, people got it very quickly. Glad to say this is fixed under Obamacare. I was absolutely appalled at the media attention given to Viagra, and then to hear about it being covered by medical insurance the same kind that wouldn't pay for my yearly female physical or my choice to use a single prescription that would allow me to prevent pregnancy. Sometimes I still can't believe in the injustice of health issues women still have today and how degrading it is to us. One can only wonder, how will insurers handle the new male birth control that will be available in 5 years? I guarantee there will not be this level of debate or controversy. Mark my words. Michelle, age 32. I have health insurance, but it does not cover women's health at all. An anonymous patient. I'm a wife and mother. I also teach 4th grade. I had almost reached a state of depression when I found out that my insurance would not cover my birth control pills unless needed for medical reasons. I'm a newlywed and a new mother. During this time, I cannot risk having another child, nor deny my husband or myself marital pleasure. I was paying an extra $30 per month on birth control pills. It was just too much to handle with our new $400 per month child care, baby formula, and clothing. BJ, 30s. Jennifer Erickson confronts an injustice. Jennifer Erickson was a newlywed Seattle pharmacist working for a Bartell drug company. She had no notion of herself as an activist for a cause. But Jennifer came face to face with gender injustice of insurance plans that cover most other drugs but not contraception. And the personal became political as a result of her firsthand experience, both as a woman and a healthcare professional. I consider myself in many ways a typical American woman. My husband Scott and I have been married for 2 years. We recently bought our first house. Someday when we feel ready, Scott and I would like to have 1 or 2 children. Like many Americans, I get my health insurance through my employer. Shortly after I started working there, I discovered that the company health plan did not cover contraception. Personally, it was very disappointing for me since contraception is my most important ongoing health need at this time. But it was also troubling to me professionally as a healthcare provider. Contraception is one of the most common prescriptions I fill for women, and I am often the person who has the difficult job of telling a woman that her insurance plan will not cover contraceptives. I'm unable to give her an acceptable explanation. Why? Because there is no acceptable explanation for the short-sighted policy. My perspective from behind the pharmacy counter gives me a clear picture of the burden this policy places on women, especially the low-income women who are the least equipped to deal with an unplanned pregnancy. I have seen women leave the pharmacy empty-handed because they cannot afford to pay the full cost of their birth control pills, and it breaks my heart. In 1996, we found only 1/3 of indemnity insurance plans cover birth control pills. Fewer yet covered all medically approved methods of birth control. And because women are so determined to get those pills to control their fertility, they pay up. That $30 a month for oral contraceptives is a significant part of the reason that women pay 68% more than men out of pocket for health care. More recently, in 2001, the Kaiser Family Foundation found that only 1/3 of self-insured employer plans cover the pill. Jennifer, for one, was fed up with the view from her pharmacy counter. She says, "I finally got tired of telling women, no, this one prescription your insurance won't cover. So I took the bold step of bringing a lawsuit against my employer to challenge its unfair policy." The sexes are unequal when it comes to their reproductive equipment. Women have most of it, and they have the part that not only needs frequent medical maintenance, but can ruin their health or even kill them without appropriate care. Basically, it's well women's health care, which includes things like pap smears to check for cancer or precancerous cells. This care, plus the contraceptive methods that enable women to plan and space their childbearing, constitutes most of the health care women need during their fertile years. Many insurance plans ignore this care, and even those that cover the exams often fail to cover the contraceptives. This reminds me of the old story of the pig and the chicken who were walking past a restaurant advertising bacon and eggs for breakfast. "Sounds all right," says the chicken. "Maybe all right for you," replied the pig. "For you it's just a contribution, but for me it's a total commitment." It's a really bad joke. For women, pregnancy is a total commitment, and yet insurance plans often treat the medical means to decide whether and when to have a pregnancy as though they were frivolous luxuries instead of significant necessities. Women like those cited below have described their situation on www.covermypills.com. Our health plan, like most others, does not cover the pill. When I confronted our provider, they had no explanation. However, they did say that they would cover vasectomy or hysterectomy. We had just had our second child, and we had not yet decided that if we would have a third. To have such a drastic procedure done that I might regret later was not a concern to the insurance company. I feel that the type of birth control a person uses is a personal choice, and I feel that it is unfair for the insurance companies to make that decision for us. Worse yet, to push us into a decision whether or not to have another child. These decisions take time and thought. My insurance, through my husband's employer, covers birth control pills, but only certain brands. And the limited brands they do cover come with a whopping $35 copay, which is more than they cost anyways. All our other prescriptions have only had a $5 or $15 copay. I have been on birth control for 2 years, and my husband's insurance does not cover my pills. So for 2 years, I have been paying about $30 a month on a prescription that is needed. I have 2 children, and my last child has a lot of medical illness, and I'd like to prevent getting pregnant right now, until we know for sure if this is genetic or not, so that our family has been struggling not only to pay for medical attention, but to prevent pregnancy. How we are fixing the problem. There is progress on this front because of the injustices are now being pointed out and people are paying attention. Early in 1997, I met with Senator Olympia Snowe, Republican from Maine, and she immediately agreed to be a primary sponsor in what would be the Equality in Prescription Insurance and Contraceptive Coverage Act. We drafted legislation and built a broad coalition in Congress led by Snowe, a pro-choice Republican, and Senator Harry Reid, an anti-choice Democrat from Nevada, that could support the basic fairness of insurance coverage for the medical care that prevents unintended pregnancy. After all, it just makes sense that if you oppose abortion, you have to support access to contraception that prevents abortion from ever being an issue. Sometimes controversy can work in your favor, and this was certainly one of those times. Bob Dole and Viagra helped by making the issue, well, sexy. Yeah. Similar legislation already was moving in California when we started this effort. But federal legislation for contraceptive equally languished in Congress for several years until the word got out that plans quickly began covering Viagra while still not covering contraception. This triggered outrage from the grassroots. This obvious injustice that men's sexual performance was considered more valuable than women's reproductive health really riled people up. I knew we were on the right track when no insurance companies would debate publicly against the legislation. Pretty soon you could feel the nationwide groundswell. We took on the debate and focused it on the impact these long-standing inequities have on the lives of individual women like Jennifer, the young pharmacist. More and more states, 20 and counting, are requiring insurance companies within their borders to cover contraceptives if they cover other prescription drugs. Federal employees are now guaranteed coverage, and President George W. Bush got his hand slapped when he tried to change that by taking it out of his budget. But in spite of the outcry, federal legislation, the Equity in Prescription Insurance and Contraceptive Coverage Act, that applies to insurance plans across the board still hasn't passed. So we added the effort to another strategy, lawsuits, such as Jennifer's, courageous litigation, that can help improve the lives of individuals and signal to companies and legislators that the courts reject this inequity. Birth control is basic health care, and access to it is gender equality, plain and simple. In June 2001, Jennifer won her class action lawsuit, assuring coverage for all the women who work for her company and putting employers everywhere on notice. Similar lawsuits are now springing up in other locations. Excuse me. More and more women are speaking out. I worked as a pharmacy technician for over 2 years. Other than women that were receiving low-cost contraceptives via state aid, very few women had the copay or the option of having discounted contraceptive prescriptions. I found it extremely difficult to explain to women why their prescription wasn't covered and why men's Viagra was. These women, whether they were trying to avoid pregnancy, dealing with ovarian cysts, endometriosis, etc., were never allowed the right to receive the care they deserved. It's infuriating to dispense Viagra to a middle-aged man with a $5 copay when his only condition is the fact that he can't get an erection. A woman's quality of life is more affected by disease or childbirth than a man that has difficulty becoming aroused. Anne, age 30. I am an employer, female, with a small business of 6 women. First, we had to battle to find a decent health care plan, which costs a fortune but is worth it. And then we were told to battle for our coverage of contraception. We were told that our plan would cover contraception if deemed medically necessary. Our first medically necessary claim has been denied. The moral, There are employers who want to add contraception but can't because of the plans available to small business owners. Nan, age 55. About 6 months ago, I was switched HMOs. I was astonished to learn from my pharmacist that my coverage for birth control prescription had been denied. When I called the company, the customer service representative told me that New York State was not required to cover my prescription and would only do so if it was a medical necessity. I then asked if my policy would cover an abortion. I was told yes. Furiously, I growled back, "You mean you won't pay for me to avoid getting pregnant, but you'll pay for me to not be pregnant?" Again, I was told yes. After hanging up, I felt a huge amount of anger and personal violation. I had never felt so discriminated against solely because of my gender. I quickly fired off emails to my senators and other representatives and sent a letter to my health insurance company. Kathleen, age 32. But it's not over yet. Here's what Jennifer Erickson told a recent U.S. Senate hearing on contraceptive insurance coverage. Despite our victory in federal court, I know that my case is not enough to help all of the American women who need this essential health care. At this point, my case is directly binding only on Bartell. Nearly every day, one of my customers thanks me for coming forward and congratulates me on winning the case. But many of the women I serve at my pharmacy counter still do not have insurance coverage for the contraception they need. But I also know that Title VII, the anti-discrimination law that my case is based on, doesn't cover all women. And even more important, women should not have to file federal court lawsuits to get their basic health care needs covered. So today I am speaking for millions of American women who want to time their pregnancies and welcome their children into the world when they are ready. On behalf of the women of this nation, I urge you to enact this comprehensive legislation because every woman, no matter what state she lives in or where she works, should have fair access to the method of contraception she needs. I will not soon forget the exhilaration I felt after that long, hot day in Seneca Falls, New York, where we were celebrating the 150th anniversary of the women's movement. I arrived home from the event just in time to get a call from an excited colleague telling me to turn on C-SPAN right away. I found the U.S. House of Representatives debating the question of contraceptive coverage for federal employees. After 150 years, my tears flowed at the significance of this historic moment. Congresswoman Nita Lowry, Democrat from New York, was speaking brilliantly in support of the measure. Behind her was a multicolored sea of skirts. Women of both political parties united in support of this basic women's health care measure. When Representative Chris Smith, a Republican from New Jersey, rose to oppose the legislation because he regards some methods of birth control as abortion-efficient, I don't know how to say that word, Representative Nancy Johnson, a Republican from Connecticut, gave an impassioned rebuttal. There is no limit to my colleague's willingness to impose his concept of when life begins on others. This reflects a level of intrusion into consciousness, into independence, into freedom that frankly I have never witnessed. A model for pro-choice policy initiatives. Stay tuned. We are going to remedy this injustice in every state, in every company, for every woman, in every insurance plan. And we're going to tackle other similar issues, such as the refusal clauses that allow pharmacists to refuse to fill prescriptions for birth control methods, even when they are the only provider in town. We'll take on any injustice where the right to determine when and whether to have children is rendered hollow by societal, financial, and other barriers. All of this activism didn't just happen. In fact, it has taken years of gathering information, educating, and organizing. But the progress that has been made towards rectifying the gender injustice, the lack of contraceptive coverage, can be a model of future progress towards universal access to all reproductive health care. Possibly even more important than the results of the work that has been done to ensure contraceptive coverage, as vital as that is the sea of change this campaign represents and how reproductive rights movement thinks about its agenda. It's the difference between a thermometer and a thermostat. A thermometer is a gauge of the climate. A thermostat controls the climate. By advancing policies that bring about universal access to reproductive health care, we can control the climate of the reproductive rights and health care in this country. It takes a four-pronged strategy of legislation, communication, litigation, and mobilization to be the nation's reproductive rights thermostat. But in doing so, we operate from a climate of great strength because the stories of real women's lives bear compelling witness to the fact that these policies are right and just. Here is a good example. Until about 20 years ago, medical research usually involved male-only studies, but assumed or implied that the results could also be applied to women too. Thanks to concerted lobbying efforts by women's groups such as the National Black Women's Health Project and the National Women's Health Network, women are now included in research on a more equitable basis. And gender-specific research, such as breast cancer and hormone replacement therapy, now receive their fair share of government research funds. Maybe someday I won't get more letters like these. In 1992, I was diagnosed by my gynecologist with a menstrual dysfunction, and this was due to having a 96-day cycle. Yes, a 96-day cycle. At the time, I was working for a bank, and as long as I had a note from my doctor, HMO would cover the prescription. All I had to do was pay for my copay amount. However, 2 years ago, I switched jobs, and my new employer does not cover the pill. Even though it is prescribed for medical purposes, I am currently paying $29.95 a month to keep myself regulated. I cannot understand why my current insurance company will not cover me. However, a girl that I work with was put on the pill for medical purposes, and she is covered under her husband's medical plan. Also, one of the girls in the office is now pregnant. The insurer will cover all of her pregnancy, but will not cover the two of us with medical problems. Janet, age 38. It is not so much the fact that the insurance company doesn't claim to offer contraceptives. They do. The problem is that they conveniently place birth control pills in its highest copay bracket of $35, when the pill costs about $31 at the pharmacy. What the company I work for is doing is setting up what is called a Section 125, so that employees can have money held from their check before taxes and put into a fund to cover medications the insurance company doesn't cover. This will help, but it still does not excuse the insurance company for increasing the copay to an amount that is higher than the price of the pills. Beth, age 29. I asked Jennifer Erickson why she was so generously willing to give her available time off from her job to the great amount of energy it had taken her to be the plaintiff in a major lawsuit. She told me that she really hadn't set out to be any kind of symbol. She had merely become tired of customers yelling at her as a pharmacist because their insurance didn't cover their contraceptives. And personally, she thought it was only fair that her company's insurance should cover contraceptives. They are, after all, in the healthcare business. But what I didn't anticipate, she said, is that it feels really good to help so many people. Sometimes it just blows me away. At this point, her tears begin to flow, that it'll help so many people for so many years to come. Rights versus access. A 3-hour drive. My mother, who had an abortion in 1976, assumed that abortion would remain safe and legal forever. She experienced a rude awakening when I came home from college for summer break in 1998, asking her for help as I faced an unplanned pregnancy. As she searched for an abortion provider, she realized the damage that abortion rights had suffered since her youth. But we traveled 3 hours to another state to access a provider. She apologized for her generation's complacency concerning reproductive rights. I may have a daughter someday, and I never want to have that conversation with her. Not that I would be devastated if she found herself pregnant and considering abortion, just like her mother and grandmother had many years ago. I simply could not watch her struggle to find a provider in another state. I will not watch the complacency of my generation, allow abortion rights to disappear completely. Susan, age 23. I hope this writer's commitment continues because the reproductive rights and health movement needs her passion and her advocacy. She understands what so many others who think we can't go back to the bad old days don't get yet. The bad old days are here. Rights without access are meaningless. All right. Roe v. Wade hasn't been overturned. Abortion isn't illegal. Griswold versus Connecticut, which legalized birth control and established the precedent of a right to privacy and reproductive decisions, stands. But our state and federal lawmakers, our courts, and our society's lack of respect for women and children have ensured that many of us do not have the information, resources, or access to make these rights real. And rights without access are meaningless. If present trends continue, access denied may well be stamped on the door of reproductive health centers. If you are poor or young or in the military or live in rural America, you technically have the right to a legal abortion, but you'll have to climb over barriers of distance, judicial review, transportation, money, waiting periods, like the 72-hour waiting period, mandated biased propaganda that encouraged childbirth over abortion, and more to try to get one. The result may be a more expensive, more difficult, delayed abortion, or one like Becky Bell's, the Indiana teen whose death is a chilling reminder of life before Roe v. Wade. For military women or dependents, it could mean an abortion in a foreign hospital in a foreign country because the medical facilities on U.S. bases can't do abortions, even if you pay for one yourself. And what if you're stationed in a country where, unlike the country you are putting your life on the line to serve, abortion is illegal? If your employer pays your medical bills, you may have to pay out of pocket for contraceptives like Jennifer Erickson used to have to do before her successful lawsuit, like Elizabeth Dole might have to do were she of childbearing age, while Bob gets his Viagra for free. If your pharmacist sees fit to judge your choices, your prescription for emergency contraception might not be filled. If the only hospital in your rural town just merged into a Catholic system, your tubal ligation or other emergency medical needs may be a 3-hour drive away. A lot of doctors will not prescribe ECP, emergency contraceptive pills, and they may not understand your situation, and they really don't want to. Randy, age 23. At the age of 17, I was raped by my neighbor. My immediate feelings were of such numbness and fear, I wasn't thinking straight, and I couldn't even think of what to do. My friend encouraged me to go to student health for the morning after pill. I did the first thing Monday morning. Even though the doctor looked at me like I was an irresponsible college girl, sleeping around and needing emergency contraception because I couldn't yet speak about what had happened to me, having access to the pill saved my life. I don't know what I would have done if I had become pregnant with my rapist baby. I was in such shock and fear that I don't know what I would have done to myself if I had become pregnant. Sinitra, age 22. Access to abortion is often non-existent for women who rely on Medicaid for their health insurance, and this has been so since Representative Henry Hyde began attacking these services soon after abortion became legal. As a result, the federal government now sits in judgment of low-income women facing unintended pregnancies. This has created a gap in women's health care, where abortion services should be, by rights and good medical practice, be routinely included.
I'd like to inquire of my fellow Missourian.
I yield.
My name's Angie. I'm from St. Louis, and I've lived in Missouri my whole life. And I'm here because I believe that women should control their own destiny. I'm going to read from a book called Motherhood in Bondage. It's a collection of letters that women sent to Margaret Sanger, desperate for birth control. I have a little girl 15 months old. I have eczema on my hands and arms, so I can hardly do my work half of the time. It's very hard for me to do my washing and housework and take care of the baby. The baby breaks out with it behind the ears. It cracks until it's raw, sore for her most of the time. I certainly don't know what I would do if I should have another one that way. My husband helps with the washing, scrubbing, and washes most of the dishes because of my hands. Thank you. And that keeps him from his work. My husband's father, being old, lives with us, and that makes more work. So I'm writing to ask you if you will help me in some way from getting any more babies. You certainly are working for a worthy cause. The rich don't seem to have so many children. Why should the poor people who can't afford to? There's another letter. I am a young wife, 19 years old. I have a baby, 8 months old. This baby has a case of eczema ever since she was 1 month old. I have had all kinds of doctors for her, and she is not cured yet. Her face is just one mass of rawness. I put in the most sleepless nights with her because she scratches in the night till her face bleeds. And oh, the misery. I am in each night to see that little body suffer so, and now my great fear is that I shall get in a family way again. I do not want another baby for at least 2 more years. What will become of my baby if I have to wean her right away? Her stomach is so delicate that she cannot eat anything. I have tried feeding her with the cow's milk, but she vomited, so I quit. The doctor knows all this, still he won't help me. I don't know what to do, so please, for my sick baby's sake, help me. I have thought time and time again that I would write you a letter to see if you would help a poor woman that is in need of help. Now I want to tell you about my 13.5 years of married life. When I was married a year and a half, there came a girl baby, and she is afflicted with St. Vitus stance, which the doctor calls it. She did not walk until she was 7 years old, and at this writing, she is 12 years old, and she still don't talk. In the meantime, I have given birth to 5 other children. 4 of them were living, and the other one is dead when it was born. I have miscarried 6 times, and am in the family way again. We are poor folks and have not a home even, and it seems that we will hardly make a living for them sometimes. But husband and I both work as hard as we can to keep them from starving. But that is about all I can say. I feel like if there is ever a woman under the sun that needs your help, I sure do. There is no one that would appreciate help any more than I. I feel sometimes like putting an end to my life, and again I think what would become of the little ones that are unable to take care of themselves. But if I have to go on having children, it won't be long until I will be unable to care for them. For I have been in awful poor health for 5 years, and every term gets worse. Another letter. I am only 38 years old and have had 9 children. 2 are dead. My youngest living is 3 years old and never sat alone or cannot feed himself. He is awful sweet but will never walk, and I have to handle him like a newborn baby. I am so nervous I can't write fit for anyone to read. I was confined in November. It was born 8 months and only lived 1 day. I am almost crazy for fear I will become pregnant again. I can never carry one to time again. I haven't the strength. I will only bring it here to die and maybe die myself. My other little ones need me, and I don't need any more babies. It hurts me to write this, but it's true. We are poor and no one to work but my husband. My oldest girl should be in high school, but we are unable to send her. Can you tell me now how I can keep from becoming pregnant again? I do not want to miscarry, for that would be murder. I want to know some harmless way that will not injure anyone. Here's another letter. I have reasons enough for wanting birth control information. The first is because I am not strong, and the second is my oldest daughter has convulsions and can't talk. She was in the hospital 2 months and came out worse than before. She is 6 years old now and can't talk yet, and we have lots of sickness. My husband is not very healthy and he has to work, but by day wages. We are living in a new country where there's no land cleared yet. I'm sick myself this winter and laying around most of the time and ain't able to do my work, and we can't afford hired girl either. I'm losing my eyesight too. I don't want to bring blind children to this world. When my last baby was born, I was pretty sick, and was afraid I was going to die. We couldn't get to the doctor right away, and I was out of my head for some time. Can you help me so not to have any more babies? The doctor said it would be worse every time I would have a baby, so will you help a poor soul? A man don't know what a poor woman has to suffer. I cannot see why it's always the poor that's got to suffer. And another, I am the mother of 8 living children, only 3 of which can take care of themselves. My oldest is 15 and the baby's 6 months. I'm afraid he will be crippled too. They seem to have a weakness on the back and legs. The doctor says that there's nothing that can be done and they will die before they reach a teenage. I have a terrible time during confinement and have thought I would surely die the last 3 times. I wish I had, for then some of these poor cripples would not be here to suffer and die before my eyes. My husband works by the day, and we do not own a roof over our heads. I live in dread and fear that I may have yet more children, which I will unless you tell me what to do. I am only 35 years old. There's another letter. My husband has pulmonary tuberculosis of the lungs, and out of my 9 children, only 2 are in any way healthy looking, as they are only 6 and 9 years. It's no telling about them yet. I've been married just 18 years, so you see my children are only 2 years apart, and I have bladder and kidney trouble pretty bad. I sometimes have a dangerous time at confinement. It makes me afraid of the next time, as the doctor says, don't let this happen again. Out of my 9 children, 6 are living. The first was a puny 4-pound boy who had only 1 lung and died at 3 months with his first cold. The next was a boy, died at 11 months with meningitis. The rest lived till just 3 years ago. I lost a girl with tuberculosis of the lungs, just as her father has. Her father was at the hospital 3 years ago, and they told him he was bad and wouldn't live 9 months. But he seems to keep on his feet so far, but is poorly. I think it's a crime to bring any more poor little puny babies in the world, as my husband's disease may be bad for them. I am a farmer's wife and I have 5 children. The oldest is 11 and the youngest is 1.5 years old. I am worried for fear I will have another baby and can't take care of the ones I have. My husband and I run a dairy of 30 cows all the year, and we can't afford to hire any help, so you see I have to work very hard. My last baby was only 8 months My last baby was an only 8-month baby and was very weak. She weighed 3 pounds when born, and we kept her with hot water bottles around her for 5 months. And the doctor said that all that caused it was my working so hard. As for myself, I am almost a wreck ever since she was born, and I know I can't stand it to have any more. My husband has throat trouble of some kind. I don't know what it is. He has had it operated on 3 times, and he gets much worse every year. And last week he was so miserable, I went to our family doctor to get him more medicine, and he told me not to be surprised if it turned into consumption of the throat. He said I had better try and not have any more children, but he would not tell me anything to do. If that is so, what will become of me and my children if I can't find someone to help me? I married young, and I am the mother of 4 children, all living, the oldest 7 and the baby 15 months. Both are frail and undernourished. The baby has been sick all his life and is such a care. Now, I didn't want all these children, the last 3, although they are sweet, dear children. Of course, I love them as dear as any mother could, but their father hasn't any help and has been operated on for rupture and stomach trouble and has had 10 inches of his intestines taken out and isn't able to work regular. He is a molder, which is awful hard work and don't pay very much, and you see it is impossible for me to work out, even if my health would permit, as it takes all of my time to do my work and look after my children, and then they are neglected. Now I fear my husband has TB. He is so frail, he or the doctor won't tell me. They both say I have enough to worry about, as I worry lots. Now here I don't want any more children, and we live in constant fear of getting pregnant again. Now will you tell me how to keep from having any more? I am afraid I'm pregnant again, which if I was sure I would commit suicide, for I have nothing to live for if I have to keep bringing children in this sinful world, and nothing to promise them but suffering and to become public burden. My health has been gone since my second child was born, who is 5 years old, and suffer with my back day and night, and have cried myself to sleep hundreds of times. Also washed many a day and cried over the tub. Could not afford to hire it done or hire any help, as he wouldn't be able to work only part-time. Now is there a hope for me, or have I got to leave my babies on the mercy of the world and go to the city hospital and have my female organs out to keep from bearing more? I am 26 years old. I was 19 years old when I was married. I am a mother of 4 living children. The oldest is 6 years old, and the baby is 5 months old. I do not feel good when I carry my children, and after my child is born, I am awful weak and have to get up when my baby is 4 or 5 days old and get around and do what I can. We are poor and can't afford to keep anyone to take care of me and the children. My husband is a hard-working man and brings small pay home. It is hard for me to make ends meet. I do not get much things as I can't afford to get them things that I really need. My husband is more sick than well, but of course he goes to work. Sometimes he should stay home and rest and be in bed, but he has to go out and make a living for his family. My husband asked the boss to give him a better work, that he is more sick than well so he could work, and the boss won't change his work. Boss tells him, if you're sick, stay home. My husband was operated on just before my baby was born for stomach trouble. The operation don't seem to do him no good. I just think the reason because he started work soon. The doctor said it would take a while for him to get well. I keep away from my husband and he is very careful with me, but still it does no good. I am asking you to help me prevent having more children. I am just another poor, unfortunate woman not able to raise children, and I think the greatest sin of this world is to bring children in the world without any means of support, no chance to educate them or give them a chance. I just want to give you a few pointers as to the conditions under which I live. I was a strong, healthy girl, done man's work before I was married. I was married at 18. 11 months later, I had a frail little boy which has been sickly most all the time. My worrying about him has almost drove me crazy, and my fear of getting pregnant again. My husband has had the syphilis, and he also gave it to me. So the last 4 years of my life have been hell through pain and punishment. I managed to keep from having any more children. A number of times I have had to have operations, and only last spring I almost lost my life over one. For months I was confined to my bed. I didn't dare put my foot on the floor. The doctor said to me one day, "Do you think you will try it again?" Dear, I'm telling you what I told him. I'd rather die and leave the one I have than to bring another into this world to suffer. I stay away from my husband as much as possible. We have serious quarrels and have almost separated over it. Is there anything you can do that would enable me to help from getting pregnant any more? I am a nervous wreck. God only knows how much it would be appreciated. I am a poor woman with 2 children, one 13 months old and the other 3 years old. Will you please tell me how can I avoid having any more? I have such a hard time when they're 5 and 6 months old. They suffer so much with abscesses all the time. My baby can't even crawl and is so puny. I have had a hard time birthing them. I have had to be put under chloroform and have shots, and I suffer with an awful itch all the time before they are born. My husband can't make enough to support them, and I can't care for them like they should. And will you please help a poor needy one like me? I can't begin to tell you my condition. My husband is a heavy drinker, and he suffers all the time with abscesses, and he is awful weak himself, and the children never walk until they are about 2 years old. I have 4 children, the oldest just passed 6, the second 4 years in April. She was born disfigured, and while I was in bed, I nearly lost my mind. She has had 5 operations from a surgeon here, but she is not yet finished. Then I have 2 babies, both boys. The first one 2 years last October, the baby 6 months. The 2 are girls. I went to town when the baby was 4 months old and took the little girl almost 4 years to see if she could have her finished by a specialist that did his kind of work. By caring for the baby and carrying him different places in search of the right doctor, my milk left me, and my baby cried so much I took him to the doctor, and he said the baby was going underweight, as I started him on a bottle. I took my little girl to the doctor as he had several cases like her. She has hair lip and double cleft palate. He performed the operation. We have all we can do to care for the 4 and have the little girl operated on, as the doctor said about 3 more operations before she would be finished, and they cost so much and living so high. I am trying to bring them up clean and send them to school, as I believe every child should be given the best schooling, but my husband is a millman, not earning very much as the way of everything cost. I think it's a sin and a crime to bring little ones into the world and not be able to take care of them. I would rather see my girls dead than know they would be like some others in large families. I am a mother only 30 years old and have only been married 5 years and have had 3 babies and 2 miscarriages. My first baby was a healthy boy, although I had to raise him on the bottle part-time. I was left with fairly good health. Then in 5 months I had a miscarriage, and 16 months later I had a tiny baby girl who was very delicate until 1 year old. We took her to a baby specialist. She was almost dead, but with all perseverance, this doctor saved her, and she's now fairly strong, and we have to be very careful what she eats. My health continued about the same, and just 14 months from one day from her birth, I had another tiny baby girl who was sickly and never grew scarcely until she was 10 months old. She died very suddenly. 2 doctors did not know what the cause of her death. I had milk plague following her birth, and my health has been bad ever since. And just 16 months after her birth, I had another miscarriage, and I have never been well a day since. Some days I can scarcely be up at all. My husband has Bright's disease of the kidneys and has been under doctor's care for nearly 3 years and shows very little improvement. We are deeply in debt with doctor's bills, and all we have is our hard earnings. I keep roomers and boarders part of the time and take in sewing to help get along and live in constant dread that another conception will take place. I would not care if I could have strong, healthy babies and had good health myself, and the mister had better health. We can find means to keep them. But when our health is bad, it is hard to make a living, much less to pay such terrible doctor bills and taking a chance on bringing more delicate babies into our home. I am coming to you personally, and when you see the urgency of my case, I do not think you will fail me. I am 42 years old. When I was 15, I married a man who contracted tuberculosis shortly afterward. We had 5 children in 8 years, all of whom died except the first one, a girl. She is married and expecting to become a mother soon. After the death of my first husband, I married a young farmer. He owns a small farm, but is only by the very hardest work that we can make ends meet. By him, I have 6 children, including twins, and have miscarried 3 times. 2 years ago, he became insane and was taken to the asylum. While he was away, my children and I suffered from want, as one of my babies was born shortly after he left, and of course I was not strong enough to do any work. My health is broken, and I can hardly do my own work. My husband stayed 8 months and was then sent home as well. I have investigated his family and find that imbecility has run in it for generations. One of his sisters has a perfect idiot. All of mine are right except the baby. She does not develop. My husband will not practice continence. He really does seem to make his mind worse when he does. He says he has only a little while left in which to enjoy life, and he doesn't intend to miss any of it. He doesn't seem to be right in his mind yet. At times he is completely off, and yet if he should leave me, I could not support my children and myself to save my life. I believe if I can keep from bearing children for the next few years, I can pass the change of life and gain some health and strength with which to rear my children in my old age. I have taken some courses by correspondence and have a very fair education, although I have never lived anywhere but out here in the country. I am hoping to leave the farm in the near future and try to get a position in some office. So the next chapter is also of letters sent to Margaret Sanger, and it's entitled Wasted Efforts. Left an orphan at birth, I am now a woman of 26 years age, and I've just been married now 7 years. I must say that 7 years of misery, as I am just about broken down now to a point where I cannot go much further in life. I have just recently had another miscarriage. It is only 3 months followed by typhoid fever. This is the 6th time it's occurred and generally comes on when I am pregnant, on or about 6 or 7 months, and they are all badly deformed babies. I'm very fond of babies, and I have prayed and prayed to the good Lord over and over again for one until now. I just pray for the opposite, that I shall never bring any crippled children into the world to suffer, as I think that's the greatest sin I can ever commit. We are not wealthy people, as my husband is a farmer, and he has spent so much money for doctors and other things that were needed to try and bring me back to health that we're almost paupers now and must sell the farm at an early date. All we ever got from the doctors was pills and the advice that could never bring normal babies into the world, and that the best thing to do is to keep from getting pregnant. God help me, nature is stronger than anything in the world, so how is a man healthy and strong to be kept from nature's things? If it could be done, I would gladly see that it was done. The thought of you gives me a faint hope, a hope that I don't dare to lean on too heavy, and it seems to me at this moment that it gives me strength such as I've never had before in the past 3 years, just to feel that there is a faint hope that I can get around again and take care of myself if you will help me. I don't dare say happy, as I don't know what that means. From a child on, I had to work very hard for a living and never was taught anything, as my mother died giving birth to me and my father died when I was 6. But after that, I was from one relative to another, and none were very kind. God grant that you can and will be my uplift and save me from so much misery, as I would rather die than go through what I have in the past 2 years. I thought I would drop a few lines to ask you if you would not be so kind to advise me something that would be sure and not disappoint a person. I am 33 years old, a mother of 3 living children, 2 died for me, and had about 8 miscarriages. Have made up my mind that I would not have any more children if it would kill me. When I have a terrible time and after the birth I get the hemorrhage. To tell the truth, I don't wish no dog to go through what I have to stand, let alone a human being. My husband is a miner and does not as much as make a miserable living. Please excuse my writing, as I'm a bohemian. I'm 27 years of age, have been married almost 10 years. In the last 8 of these, I have given birth to 2 stillborn children, 1 living one, and have miscarried 4 times, making 7 times in 8 years I have been pregnant. We have only a limited means and don't know how we would have taken care of them had they all been full term and lived. We'll close trusting that you can in some way help us. I was married at 17 and quite ignorant. I had a child and it was born with deformed eyelids. He died at the age of 5 years. I had another one which was premature and also deformed, but only lived a few hours. I had 2 more miscarriages within 11 months after my second. I now have 2 more children and an adopted one. Each time I get weaker. Before my last one, I suffered from hysteria. I now have another one only 1 month old and feel myself going into a nervous decline. My husband has chronic asthma, and I feel as though we are not able to provide for any more, and also my health isn't what it should be. I am a young woman aged 20 years old, have been married 4 years, and my husband is only a laboring man. I was married only 6 months, and I had a 3-month miscarriage, and in 5 months I had another miscarriage, and then in a year and a half I had a fine 10-pound boy, which is awful sweet. I am expecting in a week or 2 another baby, and when I am pregnant I am in the awful shape I can hardly go. Most things are wrong with me in my body. I look like not able to do my work, and I have broken veins in my legs, can hardly go, and fell the other day and hurt one of my legs and can hardly walk, and now expecting to birth a child at any time. What on earth am I going to do? It is dead to birth a child, let alone the other things after the child comes. I am 22 years old. I am in bad health, am not able to do any housework much, and I had a 6 months miscarriage with my first baby, and in 15 months I had an 8-pound girl, and in 3 years a 9-pound boy. In 16 months I had a 3-month miscarriage, and in 3 months I had a 2-month miscarriage. In 7 months I had another 2-month miscarriage and almost died the last time when the doctor says I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand many more times, and he says I can't carry to 9 months any babies anymore because I am too weak. I am married 14 years and I have been pregnant 15 times. I only have 4 living children. I am getting weaker these last few years. I have buried 2 full-term babies. One only lived 5 weeks, and the little girl at 3 months with waste of flesh. And my little boy now that is living, he had that too, but he overcame it. But he ain't well. I carried to 7 months and lost them, and the rest at 2 and 3 months and lost them, and I expect to be confined in August. And when I get over this, if only I would know what I could do certainly to prevent myself from getting that way. My last full-time baby living is 18 months old this month. My husband is an awful moonshine drinker, and I should not have children. But what am I going to do, drive him away from our home? My heart is broken. The way I get just one after the other. I'm only 33 years old, and I am not like I used to be. So if you please help me out. I'm 33 years old. I have 2 children. I've only been pregnant twice, so that's a pretty sad one. We are only a poor family, 4 girls, my husband and myself. My husband has made small money, and we just struggled along. I've had 10 miscarriages and 4 children, so a woman told me to write to you before I'll be in my grave. I am only 31 years old. I was married young and had a child every 18 months or 2 years at the most. You may not believe I have had 10 miscarriages, but it's true and can be proved as I've been in the hospital not so long ago. I am a poor farmer's wife. I sure do appreciate that you have learned in your book. My husband says he sure did enjoy reading it himself. I hope you will pardon me if I ask you anything I had not ought to. I am a mother of 8 children and 5 mishaps. I had a mishap 2 weeks ago, and it cost my husband about $50 before I got over it. I had to have a serious operation. We had to have 2 doctors wait on me, besides the deaths I did suffer. I have not got a round vein from hip down to the bottom of my feet. They are all broken veins. And I have a bronchial asthma so bad until I can't hardly live sometimes. I just feel like I would give the rest of my life to only know or to have the birth control knowledge. I am only 38 years old, but I feel like I'm 50 years old. I'm not able to do many housework half the time. There is no tongue that can tell me my hardships and suffering. I don't know any of the pleasures of life, but that don't keep me from hoping for them someday. The first time I was pregnant, I was in an accident and got hurt so badly that I cannot carry any through the time. I have had 7 miscarriages in 8 years, have nearly died each time. I have had hemorrhages and infections, almost getting blood poisoning as the result. I have had different doctors, but they all say they cannot do anything for me. They always warn me at the hospital not to let it happen again, but do not tell me what I need to know. If only I knew of something that was harmless to the health and yet positively reliable, I could regain my health to some degree, which has been ruined by my ignorance of such things. My uterus is badly torn, dropped, and fallen backwards against my rectum, so I get pregnant very easily. Please picture a mite of a woman, not quite 4 feet 9 inches tall, weight just last week 97 pounds, with suit and top coat on, crippled physically by a heart lesion. The outcome of inflammatory rheumatism, dreading from 1 month to another the chances of accidental pregnancy. Why? I am 34 years old, married 11 years, was married most 2 years when my first came. I was wild for my baby during my period of waiting. It was one of dreams. I had good care because we prepared for this only baby of ours. In 9 days, less than a year, a baby girl arrived. That doctor attending me through a difficult dry birth later called in to quiet an overworked heart, and no other solution to offer than to be more careful. Being careful didn't help any, and in 7 months I was pregnant again, though the baby wasn't walking or talking. Well, I carried on till I broke. My heart couldn't stand up to its load. They put me in bed for 5 long months. I laid waiting time, heart too weak to be up. God alone knows of that awful time. 2 babies cared for by anyone we could get. When the wee laddie came, a poor undernourished babe, he only stayed with us 5 months. He needed a mother's nourishment and care. I laid too sick and weak to even care about him, and I thanked God for taking him. But could I add that was all? No, I was just getting around again when I was right back in the same condition, not quite 6 months grace to recuperate. Then it was decided abortion was the only relief. After the 3rd month, I was put to bed and the usual method of dilation was used, but not successfully. My womb refused to empty and at extreme I was relieved forcibly. My heart condition did not allow me to take anything else to ease the pain. It was terrible. A 3-month child torn from the womb. I laid for 24 hours. At that time, not daring to move to prevent flooding. My bed not changed. Truly, it seemed like slaughter to me. Just 3 years ago this month, I went through my 2nd abortion, a 6-week child. This time, it was a hospital case. The surgeon who operated on me said my only hope lay in having the cords cut, but I run more than ordinary persons risk taking either. Can you wonder at my fear from month to month? I have a comfortable home, 2 splendid children, and the only drawback to my happiness, despite my poor health, is the fact that the horror of what I have gone through and the chance it may happen again is always with me. I was married when only 14 years old. My first baby died at birth. I was torn so badly. In 11 months, another baby came. Then the third one came. I went to the hospital to have the laceration repaired. This was 3 months after the baby came. Then I got that way again, so when the baby came, these parts had not got strong, so it was torn again. The baby died. All my babies are instrument cases. Then I had another baby, and since then, I was that way again, but had a miscarriage. I was not strong enough to carry it. The doctor told me I could not have living babies, so I let him open the womb, and he had done it 4 or 5 times. But I would rather not have to again. But I